You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have landed on a distant planet to help 500 enslaved workers escape from a mine. Happy waits in the grounded ship while Buzz walks toward the robot-guarded mine shaft.
Cadet Happy to Commander Corry.
Go ahead, Happy.
I just picked up something in the viewscope screen. It's one of those robot cargo jobs, and it's heading this way.
Happy, those ships never land anywhere in Gobonic except the city spaceport.
This one's sure barreling in, sir. If it keeps its present trajectory, it'll land right in the mining area.
Land? It's set to crash.
Crash?
Mr. Ruger's work. We can't stop that ship. It'll explode and destroy every living person in this area.
We'll return in just a moment with the thrilling story of Frightened Robots.
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corry. Let me ask you something. When Mom and Dad had their breakfast coffee this morning, did you have a good hot drink? You know, you need a real morning warm-up for all-day power. That's why you should always start the day the Space Patrol way, with a big cup of Nestle's Instant Cocoa. It's just loaded with good hot nourishment for real energy. And Nestle's makes the greatest hot cocoa you've ever tasted. It's rich, it's smooth, it's delicious. It's really out of this universe. And wait till you see how fast and easy it is to fix. And Nestle's Ever-Ready is so easy it just about makes itself. Now listen, here's all you do. You just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's in your cup and add hot water. That's all. Now you're all ready to drink it and get your supply of morning pep. And Nestle's Ever-Ready is the complete cocoa, too. You add nothing but water because whole milk and sugar are already in it. You ought to see the lineup around here when they sound the Nestle's call. Everybody goes for that delicious Nestle's chocolate flavor. That goes for me, too. Now, why don't you get the Nestle's Space Patrol habit? Ask Mom to stock your galley with Nestle's and drink it regularly, the way we do. And you'll have power to spare. That's Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa in the bright red can.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Frightened Robots. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in the Terra 5, high above the surface of the planet Gobonic, a world ruled by robots. They've just blasted off from a forest region where they said goodbye to Mono and Anila, 2 friends whom the Space Patrollers rescued from enemies in the principal city of the planet. While Buzz is at the controls, Happy idly adjusts the Space Patrol periscope, the amazing hyperspace optical device that can show a close-up view of any part of space.
You see anything interesting, Happy?
There's a train of cars, sir. Probably headed for one of the farming areas outside the city.
Gobonic is a depressing planet, huh? Still, I hate to leave it.
I found a Mono and his friends, you mean?
Yes. Gobonic won't be free until the robots are overthrown. That might take years.
Sure wish we could do something to help them.
Well, it's not our job to meddle into other people's internal affairs, Hap. What we've done was just to save Mono's life. We acted as individuals, not as agents of the United Planets.
Hey, I thought those trains left the city empty.
That's what Mona told us. They brought back full of supplies, and half of it sent to Warmont.
Oh, these cars are open, sir. They're like we'd haul ore in, but well, some of them are full of people.
Well, farm workers, probably.
They're just jammed into those cars. Oh, those poor people.
I know how you feel, huh? That's something we have no control over. Our job is to explore Warmont for radioactive minerals. Better cut off that periscope before you feel worse than you do now.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, we've got to give this to Mono when we let him out of the ship.
Oh, look now, his robot control unit.
Uh-huh. It might come in handy if Mono or any of his friends have to return to the city.
Well, perhaps it's just as well Mona doesn't have it. If he's caught with one of the administrator's robot controls, I hate to think what would happen to him.
Agent 7 at Gobonic City calling ARL Camp 21.
Commander, it's one of our space forces.
Turn up the volume, Hank.
Agent 7 at Gobonic City calling ARL Camp 21. Come in, please.
ARL Camp, that's an anti-robot league hideout.
ARL Camp 21 here.
Go ahead, Agent 7.
That's Mono. Hey, they're operating already. They've distributed our miniature spacephones inside the city.
Warn all the League members not to try to enter the city. Don't even contact us by spacephone. The robots are rounding us up.
We've been betrayed.
No, I don't think so. The roundup isn't very selective. But this morning, 500 workers from all sections were picked out and put aboard a work train. They're on their way to the K-Light mines.
K-Light mines. How did you find out?
The robots broadcast it all over the city. Obviously, it's a disciplinary action.
Of course. K-Light is useless. K-Light dust is harmful to human beings.
When 500 workers are diverted from essential production and sent to the K-Light mines, there's only one explanation.
It's a warning to everybody to stop trying to overthrow the robot.
Exactly. Anyone even suspected of aberrationist tendencies, off they go to the K-Light mines.
We'll suspend all activities for the time being. Be careful. ARL Camp 21 out.
Now we know where those carloads of people are going. To the K-Light mines.
That's criminal, Hap. It's cruel punishment. And completely useless. I wonder just how automatic those robots are.
You think the administrators, like our friend Ropnar, might have more control than they let on?
It's possible. Trouble is, Mono and his friends can't find that out. Only administrators can get near the robot master control.
Our periscope could show us that master control. Or would that be interfering?
Maybe it is. But when robots can send hundreds of innocent people into slavery, I say it's time to interfere.
So do I.
I'll get that map of the city Mono drew for me. Then we'll use the periscope and find out how that robot system operates.
I've got it, sir. There's the central administration building.
Okay, Hap, now we'll scan it floor by floor with the periscope till we find the master robot control section.
Whatever information we find out, we can pass on to Mono.
Well, the lower floor seems to be a headquarters for the robot patrols. Uh-oh. Here's something interesting. There's a shaft right down the center of the building.
Elevator shaft?
It looks like it. I don't see any elevator. Wait. Something's happening at the bottom. A robot just entered the shaft at the ground floor level. There's a hall leading to it from the street.
Oh, private entrance for Zards, huh?
Apparently. Yeah. The robot is rising straight up the shaft. Look.
Wow.
8, 10, 15, probably 20 stories up. Now it's stopped in midair. It touched the control on its belt.
The gravity belt.
That's it, Hap. Now it's reaching out and pulling itself toward a platform at the side of the shaft. And opening a door.
The robot with a gravity belt. Why, not even Ropnar had one of those.
Evidently just the robots have them. Now the robot's walking down a corridor. It's opening a door. Hap, look.
Handing something to somebody. Hey, that's Ropnar.
Ropnar receiving a message from the robot. And by the looks of that room, that's Ropnar's living quarters. Right there in the administration building.
Now the robot's leaving.
Hap, if we had one of those belts, we'd get into the administration center.
Yeah, and then we could save those people from the K-Light mines.
Yes.
Then they go back to Gobanic?
Right. Got those Gobanic workflows in the ship. Ropnar's robot control unit.
How do we get the gravity belts?
We can find a robot outside the city walls. We'll inactivate him with a control unit. It'll be dark in the city in about an hour. We'll set the ship down a mile or so from the walls.
On one of the top floors of the administration building in Gobanic City, Administrator Ropnar, in charge of Class H functions of patrol robots, has been summoned to the office of Dargeeda, Chief Administrator of Gobanic.
You realize, of course, that you were the first human being from Gobanic to make a space flight in 300 years. You are now an unknown variable where our computers are concerned. Unknown variables are dangerous to our robot-controlled economy.
I don't understand, Dargeeda. The space flight hasn't changed me. As I explained, I was forced into the ship by these visitors from another solar system.
You, Ropnar, may have been contaminated by your brief exposure to these two strangers from outer space.
Oh, no. They will not trouble us again. It is all forgotten.
The computers will not forget. I had to feed false data into the master computer to arrange this shipment of workers to the K-Light mines. Some sections are now short-handed. That means longer hours, a general speed-up and lower efficiency.
Yes, but there will be no more anti-robot talk among the workers. They're thoroughly frightened.
Fright, Ropnar, is a factor that cannot be measured by the computers. Our robot controls can maintain proper balance only if the human population can be kept calm and placid. Fear and hope of change, these must be kept to the minimum at all times.
Yes, I understand. And I will keep my robot patrols alert for any sign of aberration.
Very well. You may go, Administrator Ropnar.
Thank you, Chief Dargeeda.
Special Directive 47 to Class G robots. Administrator Roknar, in charge of Class H functions of robots, is now under surveillance until further notice. Record and report aberrationist behavior. Beluga.
With rockets cut out, the Terra 5 descends to the ground by repel array a mile from the city. Under cover of darkness, Buzz and Happy make their way to the high walls. The plain, drab coveralls of the Gobonic workers cover their space patrol uniforms. At the gate stands a single robot guard.
There's just one of them. He's got a gravity belt. Maybe we can get another one inside. I think he sees us now. I'm going to immobilize him with the control room. The robot's frozen, sir. I'll handle this job alone here. I'll take the robot's gravity belt and enter the city. You stand watching the ship. Yes, Commander. Hope there's no trick to removing the robot's gravity. It's a simple button. It fits me. Turn of this knob should lift me to the top of the wall.
Sure wish I were going with you, sir.
I'll keep a miniature space boat on hand. I'll keep you informed if I have a chance. Here goes.
Hey, it works.
Return to the ship, Happy.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Commander.
From the top of the wall, Commander Corry looks down inside the city. Seeing no one near, he lowers himself to the ground with a gravity belt. With casual gait, but on the alert, Buzz walks through the streets to the administration building, avoiding the curious inspection of robot patrols by pressing a switch on his robot control unit. A walk down a deserted corridor brings him to a tall shaft extending up to the top floor of the building.
Commander Corry, that happened. Can you read me?
Yes, sir. Everything okay?
So far, I'm at the bottom of the robot shaft. If I can get up the rope in my room without being seen. Here goes. This gravity belt's a great thing. I'll try to pick one up for you on the way back to the ship.
Fine, Commander.
I'm on the landing ledge. Don't try to contact me, Hap. Someone might hear the spaceophone. I'm entering the corridor now. Keep your hands up, Roknar.
What do you mean by... Corry!
Don't try to reach for your robot control. Yeah, I'd better remove it from your belt. I don't want to use this ray gun on you, so behave yourself.
You've got to get out of here. If you're found in my room,
You'll be sent to the K-Light mine, perhaps. With the other 500 prisoners.
What did you know about that?
You answer my questions first, Roknar. Do you administrators rule the robots? Or do the robots rule you?
I don't understand what you mean.
Just this. Computers juggle a lot of work quotas. You picked 500 human slaves to go to the K-Light mine. K-Light is useless. If those people work in the mines very long, they'll get sick. For many of them, it'll be fatal. Isn't that right?
Yes, I suppose so.
All right. Was that K-Light deal automatic, or did somebody prime the computers? I want an answer, Roknar.
The computers may have been adjusted a little.
And they could also be adjusted to bring those people back.
That's impossible.
I think you can find a way to work it out. Even if you burn out a couple of fuses in the computers, it's better than forcing 500 people to mine poisonous K-Light.
The computers cannot be changed, I tell you.
Now, look, Roknar. I can do a lot of mischief to your patrol robots. Your push-button police. I can make you look pretty foolish. I can do all this without hurting a single human being, not even an administrator.
You wouldn't wreck my robot.
Unless you bring those people back from the mines, you will be in the junk business. How about it?
I think it can be arranged. If you give me time to talk to the chief administrator. Of course, he must never know.
But he does know.
Daruga.
Both of you stand perfectly still. This weapon in my hand can destroy you both. A move from either of you, and I shall use it.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, here comes Tony Sides. Well, I'll be. He's growing a mustache.
Who? Me, Captain Toothfell? What do you mean?
Oh, you sure have. It's brown and quite a long one, too.
Ah, gee whiz. That's no mustache. That's some Nestle's cocoa. You see, I had a cut just a few minutes ago. And, well, I guess I was in such a hurry to drink it, I got some on my upper lip. I'll just lick it off. Gee, that's good.
Yes, that's what everybody says, Tony. You know, Nestle's Eveready makes the best cocoa in the universe. It's so rich, so chocolatey, and so smooth.
You know, since we got the Space Patrol habit at our house, all my brothers and sisters drink Nestle's cocoa for breakfast. We love the way it tastes, and boy, we sure love the pep it gives us. Starting the day with a hot drink is real smart, especially when that drink is Nestle's cocoa.
You said it. And Nestle's Eveready is so easy to fix, it practically makes itself. You just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons in your cup and add hot water, and that's all there is to it. Milk and sugar are already in Nestle, so you don't have to add a thing. Gang, how about you? If you haven't tried the Space Patrol way to start the day, don't wait anymore. Chow up for delicious Nestle's cocoa. Ask your mom to get Nestle's in the bright red can. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Frightened Robots. Buzz and Happy are determined to save several hundred inhabitants of the planet Gobonic who've been forced to mine the poisonous mineral kaolite. While Happy remains in the Terra 5, Buzz undertakes a daring one-man expedition into the city. With the aid of a gravity belt taken from a patrol robot, Buzz rises to the 20th level of the administration building where he encounters Roknar, an official of the robot-ruled government. Just as Buzz obtains a promise from the unwilling Roknar, the chief administrator, Daruga, suddenly appears and holds Buzz at bay with a powerful weapon.
Drop your weapon. Go on, drop it.
All right.
No, Roknar, don't touch it.
But, Daruga, I was only going to hand it to you.
Indeed. Here I find you in a cozy conference with a worker. A worker who has somehow been smuggled up above the 3rd floor.
But he's not a worker. He's Commander Corry, one of the visitors from another solar system.
So much the worse for you, Roknar. I was right. You have been contaminated by this stranger. I heard you plotting against the robots.
No, Daruga. He forced his way in here. He threatened to destroy the patrol robots unless I agree to bring those workers back from the kaolite mine.
He's telling the truth, Daruga.
Your presence here introduces new factors. Variables with which our computers may be unable to cope.
And you administrators will have to do some thinking yourselves for a change.
Not if I eliminate the disturbing factor. If I destroy you, now, right here, the robots need never be disturbed with new information.
That's it, Daruga. Get rid of Corry and everything will be just as it was before he did it. Corry, let go of me.
Hold still, Roknar.
Let go of him, Corry. You can't escape. There are Z-type robots out in the corridor.
How about this window behind me?
Beyond it is a straight drop, 20 levels above the street. You see, you are trapped.
Come on, Roknar. You're going through that window.
No, we'll be killed.
Corry, stop or I'll fire.
If you shoot, you destroy Roknar, one of your own administrators.
Corry, have you lost your mind? Keep away from that window.
You're going through it if I have to carry you. So long, Daruga.
Corry,
stop struggling, Roknar. I hate to drop you. This gravity belt should support both of us.
We're not falling. We're rising into the air.
Hang on, you'll be all right. Commander Corry to Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir.
I'll blast off immediately. Pick me up directly over the administration building. If this gravity belt holds up, I'll keep rising.
Yes, sir.
I've got Roknar with me. They might send some robots up after us, so hurry.
Quickly blasting off, Cadet Happy circles back over the city. A tiny dot on the viewscope shows him that he's picked up Buzz and Roknar ascending vertically over the administration building. Cutting the ship's velocity, Happy heads toward the commander, pressing a button on the rocket cockpit panel to open the outer hatch.
Can you come closer, Happy?
Yes, sir.
This gravity belt doesn't give any horizontal motion, Hap, just up and down. You'll have to maneuver the ship so I can reach the open hatch.
Yes, sir. When I get close enough, I'll cut my forward speed with a blast from the nose rocket.
Right, Hap. Got to make it on the first pass. Roknar's boss, Daruga, is sending up some robots with gravity belts.
Okay, Commander. Get set.
I'll get this, Roknar. I'll hold on to you, and you concentrate on pulling us into the ship. Yes, Commander.
This is it, Commander.
Now, Roknar. Now. I got it! We're in the airlock, Happy. Kick on the tail rockets. We're losing altitude.
Okay, sir.
All right, Roknar, move up forward.
Yes, Commander.
Nice bit of maneuvering, Happy.
Thank you, sir.
I got to sit down.
All right, Roknar. I'll watch him, Hap. I'll take over the controls.
Hovering in the air over the city. We might have been killed.
Yeah? At least it would have been quick. Not like working in the kaolite mines.
Well, that reminds me, Happy. I've got to contact Mono. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling ARL camp number 21. Corry to ARL Camp 21.
ARL Camp 21. Mono here. Go ahead, Commander.
Mona, this is about those men that were sent to the K-Light mines. If they escaped, if they survived, could your camp take care of all 500?
For a time, until we could distribute them around to the other camps. At least they'd be no worse off at the mines.
And spread the word around. You're going to have company.
But, Commander, mines are guarded by robots.
I've got 2 robot control units now, plus a technical advisor, Roknar.
You've captured Roknar again?
Yes, he's here in the ship. If Happy and I deactivate those robot guards, can you lead those 500 men to safety?
If you can hold the robots off until the men reach the forest north of the mines, we'd have a chance.
Good. I'll pick you up at the camp, and then we'll head for the K-Light mines. Corry out.
An hour later, Buzz and Happy have picked up Mono, and now, with the anti-robot leader pointing the way, Buzz heads the Terra 5 toward the K-Light mines.
Mines are in that range of mountains just ahead, Commander.
We'll set the ship down far enough away to avoid alerting the robots. Then you and I'll approach the mines on foot.
Can I go with you, Commander?
You better stay with the ship, Happy. Keep Roknar locked up back aft. If Mono and I run into any problems, we'll contact you by miniature spacephone.
Yes, sir.
Happy, get Mono a blaster while I set the ship down.
Yes, sir.
Leaving Happy in the ship, Buzz and Mono strike out over the ridge for the mines. As Buzz and Mono descend the slope, a breeze charged with an acrid dust blows toward them from the mines.
There's one of the outer guard, Commander. A robot. It sees us.
Just keep walking toward it till we're in range to work the control unit.
Got to deactivate the robot before it deactivates us.
But how many robots are here at the mine?
I think about 25. At least half of them are down in the shaft with the miners.
The robot's suspicious. It's coming toward us.
I think we're in range now.
Okay, stop. I'll use the control unit. It's still coming. I'll give it another charge. My control unit isn't working. Use yours.
Yes, Commander. Mine doesn't work either. Commander, the robot's reaching for his immobilizer ray.
This blaster's likely to arouse the whole camp, but I've got to use it.
You got it.
Back up the hill quick, before the other robots come to investigate. Duck behind your stick at Mono. Let's see if we're being followed.
There are 2 robots heading this way.
Yes, but not moving very fast. Just curious, I guess.
I wonder why our control units didn't work.
I've got an idea about that. I'll contact Happy. Commander Corry to Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir.
We had to use a blaster on a robot guard, Hap. The Ruger must have changed the response frequencies on the robots. Our control units don't work.
What are we going to do? Pick off the robots one by one with blasters?
Well, we can't risk it. The robots might turn on the workers. Now, listen. Get Roknar and bring him here. Maybe he can give these robots direct orders.
Can we trust him?
We'll have to. Mono and I'll be waiting just over the top of the ridge.
All right, Roknar, you can come out now. The commander's got a job for you.
A job? What do you mean?
The commander will explain. Come on, we're going for a walk. Into the airlock, Roknar.
Where are you taking me?
We need an expert on robots, and you're elected. Go on, into the lock.
Of course, Cadet. Anything to oblige. Hey, you... This is the jet I've been waiting for. There. I'd finish you right now. If I were sure I'd escape from Corry. But this will hold you for a while.
What's taking Happy so long? I'll contact him again. Commander Corry to Cadet Happy. Happy, can you read me?
Happy here, sir.
Hap, where are you?
In the ship. Commander, I pulled a boner. Roknar got away. He pulled a sneak punch and knocked me cold. I just came to. I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Now, Hap, listen. Stay on guard in the ship. Mono and I are going to try to get into the mines and lead the workers out. For some reason, most of the robots are leaving the area.
Maybe Roknar got a warning through. No, he hasn't had time to get there. And he doesn't have a control unit. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I just picked up something in the viewscope screen. A spaceship.
Spaceship?
Yes, sir. It's one of those robot cargo jobs. And it's headed this way.
Mono, could it be coming to the mines?
That's unheard of. Spaceships are used only to take cargoes to the other planet, Warmark. They never land anywhere on Gabonik except the city spaceport.
Well, this one is sure barreling in, sir. If it keeps its present trajectory, it'll land right in the mining area. Maybe some big-shot administrators are aboard.
Human beings never ride in spaceships. Not here on Gabonik, I mean.
Robots are leaving just as that ship is coming in. Hap, how far away is that ship?
At its present velocity, it should land in about 5 minutes.
Man, Looks like it's set to crash. It'll probably explode and destroy every living person in this area.
Smoking rockets.
Stand by to blast off, Hap. Mona and I are returning to the ship.
Racing over the rough ground, Buzz and Mona reach the Terra 5. The incoming robot ship is now plainly visible to the naked eye as the commander rushes to the controls.
Stand by for blast off. Close ports. Fire jet.
Fire jet.
Up ship and away.
You're right, Commander. That robot ship isn't leveling off. It's headed straight for the mining area.
How are you going to stop it? Those people will be killed.
There's just one chance. Destroy it before it gets any closer. Hap, stand by to fire both atom cannons.
Standing by, sir.
When you're on target, fire.
Ship will hit in 15 seconds, sir, unless we blast it first. I'm on target.
Fire.
I hope that shot's good.
You got it.
Robot ship going low to atom.
Concussion must have been terrific back in the mines. Let's hope it didn't do any damage. We'll circle back and inspect.
Frightening thing. That ship had struck the ground. All those people.
Then Daruga or some other top administrator must have given the robots a signal to leave the mines. He wanted his valuable robots out of danger.
The administrators say that the master robots are beyond human control.
Yes, that's true.
But Daruga pulled that ship out of a course that's followed for centuries. It must have changed the master control.
Yes. To destroy 500 helpless innocent people. If it hadn't been for you, Commander.
Mono, your enemies have given you proof that the robots can be changed. They can be redirected to help humanity, not to enslave it and destroy it.
Hey, look at those people down there, looking up and waving.
They're waiting for you, Mono. Waiting for you to lead them to freedom.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Commander Corry calling all space jockeys. Calling all space jockeys. Accelerate jets. Full speed ahead if you want to get in under the wire, because today is absolutely the last time we will ever be able to offer you a sensational rocket cockpit for your very own. A gang, don't miss out. The rocket cockpit is so much fun, all equipped with moving viewscope, operating speed controls, our secret star drive, master dials that give you the official Space Patrol code, and atomic cannons that really fire. Now, this rocket cockpit is a real model of the one I fly, so you know it's scientific and complete. Now, here's how you get yours. Send your name and address and 25 cents along with 2 wrappers from any Nestle's chocolate bars to Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. That's Nestle, Box 54, St. Louis, Missouri. And do it right now, because this offer will never be made again. And I want all of you to have the thrill of flying with your own rocket cockpit.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz is descending the face of a cliff on the planet Gobonic to rescue his friend Mono on a ledge below. In their spaceship on top of the cliff, Happy contacts the commander by spaceophone.
How you doing, Commander?
I've got to go down another 100 feet, Happy. If I can get to Mono before that robot does. Mono. Mono, answer me.
What happened, Commander?
Mono collapsed down there on the ledge. The lead robot got him with an immobilizer ray.
Smoking rockets. Can you reach him before the robot?
If I do, I'll be in range of the immobilizer.
I know. Use your blaster on the robot.
From this height, I might hit Mono, and there are 5 more robots closing in.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, A Planet in Peril. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovac, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for armed forces overseas to the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. Space Patrol Adventure, A Planet in Peril. Buzz and Happy on a mission of exploration to a solar system 50,000 light years from the sun discovered a planet whose population is in the grip of robots. The power of the robots is zealously maintained by a small group of men known as administrators who severely punish any attempt by human beings to resist the slavery imposed by the robots. After saving several hundred enslaved workers from destruction and liberating them from a labor camp, Buzz and Happy are now aboard the Terra 5, heading for another planet called Warmok.
I wonder if our pal Mono got all those men into the forest. Mono promised to contact us after the men are safe or if any serious trouble develops, so I suppose everything's all right so far. Well, what do you suppose happened to Roknar? Well, for his own sake, I hope he wasn't found by those 500 men. Yeah. I'd hate to think of what they might do to one of his administrators after what the administrators tried to do to them. And Daruga tried to crash that robot spaceship into the mining area. He made a serious mistake. He was awfully close to being successful, Commander. If you hadn't blasted the ship to pieces with that atomic cannon, those men would have been wiped out. Well, that's not what I mean, Happy. For generations, the administrators have preached the lie that the major robot controls in Gabonic can't be altered. That when Daruga changed the course of that robot ship from its regular vector to Warmok, he proved that human beings can control the robot. Well, that fact isn't going to do the people much good, though. To make the administrators change the master robots, the people would have to overthrow their soldier or guard robots, and that's impossible. Well, it looks that way from Gabonic, but in Warmok it might look entirely different. How do you mean, sir? From our past visits to Warmok, it's obvious that the Vanish race that once ruled there also ruled Gabonic. Yeah, and designed the robots. Right. Somewhere in the ruins of that city in Warmok, there may be the answer to the big question, how can the robots be stopped without bloodshed and violence? If the answer's there, Hap, we're going to find it. Daruga, Chief Administrator of Robots, sits in his office in one of the top levels of the administration building in Gobonic City. Standing before him is Roknar, a minor administrator whom Buzz had previously captured from this very building by use of a robot gravity belt. Scowling, Daruga looks up at Roknar. Well, Roknar? Well, I thought I should report to you on how I escaped from those two visitors from outer space. Oh, Corry and the Cadet. Yes. I overpowered the Cadet and escaped from their spaceship near the mining area. Then, when the robot guards got aboard the railroad cars, I did the same. Then I rode back to the city. Oh, then you saw the explosion. Yes, Daruga. The spaceship was disintegrated. Now, never mind the ship. What about the mine? Were there any survivors? Survivors? Why, the ship exploded in the air some distance from the mine. I believe Corry's ship destroyed it. What? You mean the mine wasn't blown up? No, Daruga. The last I saw, the workers were pouring out of the mine shafts and heading for the forest to the north. This is a catastrophe. We've got to round up every last one of those escaped slaves and do it quickly. It's going to be quite a job. Don't you realize that there are now 500 witnesses to the fact that a robot ship can be controlled? If that news filters back into the cities, our power over the minds of the people will be finished. Yes, that's right. They refuse to load those ships with cargoes for Warmok. They'll want the goods for themselves. Not only that, but they'll demand that all robots be changed. They'll want a new setup. And you can bet your life, Roknar, that we administrators won't have a place in it. We've got to act. Round up those 500 men. Yeah, but how? They're scattered all through the forest by now. We'll load several spaceships full of robot guards and let them out around the edge of the forest. They'll fan out through the trees and round up those slaves. Hey, that's an excellent idea. But won't the workers at the spaceport be suspicious? Why should they? The robots can load themselves aboard in the guarded area. The ships will blast off as usual. When they're out of sight, we'll change their vectors and bring them back to the forest area. Splendid. We can watch the roundup from here. The leader of each robot squad will flash a viewscope picture back to the headquarters. If we can capture one particular man, Daruga, half of our battle will be over. Oh, who is that? Mono. He's the leader of the aberrationists. He organized the whole resistance movement, and he's had contact with Corry. Yes, excellent. We'll take Mono alive. And perhaps he can be forced to tell us how we can eliminate Corry. The Terra 5 is now at the spaceport of the deserted city on the planet Warmok. A spaceport piled high with supplies that represent half the wealth produced by the people of Gobonic over the centuries. Mountains of food, clothing, and luxuries dumped here by robot spaceships in an endless procession of waste. Buzz and Happy are carefully exploring the ruined city, picking their way through the rubble-littered streets.
means whoever wrecked this city sure did a thorough job of it.
Yes, but somewhere in one of these ruined buildings, there must be the secret of the robots that rule Gobonic.
Yeah, but even if we find a complete handbook of instructions, how can we read it? It'll be in a language we've never heard of.
Mono might know it. If we find something that looks promising, we could bring him here to... Yes. Get your blaster ready.
A robot guard.
Yes. He isn't moving. Chances are he hasn't moved for 100 years, but that doesn't mean he can't move now.
It looks kind of rusty, sir.
Come on. But if the robot as much as twitches, blast it.
It must be out of order, sir. If it could detect us, it would have acted by now.
The only robot we've seen so far. This building must have been important.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a guard here.
Although our story isn't damaged very much, at least on the outside. I'd like to walk past that robot and see what he's supposed to be guarding.
Shall we try it?
Okay. Easy now.
The robot's just like a statue. I'll bet it hasn't had a single volt flowing through its circuit since the city was destroyed.
Oh, watch your step, Hap. Don't bump the robot. I tripped. It's falling over.
Wow. It dropped like a bucket of bolts.
Let's see if we can get that door open.
It looks like a big heavy one. If it's locked, we'll have to use our blaster. Hey, it's swinging open.
Hold fast. We'll see what's on the other side.
Nothing there. It's an empty corridor.
The door must have opened automatically when we stepped close to it.
Yeah, then some robot devices are still working.
Let's go in, Hap. This looks promising.
Hap, listen. Sounds like electrical equipment.
It's in this room, here to the right. Come on, have your gun ready for action.
Yes, sir. Wow. A control center. And it's still in operation.
Incredible. Computers, monitoring devices, control panels, viewscope screens. This must be one of their robot control rooms.
Yeah, but what is it to control? Warmark is too deserted. And yet these instruments must be receiving some kind of impulses from somewhere.
Hap, look at that center viewscope screen. There's a small image of a planet.
Gobonic. I can tell by its marking.
Right. Those little tips of light. Those indicate the robot spaceships blasting off at intervals from Gobonic City.
Yeah. But what are those relays clicking for?
Spacephone receivers are probably picking up signals transmitted from Gobonic. Information on cargoes and production. The data feeds into computers.
Commander, maybe this is the master control of all the robots on Gobonic.
If we knew the right controls, we could collect all the robot spaceships here in Warmark and not let them return to Gobonic for more supplies.
Yeah, but the Gobonic factories would still keep turning it out.
Exactly. Supplies to pile up at the Gobonic spaceport, but prove to the people that a lot of their work was useless and wasteful.
And that they were being cheated by the administrators.
Right. The administrators would be forced to change the production controls. Then the people would have more food and better clothing. They wouldn't be working 12 hours a day just to pile up supplies on this deserted planet.
If we only knew how to read these symbols.
Mono might know.
But Sir Mono didn't know that Warmark existed until we told him about it. And these are Warmark symbols.
It's true, Hap, but remember, the whole civilization and society on Gobonic is based on this Warmark robot system. Mono may understand enough of these symbols to do the trick.
It's sure worth a try.
Get back to the ship and blast off for Gobonic.
As soon as the Terra 5 is on a vector for Gobonic, Buzz contacts Mono, who has one of the miniature spacephones. Buzz and Happy have distributed to a few members of the anti-robot league.
We're glad to hear you're safe, Mono. How about those men you led away from the mine area?
We got them all into the forest, Commander. They're being divided into small groups and assigned to camps scattered through the forest.
Good. Mono, I've got a plan that might end the rule of the robots very quickly. Happy and I have found a robot control station on Warmark. We think we can stop the spaceship if we can read the symbols on the instrument panel.
That would be wonderful.
Would you be willing to come to Warmark with us and examine those controls?
I certainly will.
All right, we'll land and pick you up. Make it somewhere away from the camp area just in case robot patrols are around.
At the eastern edge of the forest, there's some cliffs rising up to a plateau. I can get there in about 2 hours.
High above the surface of Gobonic, Buzz and Happy scan the edge of the forest with the viewscope. At last, a figure emerges from the trees and runs toward the base of the cliff. Buzz puts the Terra 5 into a steep dive and cuts on his spacephone.
Commander Corry to Mono. Corry to Mono.
Mono, here, sir.
We see you, Mono. Stay where you are. We're landing.
The robot patrols are right behind me. They'll be coming out of the forest any minute.
Robot.
About 20 of them. My only chance is to start climbing the cliff. Land on the plateau.
They can climb, too. They can get you before you reach the top.
They can climb, but they're a lot heavier than I am. They may slip back.
All right, Mono, start climbing. Corry out.
Commander, what if the robots had gravity belts? They wouldn't need to climb. There was only some way we could rescue Mono from the side of the cliff.
Gravity belt, that's it. Still got the belt I borrowed from a robot the last time we were in Gabonic City.
Yeah, but how can we get it to Mono? He's starting up the cliff now. And here come the robots.
Hap, land on the patrol. I'll put on the belt and go down after Mono.
Yes, sir.
I'm stepping out. All right, Hap, cut on the spaceophone.
Okay, sir.
Mono, can you hear me?
Yes, Commander.
Work farther along the ledge until you're right under me. These gravity belts just work straight up and down.
There's a robot climbing up toward me, Commander. Hurry. How you doing, Commander?
I've got to drop another 100 feet, Happy. I hope I can get to Mono before that robot does. Mono! Mono, answer me.
What happened, Commander?
Mono collapsed down there on the ledge. The lead robot got him with the immobilizer ray.
I know. Use your blaster on the robot.
From this height, I might hit Mono, and there are 5 more robots closing in.
Leaving Happy in the Terra 5 at the top of the plateau, Buzz is descending the cliff with the aid of a gravity belt to rescue Mono. A robot patrol climbing the cliff after Mono has rendered him unconscious with an immobilizer ray.
I've got Mono over my shoulder now, Hap.
Great. Now rise up to the top of the cliff.
I better carry him along the ledge so I'm right under the ship. Get in the airlock, Hap. So you pull us aboard.
Yes, sir.
A few more yards. Uh-oh. One of the robots has reached the ledge a few yards behind me.
Can you use your blaster now?
Well, it might start a landslide and bury us. If I can only keep out of range of his ray until I'm under the ship.
Hurry, Commander.
The ledge is pretty narrow here. Uh-oh. The robot's reaching for his ray gun. I've got to risk a shot. I got the robot. Throw out a hunk of the cliff. I'm coming up, Hap, before this whole ledge gives way.
You're on course, Commander. Rising right straight up to the airlock.
Okay, Hap, pull us in. Right, sir. You take care of Mono, Hap. I'm going up forward and blast off.
Yes, and from all that racket down there, the top of the cliff may go away any second. But you sure fix those robots.
In the administration building in Gobonic City, Daruga and Roknar sit before a viewscope screen in a robot-controlled chamber. The screen is completely black.
Keep checking those controls. Some of the robots must be functioning.
It's no use, Daruga. None of them are transmitting any visual images.
Look at the indicators. There were 20 robots in that group. 19 lights are still green.
Yeah. We saw Corry fire his ray gun at the lead robot.
That only destroyed one. Why can't we pick up images from the others?
Wait a minute. When I switched to one of the other robots, I got a flash of a cloud of dust. And then the screen went blank.
Yes, I was here, remember?
The Corry fire must have caused the landslide. Our robots are under tons of dirt and rock.
One valuable robot blown to bits and 19 buried.
Maybe the landslide got Corry, too.
With a gravity belt, he might have made it to the top of the plateau. Roknar, I'm through with halfway measures. I'm going to destroy those anti-robot camps if I have to burn that forest to cinders.
How can you do it?
We'll load several robot spaceships with explosives. Price them into the forest. From the patrols already in the field, we've got a pretty good idea where the camps are located.
Yeah? But how can we be sure none of the warriors escape?
We'll get in a ship and observe from the air. The administrators here can keep our ship circling over the forest. And we'll tell them where to crash the other ships.
Can we trust them not to crash our ship?
The robot ships can't crash accidentally, Roknar. In all the years they've been blasting off for Warmock, has a single ship failed to return safely?
No, not that I know of.
What are you worried about? Come on. In a few hours, Roknar, we'll wipe out all these anti-robot fools in their forest hideouts.
Buzz and Happy have landed the Terra 5 at the Warmock spaceport. And now with Mono have returned to the control center in that ruined city. Led past the complex instrument panels by the commander, Mono carefully examines the strange symbols.
Mono, that big screen up there shows your home planet, Gobanic. Those tiny lights are spaceships blasting off for Warmark with cargoes.
I see. Yes, Commander, that's right. The symbols under the screen say cargo ship vector indicators for Gobanic.
Hey, that's great. You can read them.
I probably won't be able to read all of them. You see, my knowledge of the robot code is rather patchy. I've had to pick it up secretly over a period of years.
Can you tell us what levers control the blasting off of the ship? I figure they should be on one of the panels under the viewscope screen.
That sounds logical. Now, let me see. Master switch. Warmark to Gobanic ship control.
That's it.
It has 3 positions. In its present position, the control center back on Gobanic has full control. Middle position is neutral, and the third position cuts out the Gobanic control center and puts full control here in this center.
Good. And those small dials and switches under the master switch, they must be for remote control piloting of individual ships.
Yeah, possibly. Let me see. Yes, that's right, Commander. But there's so many symbols and figures here, it'll take some time to find out just what functions the dials control.
Excuse me, Commander, but something funny is happening on the viewscope screen. There are 5 or 6 lights fanning out from Gobanic. You didn't touch anything, did you, Mono?
Oh, no.
Ordinarily, these cargo ships blast off one at a time at regular intervals. Now there are 5. No, 6 in flight simultaneously. They're not on the regular vector to warm off either. You're right, Hap. Paths on the screen are in curves, ever-increasing curves. Well, where would those ships be going? It's my guess that they're returning to Gobanic, just like the one that Dardeda tried to crash into the mine area. What are they trying to blow up now? There's only one answer, Hap. The anti-robot camps in the forest.
There are hundreds of people there.
We've got to stop them before they can get on a crash vector. Well, see, Mono, can you figure out the rest of those symbols? There isn't time for that. We just cut off the Gobanic control with a master switch. Now it's in neutral position. Watch the viewscope screen. Hey, the ships aren't in a curving vector anymore. They're moving in a straight line. Yes. On a tangent to the curve at the moment we pull the control lever.
Does that mean they won't hit Gobanic?
The power's off. They're in free fall. They'll circle Gobanic for some time until your planet's gravity eventually pulls them down. Probably in an unpopulated section. And if their rockets are on, they'll never be seen again, right, Commander? Yes, Hap. With that switch in that position, Dardeda won't be able to launch any more ships, will he? Not unless he finds a way to short out the robot controls and operate each ship manually. Commander, what's that light flashing on the panel? Check the symbols, will you, Mono? Yes, sir.
Administrator Dardeda to Gobanic robot ship control. Administrator Dardeda to robot control.
Hey, we picked up Mr. Big Shot himself.
That light indicates the space phone control to spaceship.
Gobanic control, why don't you answer? Our ship is off vector. We're heading out into space.
Smoking rockets. Dardeda is aboard one of those ships.
Dardeda, can you do something? Shut up, Rognar. Let me think.
And Rognar's with him. I'm pulling the master switch to cut in the warm-up controls. Watch the screen, Hap. Mona, you watch the lower panel.
6 lights lit up on the panel, Commander.
There's no change in the viewscope screen.
This is urgent. We're receding from Gobanic. Correct our vector at once. Return us to the planet.
He sounds a little hysterical. Mono, press that spacephone control switch.
Yes, Commander.
Warmark robot control station calling Dardeda aboard robot ship. If you're receiving this message, acknowledge. Warmark control station to Dardeda.
Dardeda here. Did you say Warmark control?
That's right.
That's Commander Corry. Corry, what have you done to this ship?
I'm not quite sure myself. Are your rockets firing?
Yes, they're firing. Now get us back to Gobanic.
Now, just take it easy, Dardeda. I'm not sure I can work this control system. You and Rognar may be on a one-way trip out into the galaxy.
No, Corry. You got to bring us back.
Are there any human beings in those other 5 ships?
No, Corry, just in this ship.
What's in the others? Are you going to crash them into those forest settlements? Answer me.
Please, Corry, never mind about that now. Get us out of this.
I'm going to try, but not just for your sake. Happy? Yes, sir. Go to the panel and turn those small dials one at a time. Just twist them back and forth a few degrees each way. Yes, sir. Like this? Yes. Dardeda, has your ship changed course?
No.
Try the next one, Hap. Dardeda, any change?
No.
Number 3, Hap.
What is this all about? No, stop it, Corry. If you're causing that, stop it. Our ship is whipping around like it has gone crazy.
Okay, Hap, hold it. That's the dial that controls Daruga's ship. Now, Dardeda, you and Rognar relax. We're going to bring you into the Warmark spaceport.
To Warmark? What for?
I'll tell you when you get here. And when you step out of that ship, don't try anything cute. Remember, you'll be a long way from home. Corry out. All right, Hap. We can bring Daruga's ship around in a regular vector from Gobanic and land them. Mono, you stay here in the control section while Happy and I meet our visitors at the port.
Yes, Commander. But I don't understand this control.
The 3 of us will go over it together. By the time Dardeda and Rognar arrive, you'll have it down pat.
2 hours later, Buzz and Happy wait among the heaps of supplies at the spaceport, watching the sky. Finally, a silver streak appears in the east, and a spaceship roars in for a landing.
Here they come, Commander. Be on the alert, Hap. When their feet touch solid ground, they may get their nerve back and try something clever. Hey, you guessed the landing point pretty close, Commander. Come on, Hap. Let's welcome the dignitaries from Gabonik. The hatch is opening, sir. Come on down, both of you.
All right, Corry. After you, Daruga.
Now hold it right there. Search them, sir. Yes. And look around, Daruga. These mountains of supplies represent years of wasted toil by the people of your planet. You've kept them in slavery just so you and Ruknar and a few others like you could live in luxury. They're clean, Commander. No weapons. Good. Come along, both of you. Where are you taking us? We're going to have a little economic conference. You're going to sit down with Mono, one of your own citizens, and work out a plan so the people can govern their own planet instead of being slaves to robots and tyrants. Get moving.
Just a minute. The cadet searched me. He overlooked a weapon. The slightest suspicious motion from either of you, and you'll be lying helpless at my feet.
He's bluffing, Commander. I searched him thoroughly.
You overlooked this ring. Harmless looking, isn't it? But at this close range, it can discharge a ray that could be fatal.
Better not make him demonstrate it, Corry. Oh, what do you think, Commander? Well, this just seems to be one of those rare occasions when Ruknar is telling the truth. But remember, Ruknar, take it easy. If anything happens to us, you're stranded here.
Yes, I know. Daruga, take their weapons.
Easy now, gentlemen. Thank you.
Commander, is everything all right out there?
Who's that? Mono's voice coming from a miniature spacephone on my belt.
Take us to him. Then we'll all get aboard your ship, Commander, and you can return Daruga and me to Gobanek.
First, we'll make sure that you've restored the robot controls to their proper command. Our center on Gobanek.
Yes, Corry. Now, take us to Mono.
Come on, Hap. See, Commander, I'm sorry about that ring. I had no idea. It isn't important, Happy, not anymore.
It's a wise attitude, Corry. After all, my triumph was certain.
What do you mean, certain? Nobody wins this time, Ruknar. None of us will ever see Gobanek again.
What do you mean?
Do you hear those ships coming in?
What about them?
They're the same ones you were going to crash into the forest. Now they're going to crash here, right on this spaceport.
No, you've got to do something.
Why should I? You're going to finish us anyway after we take you back to Gobanek.
Why did you bring those ships here?
We couldn't help it. When we changed your vector, theirs must have been changed, too. They just came in automatically. One of them may land safely, like you did, but the others will crash.
Stop them, Corry. We'll let you go, I promise.
Hand over our weapons. Come on, you haven't much time.
Give him the weapons, Daruga, quickly.
And the ring, too. Hurry.
Here you are. Now, stop those ships.
Moro, can you hear me?
Yes, Commander.
Turn those dials the way I showed you immediately.
Yes, sir.
They're coming right at us. It's too late.
You and Daruga can get up now. Yes, you'll be late for your conference.
Conference?
Mono's going to help you work out a plan to make Gobanek a happy planet for everybody, not just for your administrators.
Mono to Commander Corry. Is everything all right?
Yes, Mono. The rule of the robots is over. From now on, the kind of world you make is up to you and the free citizens of Gobanek.
Join us again next week for this thrilling adventure with the Space Patrol. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have been locked in a laboratory on the planet Venus. Outside the heavy door, the criminal mastermind Ralph Boger has shouted a weird threat.
Commander, is Boger kidding us? Can he really throw a bottle of acid through that solid door?
I don't know, but if he does, try to catch it. Keep it on the vibration field.
There's the bottle that came right through the door. Smoking rockets, the lab is on fire.
Hit that door, Hap.
The fire's spreading, sir. You!
If that door doesn't give pretty soon, we're finished.
We'll be back in a moment with the thrilling story, The Invisible Enemy. The United States has seen many changes in the past dozen years, all pointing to a still better way of living. Millions more Americans are working, earning more, saving more. More young people are going to high school and college. More of us are enjoying the luxuries of life, sports, radio, television, the theater, concerts. Church attendance and membership has climbed steadily upward, and, in addition to these material and spiritual changes, have come the miracles of jet propulsion, supersonic flight, antibiotics. The better you know America, the better the future looks. Write for the free booklet, The Future of America, Box 1776, Grand Central Station, New York, 17. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Invisible Enemy. Somewhere in the solar system there lurks a dangerous enemy. His name is Ralph Boger, and he holds control of an invention so revolutionary that the entire resources, enterprise, and courage of the Space Patrol are almost powerless to combat it. Commander Corry, in his first encounter with Boger and his criminal activities, succeeded in capturing Clayton Slake, Boger's accomplice and chief muscle man. As Buzz and Happy bring Slake aboard the Terra 5 at the Terra spaceport, the criminal smirks over his shoulder at the commander.
Get in that compartment, Slake.
Why the rush to take me to the Venus Rehabilitation Center? Are you afraid Boger might rescue me? Is that it?
Yes. You know that Boger has an electronic device that enables him to walk through solid matter, through walls of buildings.
Sure. Boger can go anywhere he wants. He can help himself to anything he chooses. Money, government secrets, or, the Space Patrol.
We're going to be sure you won't get used, Slake. Come on, Happy.
Yes, sir. So long, boys.
All right, Hap, up forward.
Slake sure doesn't seem worried.
No, that may be just a knack. Or he may be too ignorant to realize the limits of Boger's device.
Just what are the limits? If he can walk through solid matter as though it wasn't there, well, he can do just about anything.
Boger's motive is greed, I think. Sooner or later, he'll attempt something a machine can do, but Boger himself can't survive.
He'll destroy himself.
Exactly. He might take innocent people along with him. Blast off, Hap.
Well, we're cleared with space control, sir. We've got the green light for space lock number 3.
Okay. Close ports.
Close ports.
Fire jets.
Fire jets.
Up, chipping away.
As the commander's ship blasts off from Terra and eases into its flight orbit for Venus, two men in another spaceship intently watch their periscope screen.
That's Corry's ship, Boger. I guess I better get into my spacesuit.
There is no hurry, Grog. I got to compute his exact vector and then set our own course to intersect it.
And we close in, midway between Terra and Venus, right?
Yes. Here. Put these on just before you get into your suit.
What are they? Some kind of goggles?
They are electronic spectacles.
For what?
When we move in close to Corry's ship, all the matter in this ship will be vibrating at a very high frequency.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes us invisible.
Exactly. And ordinary matter will be invisible to us because it's on a lower spectrum, a lower plane.
These electronic spectacles fix it so I can see to rescue Slake from Corry's ship, ain't it?
That's right.
How come Slake and I never used these goggles before?
You have never been invisible before. You have walked through walls, but the field was at a low rate of vibration. You could be seen, and you could see.
Are you sure nothing will go wrong?
I'll stay invisible?
Follow instructions. We'll go over it once more, just to make sure. Now, let's assume that this ship is now invisible, and I pulled alongside Corry's ship.
Yeah, the signal from you, I step through the hull of this ship into the Terra 5.
But first, turning your field control on your belt.
Yeah, naturally. Inside the Terra 5, I search for Slake. I give him the extra spacesuit I brought along, then we go after Corry.
You got it. When you have finished, Corry, spaceophone me, then come back aboard. All right, Gruff, put your electronic spectacles in place. I'm going to make this entire ship invisible.
All set.
There. The ultra-vibration field is on. Our ship is invisible, even to Corry's view.
There's no way out of this compartment, that's sure. Hey, what's that? Something funny's going on. Where did you come from?
The hull of the ship.
Benson Grok.
Yeah, it's me. But calm down. Here, I brought your spacesuit. Put it on.
Sure, but how did you get in the ship?
From Voyage's cruiser. Right outside, waiting.
How'd you pull alongside without Corry finding out?
Voyage's ship's invisible. Just like you'll be when you turn up the field and your spacesuit fell.
Invisible?
Yeah. Voyager's using extra high frequencies this time. Guess he's got a lot of tricks you and I don't know about. Here, let me help you with your suit.
Thanks. Well, sure glad to get out of here.
We got a job to do first. We've got to finish Corry.
Well, I don't know about
Voyager's orders. How many are aboard?
Just Corry and the Cadet.
Two of us can handle them. We'll take it by surprise.
Yeah? I tried that once. That's why I'm here.
This time there are two of us, and we'll be invisible.
We can't attack Corry while we're invisible. We'll pass right through him like you would through a wall or the hull of the ship.
Now, that's right. While we're invisible, we're as harmless as moonbeams. So we can sneak up on him. Then we cut off the field control. That makes us solid.
Then we take care of him.
That's thorough. Come on, finish with that spacesuit. Oh, wait, I forgot your electronic goggles. Which? These things. You'll need them to see with when you're invisible. I'll show you how they work.
Well, Hap, we're past the halfway point to Venus, and no trouble yet.
Are you expecting any?
Well, I've been on the alert for spaceships. I thought Voyager might make an attempt to rescue Slake.
Yeah, I think it's too big a risk for Voyager to take. Anyhow, we can pick up another gorilla like Slake without any trouble. Hey, Commander, I've been thinking.
Yes, Hap.
Oh, well, it'll be about 2 hours before we reach Venus, and by the time we hand over Slake to the rehabilitation camp, well, that'll be another half an hour.
Oh, you're hungry, is that it?
Me? Oh, no, not especially, but I thought I'd go back to the galley and get you something.
Ah, good idea, Hap. Get 3 servings of 4J.
3 servings?
Yes, we've got a passenger aboard, you know.
Oh, yes, Slake. I forgot about him. Well, how about the 5H pills?
No. And the crew eats, the prisoner eats, and the same kind of chow we do.
Sure, Commander. I'll see that Slake is taken care of.
Watch him when you take the food into the compartment.
Oh, I will, sir.
In the small galley amidships, Happy scans a row of buttons, then presses one marked 4J 3 times in succession. Within a few seconds, the concealed robot mechanism is releasing the electronically cooked foods on a tray. Happy is so fascinated in watching the process that he does not notice an even more remarkable occurrence in the galley. 2 figures in spacesuits suddenly materialize behind him. Each holds a ray gun.
Get your hands up, Cadet. Turn around.
What?
Not a yip out of you either, Buster.
Slake, how did you get out of the compartment? And you, how did you get aboard?
We'll go into that later. Where's the commander?
Well, I'll tell you. He was in a hurry to get where we're going, and it was so nice out. Well, he decided to get out and walk.
Listen, Shorty, get cute with me. I'll finish you right now. Now, let's have it. Where's Corry?
He could be almost any place in the ship. Try the bowling alley on the lower deck.
Giving you one more chance, Space
Got it, Grok. Can't you see it's stalling? Corey's probably at the controls waiting for his lunch. If the Cadet isn't up there pretty quick, Corey will come back here to investigate.
Let's slug the comical Cadet and go after Corry.
Wait a minute. Look at that food. A service for 3. Who's the extra lunch for?
It was for you, Slake. And I punched the button with my own little hand. Now, aren't you ashamed?
Now, listen, Cadet. No more fooling. Take 2 trays and go up forward to the controls. Quiet, please. I get this, Cadet.
Don't try to warn the commander. He'll be invisible and right behind you.
Invisible?
Get up. Pick up those trays and get them.
Well, there you are. I was beginning to get a little worried. Here, I'll take one of those trays.
Oh, yes, sir.
That hot cocoa smells good. Have you fed Slake yet?
No, not yet, sir. I think I'll give him his tray right now.
Happy! What got into you? Why did you throw that tray of food?
I thought they were right behind me.
You thought what? Happy, what's the matter?
They're gone. I aimed it right where their head should be, but they're gone.
Who's gone?
Slate and that other fellow. They were in their spacesuits, and suddenly they vanished. I was standing there in the galley, watching the food come out of the robo-server, and suddenly I seemed to hear a voice say...
Put up your hands.
And there's... Commander, look, it's Slate.
That's right. My pal Grok has you covered, too.
You heave the tray right through it.
And you were here all the time.
Right behind the cadet. But we're not hallucinations, Corry. We're real.
And we're going to prove it to you. The hard way.
We'll be back to Space Patrol in a moment. A big part of Christmas, especially a big part of our Christmas cards and packages, are Christmas seals. The seals that fight tuberculosis. TB strikes one American every 5 minutes. But progress in the fight against TB since the first Christmas seal was sold has met a saving of more than 7 million lives. The Christmas seals we use on our cards and packages help bring the greatest gift of all, the gift of good health, not only to our friends but to everyone. This year, use the new double Christmas seals. One red, one green, the colors of Christmas. Answer your Christmas seal letter. If you haven't received yours yet, mail your contribution to your Tuberculosis Association. They'll see that you get your Christmas seal. Remember, your contribution is the important one. Thank you. Now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Invisible Enemy. Buzz and Happy aboard the Terra 5 are transporting the criminal Clayton Slake to Venus. Undetected by the Space Patrollers, Rolf Boger maneuvered his own spaceship alongside the Terra 5, making it completely invisible by means of a special electronic field. The field also made it possible for Boger's accomplice, Benton Grok, to step through the solid hulls of the ships and liberate Slake. Grok and Slake suddenly materialized in the control cabin, taking Buzz and Happy completely by surprise. The two criminals, weapons in hand, are advancing on the Space Patrol.
Just stand where you are, Corry. Slake and I figure out the easiest way to handle it.
Who are you? And how did you get aboard?
Not that the information is going to do you any good, but I'm Benton Grok. I got aboard from the ship that's alongside yours.
So Boger can make an entire spaceship invisible, even to viewscope rays, huh?
That's right.
It's going to be a big mystery what happened to you, Corry. The Space Patrol will probably find your ship circling in space. And I wonder how I escaped and how...
Wait a minute, Slake. Better check with Boger.
Yeah, maybe we better.
Grok to Boger. Come in.
Voyage here. Did you get Corry?
Yeah, we're holding our ray guns on Corry and the Cadet now. How do you want to finish him?
Well, put them to sleep with their ray gun. Then smash their spacephone transmitter. And before you leave the Terra 5, open the outer airlock. And the air escape? Well, that will take care of them.
Okay, Boger. Hey, Corry, move away from those controls. I want you hitting them when you fall. Come on, move.
All right, Grok. I guess you win this one.
What's the matter, Corry? A little weak in the knees, huh?
My foot slipped, that's all. I probably stepped on some of that food Happy tossed around.
He's scared, Grok. The great Corry is scared.
All right, have it your way.
Hey, what's that? What's happening to the ship?
Grok! Slate! What is wrong over there? I can't see the Terra 5!
Grok, I'm blacking out.
I don't know what's happening, Corry, but I gotta get...
Grab Slake, Happy. Grok's folded.
Yes, sir. Slake's blacked out too, Commander. Ease him under the deck. I guess you must have hit the star drive control with your elbow when you slipped.
Yes, that's all I must have.
What a lucky accident. Hey, you did it on purpose. Hey, imagine knowing those controls so well you can work them with your back turned and make it look like an accident.
Now that we're in hyperspace, Boger can't find us.
Yeah, we've got 2 of his men.
Get those spacesuits off of them before they revive. I don't want to have to search this ship for invisible men.
Yes, sir. I've got our hyperspace vector figured out, sir. We'll be cutting back into regular space in a few minutes.
Good. I think Croc's coming around now. Croc, snap out of it. Croc, can you hear me?
What happened?
You're in hyperspace. You're as invisible to your pal Bolger as you were to us.
Hyperspace? Star Drive. We got away from Bossier by kicking into Star Drive. Where's Slake?
He's locked up back out.
Yeah. Instead of losing a cook, now we've got two.
And we're going to have three, Doc. They're going to help us. Where's Bolger's hideout?
I don't know.
Don't give me that. If you've got the idea that Bolger can rescue you, just forget it. Where's his hideout?
Probably got several.
I found this map in your pocket. A chart of a section of Venus. Now, what does this mark here indicate?
I don't know.
You're carrying around a map of a desolate section of Venus and you don't know what it is?
Well, maybe I'm going prospecting someday.
Well, I'm going to jump your claim.
What do you mean?
If this map had nothing to do with Bolger, you wouldn't be so evasive. Cap, we're coming out of Star Drive. When you pull out, set a vector for Venus.
At an altitude of several miles, Buzz scans the surface of the planet Venus, as projected on the viewscope screen, while Happy keeps an eye on Bent and Grok.
There's a structure down there between two rows of hills, but no sign of any activity.
How's it check with the mark on Grok's chart?
That pinpoints it exactly. Grok, if you change your mind about talking, what is that building down there?
You're smart, Corry. You figure it out.
I have. Bolger knows that even if you don't willingly tell me what you know about him, I can get it with a brainograph. His first thought will be to rush to the most important hideout that you do know about.
Yeah? Why? To wait for you to arrest him?
No. No, to destroy evidence and to pick up valuable equipment or money that he has hidden. That's it, isn't it?
No. No, you're way off, Corry. Way off.
We'll see. Happy lock Rock up in another compartment. I'll land the ship and we'll search that building.
With Rock and Slake securely locked up in the ship, Buzz and Happy landed Terra 5 a few hundred yards from the low, sprawling building in the Venus Hills. Now they stand before the heavy front door.
Probably not. It'll be a job to break it in.
Bolger must feel that isolation is all the protection he needs out here.
It is Bolger's place.
Sure seems deserted, all right.
Someone's in the next room. Listen. Have your radio ready. I'm moving in fast. Yes, sir.
It's empty. A bunch of filing cabinets.
So we heard it there. Trouble was here. Through that other door. Come on.
No one's in here either. Hey, look. It's some sort of a lab.
There's no other door. Whoever came into this room is still here.
Sure, there's no place to hide.
Or do you need a place to hide?
Huh? Oh, the ultra-vibration tool. Hey, he can be invisible.
Tap the door.
We're too late. We're locked in.
That's right. You walked into a trap, Corry.
It's Bolger, all right. He's on the other side of the door.
And escape from you as if I were a million views away.
Let's hit that door, Hap. Yes, sir.
Listen to me, Corry. You are wasting your time. You can't break out of that lab.
This door has to be some time.
Yes, but you won't live that long.
What do you mean?
I have a bottle of acid in my hand. When I turn on the vibration field, I can hurl the bottle right through the wall into that room.
Oh, tricks, huh?
Yes, it's an amazing trick. Inside the room, the bottle will leave the vibration field and become powered again. It will crash and break.
And that's what?
Just wait and see, Corry. Wait and see.
He cut on the field.
Was Voyager kidding us? Can he really throw a bottle through a solid?
I don't know, but if he does, try to catch it.
There's the bottle. It came right through the door. Right through the door! Smoking rockets. The lab's on fire.
Quick, Hap. I gotta break down that door.
You!
Hit the door, Hap.
The fire's spreading, sir.
If the door doesn't get pretty soon, we're finished.
Back aboard the Terra 5, Benton Grock sits on his bunk in the locked compartment, moodily contemplating his fate. At a strange sound, he raises his head, then leaps to his feet in amazement as a figure materializes just inside the bulkhead.
Voyager. Surprised, bro? Voyager, listen. Corry and the Cadet are searching your hideout.
Yes, I know. They came in while I was finishing up a few details.
You were here? Well, where's your ship? We didn't see it.
Of course not. I left the field on. It's invisible.
What about Corry?
I expect he and the Cadet are having a rather hot time right now. There's our friend, Slade.
2 compartments aft, I think.
That's fine. Stand close to me. I'm going to turn on the field up high enough to include both of us. All right, Grock. Through the bulkhead. We release Slade, and then we get to my ship.
In the burning laboratory, Buzz and Happy are exhausted from their efforts to break down the door. Nearly overcome by smoke from the flaming acid, they prepare for another effort.
I'm only good for one more smash at the door, sir. From the smell of that smoke, that's pyronectic acid. If we can find a chemical to neutralize it, I wouldn't know it if I saw it. I'll start looking through these cabinets. Oh, nothing here that's any good. No chemicals at all in this one. Just belts. Maybe we'd better take one last try at the door. Yeah. These belts, they're just like the ones Brock was wearing. Put one on. They can get us out of here.
Yeah, Voyager hasn't cut off that field transmitter.
We better work fast. Haven't got to give my belt a trial. I'll turn the control knob until I can put my hand through this cabinet.
Hey, you've got it, Commander.
Turn yours to number 4, Hap.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay, come on. Walk through the door.
We made it.
Cut the vibration control. Get to the front door. Be careful. Voyager still may be around.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Hap. Hold.
Looks clear, sir.
Look over there.
Step. Voyager, Slate, and Grock.
Keep back inside the door. I don't see it.
Doesn't look like they're coming here. But where are they headed?
Probably to Voyager's ship.
The ship? The ship must have landed a long way off.
It's got the invisibility shield on. We didn't see it when we landed.
Oh, sure.
It'd be tough to stop them if we look at the ship we can't see.
We don't want them to see us first. How about making ourselves invisible?
We don't have those special electronic spectacles. Putting this belt control up a few notches would make us invisible, all right, but we'd be blind.
How come?
Probably because our optic nerves and the retinas of our eyes would be transparent to light. Without the goggles to rectify the light frequencies, we wouldn't do anything by being invisible.
If we could get behind them and sneak up.
That's our only chance. We've got to pass behind that thick clump of trees. We can make it to the trees. We'll be fairly close.
Yeah, provided they don't change their direction.
Come on. Let's go.
How far is it to the ship, Voyager?
Oh, less than 100 yards. Just this side of the big green soak.
Imagine being that close to a spaceship and not being able to see it.
You're seeing the oak right through the hull, Grock.
One thing sure, Voyager. You really took care of Corry. Look at the smoke and flames shooting up over that clump of trees.
Yes. The laboratory is in an inferno by now. In a few minutes, the entire building will collapse in flames.
I gotta hand it to you, Voyager. Corry sure met his match this time.
There is nothing in our way anymore, gentlemen. Incidentally, I will have to board the ship first and cut off the field transmitter.
Why?
To materialize the ship. Otherwise, you couldn't see to get aboard. and you would pass right through the hall.
Oh, sure, I forgot about... Look behind us.
Corry, Cadet, I thought you said you'd finished.
Nice and happy.
Yes, sir. Voyager, do something.
Let go of me, Corry. Voyager, help us.
He's gone. Vanished.
Hey, I'm through.
All right, get up.
Wait up, let you off. If Voyager hadn't run out on us...
Maybe he didn't run out. Maybe he...
Shut up, Doc.
Commander, you hear what Brock said? Voyager might have run after weapons, and being invisible, he can pop up any place.
Yeah, you better let us go, Corry. Voyager will be back with a blaster any minute. It'll work just like that bottle of acid back in the lab.
Yeah. Only this time he won't miss.
He's probably aiming it at you right now, Corry. Point blank. What's that?
It's your pal, Voyager. He's deserting you.
Oh, an invisible spaceship blasting off. That's the strangest sight I've ever seen. I mean, it's the strangest sight I never saw.
We'll figure it out later, Hank. Let's get these men back to the ship. Then we'll work out a plan to trap Voyager.
Yes, sir. And the next time he shows up invisible, if he's invisible the next time I see him, if I see him, I'll grab him.
A preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. At this particular time in our history, millions of young men throughout the country are faced with military obligations. If you are a young man between 17 and 18 and a half, you can start fulfilling your military obligation right in your own hometown by joining the National Guard. You can go to school or hold down a job at the same time. You will go on active duty only if your outfit is needed in a national emergency. But the Guard offers many advantages and opportunities for its recruits. These include extra income, learning new skills, pilot training, retirement benefits, and sports and social activities. Get the facts about joining from your local National Guard Armory. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in the Jupiter City atmosphere plant, searching for a powerful bomb hidden by the criminal Voyager.
Commander, listen. Hear that?
Finding device. We're close to it. Here, this way.
There it is.
If I can figure out how to deactivate this thing.
10 seconds, Commander. It's getting ready to go off.
If this isn't the right control, Jupiter City will be blown off the planet.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The City of Hidden Doom. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Norm Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. Lee Zimmer speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at the same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in the Jupiter City atmosphere plant searching for a powerful bomb hidden by the criminal Voyager.
Commander, listen. Hear that?
The timing device. We're close to it. Here, this way.
There it is.
All right. I can figure out how to deactivate this thing.
10 seconds, Commander. It's getting ready to go off.
If this isn't the right control, Jupiter City will be blown off the planet.
We'll return in just a moment with the thrilling story, The City of Hidden Doom.
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corry. Let me ask you something. When Mom and Dad had the breakfast coffee this morning, did you have a good hot drink? You know, you need a real warm-up for all-day power. That's why you should always start the day the Space Patrol way with a big cup of Nestle's Instant Cocoa. It's just loaded with good hot nourishment for real energy. And Nestle's makes the greatest hot cocoa you've ever tasted. It's rich, it's smooth, it's delicious. It's really out of this universe. Now wait till you see what fun it is to fix. Nestle's Ever Ready is so easy it just about makes it simple. Now listen, here's all you do. Just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's in your cup and add hot water. That's all. Now you're all ready to drink it and get your supply of morning pep. Nestle's Ever Ready is the complete cocoa, too. You add nothing but water because whole milk and sugar are already in it. You ought to see the lineup around here when they sound the Nestle's call. Everybody goes for that delicious Nestle's chocolate flavor. That goes for me, too. Why don't you get the Nestle Space Patrol habit and ask Mom to stock your galley with Nestle's and drink it regularly, the way we do. And you'll have power to spare. That's Nestle's Ever Ready Cocoa in the bright red can.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The City of Hidden Doom. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, bound for the planet Jupiter, where the governors of the 5 outer planets are holding a conference. Whatever problems these great leaders have to discuss, Buzz knows they are no more important than the one that faces him as Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. The entire United Planets are at the mercy of a criminal who controls a device that makes matter invisible. Walls and locked doors are no barriers, and delicate warning systems are no restraint to Rolf Boger in his pursuit of crime. Thinking of this powerful enemy, Happy has been unusually silent on this flight to Jupiter.
Worried about Bojo, Happy?
You guessed it. And for all we know, he might be right on our tail right now in that invisible spaceship of his, and we'd never know it.
He might be up there.
He can go anywhere he wants to and steal whatever he wants. And nobody will know about it until they discover what's missing. Being invisible gives Boger every advantage.
No, not quite. When the crime's committed with no clues at all, we'll know that Boger did it.
A lot of good that does. But he can get away with it again and again.
There's another thing to remember. Boger can steal money while he's invisible, but he can't spend it that way.
Yeah. If we could only nab him when he's on a spending spree.
That'll depend on Boger's temperament. He's like most crooks, there'll come a time when he has to show off, make a big public splurge.
But that might not be for weeks or months. You know, Commander, I've been thinking, what's to keep Boger from coming to the governor's conference? Being invisible, he could be right in the room listening to secret information.
That's one reason we're going to be there, huh?
But if he's invisible, what can we do?
They've forgotten those belts and electronic spectacles we took from Boger's men.
Hey, that's right. If Boger turns on that high frequency signal to make himself invisible, we'll be invisible too. And we can see Boger and capture him.
Well, we couldn't fool Boger that easily. Besides, I wanted to think I've come to Jupiter City to guard the governors. To give us freedom of movement for a plan I put into operation.
A plan to trap Boger?
Yes. He's got big ideas. We need more equipment. Equipment and materials that are hard to get.
For his frequency field transmitters and the control box.
Right. Our security lab technicians have examined a few pieces of Boger's paraphernalia that we've captured. They don't know how it works, but they know the materials that go into it. Now, here's the general idea, Happy.
In the city of Thuban, on the planet Saturn, Rolf Boger has set up temporary headquarters almost next door to the local Space Patrol unit. Working at his desk, Boger seems to be completely unaware that a visitor is materializing out of nothingness only a few feet away. As the visitor turns the control on his belt, Boger clicks a switch on a panel at his right.
Yes, Rubeck. What is it?
Well, Commander Corry is in Jupiter City. Now, Corry's at the governor's conference. Major Robertson, the security chief, will act as executive officer at Terra headquarters.
Did you find out anything else?
No. I didn't wander around because I didn't want to step outside the beam and suddenly find myself visible with the Space Patrol guards all around me.
So Corry's guarding the governor, huh? Mm-hmm. We are blasting off right away for Jupiter City.
But Corry's there. Didn't you just say
I said to listen. Now, I have managed to pick up some very interesting information. Information about the shipment of some very hard-to-get electronics equipment.
Yes? What's that?
Elements we can use in our transmitters.
Where is it?
In the warehouse, 23 at Jupiter City Spaceport. Now, here's the plan I worked out. When we get to Jupiter City, we'll get a large surface truck, a van. There will be a field transmitter in the truck to make it invisible.
That's great. Park it close to the warehouse, fill it up with invisible equipment, take it to our spaceship and blast off.
During the few short hours of night on Jupiter, the small warehouse, number 23, is deserted. Buzz and Happy wait in a tiny locked office, each of them wearing a belt that, when energized by an ultra-vibration field, will make them invisible. On their foreheads, ready to be snapped into place over their eyes, are the special electronic spectacles that let a totally invisible person see ordinary matter as well as other invisible objects. Happy peers through a small hole in the office partition, watching a stack of crates.
What is it, sir? It's starting to fade out. Oh, so are you, Commander?
We're becoming invisible. It means our belts are picking up radiation from our Folger's transmitter. It must be outside the warehouse. Put the spectacles in the cases. Watch that stack of equipment. Yes, sir. Somebody just stepped through the wall of the warehouse, sir. He's looking around. What's it going to do? No, sir. He's looking beside the inspector's office. He's walking toward the equipment now.
Are you sure it's a bad house?
Not a soul in sight. I've located what we're after. The van isn't any too big either. There's quite a lot of stuff here.
Make sure there is no watchman around.
Now, there's nobody here. Wait, there's a small office just to the right of the crate. Looks like it's locked up.
Go inside and make sure. I provided the electronic field so we can walk through the partition.
All right. Nobody in the office, Voyage.
All right. Get busy and load the van.
Some of those boxes are pretty big. I may need some help.
I am not leaving the truck unless I have to. Get busy.
All right.
Folger's probably in the cab of the truck. We could grab him while his pal Rubeck is in the warehouse. I can't feel his dangerous now. Folger would suddenly alter it to cut it off. It might catch Rubeck half in and half out of the submarine.
I never thought of that.
Without tipping Folger off, we got to find out how the transmitter is.
That comes Rubeck with the crates, sir. Right through the warehouse wall.
All right, there's the first one, Voyage.
Hurry up. I want this truck loaded before the day crew shows up.
You picked the easy job, all right. Sitting up there in the cab.
Somebody's got to keep watch. Now hurry up.
Rubeck makes trip after trip from warehouse to truck while Voyager watches from the cab. But when the van is full, Buzz and Happy climb aboard. Invisible men in an invisible truck.
Everything's all right, Voyager. Let's get going.
All right. Well, it looks like it is a profitable night's work, Rubeck. Yes, sir. A profitable night's work.
In the dark interior of the van, Buzz and Happy are aware only of motion. It swerves from side to side as the big truck rumbles to an unknown destination. In several moments, it comes to a stop.
I wonder where we are. I have to stay in the camp and stay away from the van. I can hardly wait to see the look on Voyager's face. Let's work our way up to the door here. Don't make any noise. Okay, sir. I wonder if the truck is still invisible. I don't think so. Jump low here. Open the door. Don't move anything.
Let the truck go for a minute, Rubeck. Don't you want it unloaded? It will be all right here in the garage. Come on.
All right.
Garage, he said. We're in the garage. They'll be a way back to waiting time. Give us a chance to get out of the van and be ready for it. Let's go. Easy, I'm opening the door. It's all clear, sir. Okay, jump on. They've got a place to hide where they can watch the truck. Well, how about... Commander!
Don't reach for your weapon.
Voyager.
Keep your blaster on them, Rubeck. The trick backfired for you. Now you're in my trap.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, here comes Tony Sides. I'll be. He's growing a mustache.
Who? Me, Captain Tufel? What do you mean?
Why, you sure have.
Ah, gee whiz. That's no mustache. That's some Nestle's cocoa. You see? I had a cup just a few minutes ago. Well, I guess I was in such a hurry to drink it, I got some on my upper lip. I'll lick it off. Gee, that's good.
See, that's what everybody says, Tony. Nestle's Eveready makes the best cocoa in the universe. It's so rich, so chocolatey, and so smooth.
Since we got the Space Patrol habit at our house, all my brothers and sisters drink Nestle's cocoa for breakfast. We love the way it tastes. And boy, we sure love the pep it gives us. Starting the day with a hot drink is real smart. Especially when that drink is Nestle's cocoa.
You said it. And Nestle's Eveready is so easy to fix it practically makes itself. You just put 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls in your cup and add hot water, and that's all there is to it. Milk and sugar are already in Nestle's, so you don't have to add a thing.
Say, as long as Nestle's cocoa is so good and so easy to fix, well, I mean...
You mean we ought to fix us some real fast and maybe both get mustaches?
You bet.
Gang, how about you? If you haven't tried the Space Patrol way to start the day, don't wait anymore. Chow up for delicious Nestle's cocoa. Ask your mom to get Nestle's in the bright red can. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the City of Hidden Doom. By means of an electromagnetic field that renders matter invisible, Ralph Voyager and his accomplice Rubeck were able to steal electromagnetic equipment from a warehouse at the Jupiter City spaceport. Hoping to capture the criminals, Buzz and Happy hid in the trunk. When the vehicle halted, the space patrollers thought Voyager and Rubeck had temporarily left the scene. Upon leaping from the truck, however, Buzz and Happy were surprised by the criminals who rushed them with blast guns.
That's it, Corry. Hold your hands high. You too, Cadet. Take their weapons, Rubeck.
All right. Well, how about those belts they're wearing?
Remove them. They won't be needing them anymore.
What are you going to do when the Space Patrol traces this van here to the garage, Voyager?
The van cannot be traced, Corry. It was driven here with the invisibility field on.
When did you find out we were in the truck?
When I was loading it back at the warehouse, I saw you duck behind a box, Cadet, so I pretended to come back and check the warehouse once more.
Get into that room, Commander. Go on.
You heard of me. Both of you, get moving.
I will lock you in here while I tend to a small errand. And you'll find out for yourself that it is impossible to escape. You can shout and pound all you want. No one will hear you.
In case someone calls while you're out, what'll we tell them?
Well, you can just tell them that we are helping ourselves to the vault at the Jupiter City Bank. But don't worry. No one will be here asking for us.
The Jupiter City Bank? Well, that's one of the best guarded banks in the United Planets.
Yes, I know. But we can walk right through Endurium walls, calmly help ourselves, and walk out.
We won't even tip an alarm.
You'll see us soon, Corry, for the last time. Shut the door, Rubeck.
Well, by the looks of this place, Voyager's invisibility gadget is the only thing that could get us out. It's a heavy door and there's no window. Nothing know how to use the battery man. The way it's been cleaned out, the Voyager must have kept the room ready for a use like this. Look carefully and every time I have to come afford to overlook anything that would mean a way out of here. We're out of luck, sir. Anyway, we tried.
There's one place we haven't looked at.
Unless there's a trap door in the floor, I don't know where it'd be.
There's a beam running across the ceiling. I'll boost her up, you can reach it.
Well, sure, but I don't see what...
You haven't much time. Just sit on my shoulder.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, Commander.
All right, Hap. Get along the top of the beam. I'll walk from one side of the room to the other.
I don't think we'll find anything. There's barely enough room for my fingers between the beam and the ceiling.
Cover every inch very carefully. Find anything?
Just dust and some spider webs.
I'll move farther down.
Hold it, Commander. Here's something. It's a smooth strip of metal. Yeah, I guess it's... Whoa, whoa.
Endurium bomb. Jump down, Hap. This may do it.
It's not very big, sir. You couldn't hammer the door down with that.
Yeah, but it may be thin enough to slip through the crack at the hinge side of the door. If Endurium doesn't bend, we may have an effective pull bomb.
Well, let's try it.
Sit back. If we only had another 2 minutes, no chance. This bomb may come in handy yet. When we open the door, stand clear.
Yes, sir.
Come on out. I said come on out. You've got something behind your back, Corry. And you will notice I have a blaster in my hand. Now drop whatever it is you are hiding and don't come any closer. Now if you don't drop that tool or whatever it is, I'll fire.
All right.
I see I returned just in time. By the way, Commander, our visit to the bank was quite profitable. I am now a millionaire.
Voyager, we've been tricked.
What do you mean?
It's crate we took from the warehouse. There's nothing in them but junk.
What?
Opened a couple of boxes. It's nothing but scrap metal and some old useless electronics equipment.
Back, you fool. You loaded the wrong crate.
No, I didn't. The numbers checked with the list you gave me.
Got it. You had something to do with this.
You didn't think I was going to give you new equipment, did you?
Oh, that's how you happened to be in the warehouse, huh? You planted that information on one of my agents.
Right. I found out who he was from one of your men we've captured.
Why, you...
Watch it, Voyager. You'll blow a gasket.
Well, I show you that nobody makes a fool of Ralph Voyager. Your life isn't enough to pay for this swindle, Corry. The entire city's going to pay the penalty.
What are you talking about?
The United Planets are going to learn to respect me. And to teach them that lesson, I'm going to destroy Jupiter City.
Wait a minute, Voyager.
Isn't that... Shut up, Ruben. Those explosives in the subcellar of this building. We are going to get them.
There isn't enough there to destroy a city this size, and anyway,
there's one bomb will do the job. If it's exploded in the right place. In the atmosphere plant.
Voyager, you can't be serious. You know what'll happen if that plant's blown up?
Of course. The atmosphere shell will be shattered. The heavy poisonous gases of Jupiter will pour into the city.
This mass murder of innocent people, what good is it going to do you?
It will teach the entire universe the folly of defying Ralph Voyager.
What about us? Putting the city down around our own heads isn't
You
going
idiot! You don't think I intend to stay here, do you? By the time the bomb explodes, we'll be thousands of DUs away from Jupiter.
Rubeck, listen to me. Don't let this maniac force you to...
Shut up! I know what I'm doing. After you unload that junk out of the van, you are going to help Rubeck bring the bomb out from the cellar.
Moments later, an invisible truck bearing its deadly cargo rolls through the streets of the unsuspecting city toward the atmosphere plant. Leaving Rubeck at the truck to direct the protecting beam of invisibility, Voyager forces Buzz and Happy to carry the bomb to a vital part of the building.
Just keep going, gentlemen. A little faster, please.
How can we go faster? We can't even see. Why didn't you let us wear those electronic spectacles?
You might be distracted. Just a few steps more. There. Set the bomb down. Now, stand back. I'm going to set the timing device. And just remember, I'm still covering you with this blaster, so don't attempt anything daring.
How much time are you giving it?
Just a half an hour. The bomb will explode at 1600 hours. You may be interested to know that it is resting in a hollow space between two thick concrete walls.
Well, no one could possibly find it.
Exactly. And also, where it will do the most damage. Now, let us return to the truck. I'm rather anxious to get to the spaceport and blast off. I trust you understand.
Driven by Voyager, the invisible truck races to the spaceport, with Buzz and Happy in the rear under the watchful eyes of Rubeck. As the truck pulls to a stop, Voyager calls back to his miniature space phone.
Everything okay back there, Rubeck?
Yes.
You wait here in the truck until I get the spaceship ready for blast off. I've loosened the bracket on the invisibility field transmitter so you can carry it with you to the ship.
All right.
And remember, keep that invisibility field on until you're aboard the ship.
Yes, I know. Get going, Bozier.
Okay. I take care of the money. When you leave the truck, lock Corry and the cadet inside. I'll see you later. Bozier out.
Rubeck, listen. You don't want the destruction of an entire city on your conscience. Let's go back and deactivate that bomb.
Are you crazy? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't find it. I was in the truck, remember? And you two weren't wearing electronic spectacles, so you couldn't find it either.
At least we could try.
Yes. What have you got to lose? It's different. I'm getting aboard that ship with Bozier. And my share of 1 million credits.
Rubeck, listen. Bozier will double-cross you sooner or later. He's done it to the other
Keep
guys.
quiet, Cadet. I'm getting ready to run for the ship when I hear the word from Bozier. I'm getting out of the truck. I want you to hand me that field transmitter. Remember, I've got this blaster ready. All right, Corry. Bring me the transmitter.
Okay. It's rather heavy.
Corry, you clumsy fool. You shut off the field.
Well, so I have.
Rubeck, what's the matter with you? Why did you cut off that field?
Are you ready to blast off?
You idiot! What do you think the guards will do when they see the big truck suddenly appear out of nothing in the middle of the blast-off strip?
Corry did it. Shall I come aboard now?
You bungler! I can see 2 patrol cars heading this way now. To take the truck off the strip, I'm blasting off.
No, Bozier. Wait for me. The bomb! You can't leave me here. Wait, Bozier, wait! Done.
We're in the same fix we are now, Rubeck. Might as well help us find that bomb.
I've still got a chance. Small private cruiser over there. I'm blasting off when I catch up with Bozier. Wait. That satchel there in the truck. The joke's on Bozier. He took the wrong satchel. The bank money's in this one. Come on, or I'll blast you.
Give it to him, Bob.
Yes.
Thanks. Now, I'm heading for that cruiser. If anybody tries to stop me, I'll blast them to bits. So long, Commander.
Commander, can't we do anything to stop him?
I think so. I've got me a pair of those electronic spectacles. Somewhere here in the truck.
Yes, sir.
I'll get this field transmitter to work again. It's on. Now I can focus it on you back.
Here are the goggles, sir.
Thanks. Find a pair for yourself. The struggle's going to be invisible in a few seconds.
But then the patrol cars won't see us.
That's not important now, Hap. Let me have that miniature spacephone.
Yes, sir. Commander, Rubeck's almost at the cruiser.
Rubeck, this is Commander Corry. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks for making me invisible.
How do you think you're going to operate a spaceship when your hands will pass completely through the controls?
What?
Remember, the ship will still be solid matter, and you're practically a phantom, a ghost.
Corry, cut off that field.
I'm getting the orders now. You're going to help us locate that bomb. It's your only chance to save your own skin.
All right. You in, Corry.
Now throw that blaster down and come back to the truck.
I'm coming.
Smoke and rocket, Commander. It's 10 minutes to 1600. We've got 10 minutes to save Jupiter City.
With a thoroughly frightened Rubeck between them in the front seat of the truck, Buzz and Happy rushed the huge, invisible vehicle through the streets to the atmosphere plant. Then they watched carefully as Rubeck, trembling with fear, adjusts the transmitter, projecting a beam of invisibility through a solid structure of the plant.
There. That's the way I had it adjusted before.
All right. Come on, Rubeck. Let's get that bomb.
I'll wait here at the transmitter. Something may go wrong.
Sure to go wrong if you're here.
Yeah, after we shut the bomb off, you'd cut the field transmitter and leave us stuck somewhere inside a concrete wall.
No, I promise.
We're taking no chances. Come on.
No. Well, I won't go in there without someone to watch controls. I don't want to be buried alive.
We haven't got time to argue, Rubeck.
Let go of me!
This'll keep you quiet.
I hope he stays out cold until we get back.
If we don't hurry, we won't get there. In 2 minutes, that bomb will go on. Come on, Hap.
I sure hope we're going in the right direction.
From the distance we walked with Bozier, the bomb must be in the east part of the building.
Well, that isn't much help. It would take hours to search between all the walls, and we've only got a minute.
Now, wait, Hap. Remember, Bozier made us turn to the left. Keep us from going down a ramp to the 3rd level.
Yeah, that's right. That means we're on the 2nd level.
That's this way. I know where it is now, Hap. Hurry.
I hope you're right, Commander. Oh, wow, look at the time. In a few seconds, that bomb is going to blow Jupiter City clear off the planet.
There's the ramp, Happy. Now turn left, right through this wall.
Yes, sir.
Now we're in the space between 2 walls.
Commander, Listen. Hear that?
A timing device. We're close to it. Here, this way.
There it is.
I don't know if I can figure out how to deactivate this thing.
10 seconds, Commander. It's getting ready to go off.
If this isn't the right control, we're finished.
Commander, this is something I never thought I'd be able to see.
What is it?
It's now 10 seconds after 1600.
Time to get to work. I love this bomb. Back up to the truck. Put it over to the munitions up. Come on.
Hey, Rubek, wake up. Snap out of it. You've slept long enough.
The bomb. What about the bomb?
Oh, it's all taken care of. Safe and deactivated in the back of the truck.
Sit up, Rubek. I'm driving you to headquarters.
Whenever I get my hands on him.
Oh, you'll be seeing him very soon, Rubek, at the Criminal Rehab Center.
Right, Hap. Now that we've got an invisibility field transmitter, we can fight Voyager with his own weapons.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Space Patrollers, can you pass this quiz? What does every active, alert fellow and girl need every single morning?
A good hot breakfast drink.
Right. Now, what's the best hot breakfast drink there is?
Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
100% correct. It's an easy quiz because we all know that for real warm-up pep, you want to start your day the Nestle way. Just put 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls of Nestle's in your cup, add hot water, and it's all made, all ready to drink. And man, what sensational flavor. Rich, chocolatey, delicious. There's no other drink like it. Why don't you tell Mom about Nestle? Remember, the rich whole milk and sugar are already in it, so you don't add a thing but water. And here's the final question. What do you look for at your grocery store?
Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa. Bright red can.
Nestle's Ever-Ready. You said it.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on Neptune following the criminal Ralph Voyager into a deserted factory building. An invisibility transmitter concealed outside enables them to trail Voyager through the solid walls of a huge metal tank.
Wow, it's sure dark in here.
Now's a chance to close in on Voyager. When we step through the other side of the tank, rush him.
Yes, sir. Oh, Commander, the wall is solid. We can't get through.
Something happened to our invisibility field transmitter. We're sealed inside the tank.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, Escape from Neptune. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovac, and Tony Sides. Dick Dufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are on Neptune, following the criminal Ralph Voyager into a deserted factory building. An invisibility transmitter concealed outside enables them to trail Voyager through the solid walls of a huge metal tank.
No, it sure is dark in here.
Now's a chance to close in on Voyager. And you step through the other side of the tank. Rush it.
Yes, sir. Hey! Oh. Commander, the wall is solid. We can't get through.
Something happened to the invisibility field transmitter. We're sealed inside the tank.
We'll be back in a moment with the thrilling story, Escape from Neptune. The children in American families will receive things like bikes, trains, dolls, books for Christmas. But there are many children in the world today who would be happy if they had enough to eat on Christmas Day. Thousands of children in Europe, Asia, South America, the Philippines, and Korea are suffering from inadequate food, lack of clothing, and cramped living quarters. Include these children on your gift list. For $1, CARE will send 28 pounds of food abroad in your name to an orphanage or a needy family. If you can spare more than $1, fine. Send your contribution to Food Crusade, CARE, C-A-R-E, CARE, New York, to any local CARE office, or to CARE through any Railway Express agency. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, Escape from Neptune. For several weeks, a feeling of insecurity and fear has been spreading throughout the United Planets. Despite the relentless efforts of Commander Corry and the Space Patrol, a master criminal continues to strike where he pleases, under the protection of an electronic device that renders him invisible. At the present moment, the criminal Ralph Voyager is making use of a temporarily inactive factory building in the capital city of the planet Neptune. Voyager stands glowering down at an elderly man who lies exhausted on a crude bunk.
You had enough rest, Rayburn. Get back to work.
I can't work anymore, Voyager. I'm completely worn out. Let me alone, please.
Now you listen to me. I've got to have another invisibility field transmitter right away. I only got one before he captured the other one. Now get up and into the workshop. I had enough of your stubborn attitude. If you think Corry's going to rescue you, forget it. The Space Patrol isn't even looking for you. That's not true. Well, isn't it? Corry thinks I stole your invisibility equipment, and then I got rid of you. That is right. Your life depends on one thing, Rayburn. Your usefulness to me. Now, get busy and finish the transmitter.
I couldn't even if I wanted.
Why not?
There's not enough vibrons. Just enough to see the invisibility.
Just tell me where to get it.
It's not like ordinary materials. You just can't go out and buy it or steal it. It has to be manufactured. Made from one of the rare earths under tremendous heat and pressure. I've never made more than 5 pounds of it.
How much of that 5 pounds have you used? Come on, tell me.
And the trays, the crystal has to be ground down with the braces.
And there is still about 3.5 pounds of vibronium in existence.
Perhaps, but I don't know where it is.
Who worked with you on that invention?
No.
Don't lie to me. A moment ago, you said we never made more than 5 pounds of that stuff. Now, who is we?
It was some time ago. I don't remember. I've had a lot of different assistants over the years.
Now, don't tell me you don't remember we worked with you on an invention as important as this. You got to have help to build a transmitter. Someone who knows what they are doing. I'm going to bring that assistant of yours here to Neptune City.
No, you can't do that.
You are going to write a letter. It's the only way you can save your life.
In his central office at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, Commander Corry cuts off the intercom and turns to Cadet
Hap, that was the former associate of Professor Rayburn. Have you got it handy?
Yes, sir. It's right here.
You can cross off number 23.
23. Oh, that's Lanine Harvey.
Yes. Out of a whole list of 40 people, she's the only one who's been interested enough to call here in person.
Yeah. So far, the best we've got is a note from a former student that saw Professor Rayburn 3 years ago.
How to go about things, Professor. Okay, Tom. Miss Harvey? Miss Harvey, this is Cadet Happy.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Harvey? Please sit down.
Thank you, Commander. I'll tell you why I came here. I received this letter yesterday. A
in Professor Raven's handwriting.
Dear Lenine, I've reached a point in my work where only you can help me. You will realize the nature of my experiments, and I ask you to bring every scrap about Germany you can lay your hands on. Please tell no one about this. Come at once. Are you sure this is his handwriting?
Positive.
Part of his pages I turn off.
Yes, I did it. I was addressed in Neptune City. I memorized it and then tore it off and destroyed it.
Do you know anything about the fact that Professor's invisibility field transmitters have been used in a series of crimes?
Oh, no.
Miss Harvey, Professor's life is in danger. If you follow the instructions in that letter, you can lead us to Ralph Boger and possibly save the Professor's life, but at the risk of your own.
What's the alternative?
Tell us the address of Neptune City and let us try to surprise Boger.
You'd be more sure of success if I helped. Is that it?
Yes. With a concealed miniature space phone, let us know the layout. If you strike our Boger's outside.
All right, Commander. I'll keep the appointment.
I warn you that we'll be in considerable danger, Miss Harvey.
I know. But if I go to Neptune City, I'll be in danger at a certain time and place. If I don't go, I'll never be safe anywhere or any time.
Until Boger's captured, it's clear off. Thank you, Miss Harvey. I'll get a miniature space phone for you, then you can proceed to Neptune City. In his hideout in Neptune City, Ralph Boger receives a spacephone call from Chip Getner, one of his agents on Peril.
We'll be on the Green Star Special, Boger. That'll bring her to Neptune tomorrow about 1300 hours.
Has she contacted anyone?
I don't think so. Spent a couple of hours in the scientific library. Came out a different X than I was so far.
For how long?
Not more than 20 minutes. I picked her up again on Terra Boulevard, the United Planets Park.
Yeah, that is right near Space Patrol headquarters.
Yeah. Now that you mention it.
She should have visited headquarters.
Might have, but she didn't act like it.
It's a brilliant remark, Getner. Just how does a person behave after he has been in Space Patrol headquarters? Is there something different about him?
Well, no. What I meant was...
Listen, Getner. We are going to change our plans slightly. If Lanine Harvey talks to Corry, he may be watching that address here in Neptune City.
So what? You'll be invisible and so will me.
Corry has one of those field transmitters. You'll have to get the girl before she gets to that address. Can you get to Neptune before she dies?
Sure. If I blast off right away.
Well, do that. I'll put the invisibility transmitter in a surface car and meet you at Neptune City Spaceport. We'll grab the girl before she gets anywhere near the place where she expects to meet Rayburn.
Several hours later, a surface car moves slowly along the street in Neptune City. Both the car and the two men in it are invisible to the throngs along the busy thoroughfare. Moreover, the field generated by the transmitter enables them to pass through matter in its normal state. Thus, the stream of traffic is completely unaware of the existence of the invisible car and its occupants.
Slow down a little, Getner. The girl is stopping to look in the store window. Moving on now. She's heading right toward the car. Stop the car. Do not touch that field transmitter. It's set just the way I want it.
Several blocks away, near the address given them by Lenine Harvey, Buzz and Happy keep close watch on an apartment building through electronic spectacles. Like Boger and Getner, they too are in a surface car made invisible by an ultra-vibration transmitter.
Miss Harvey should be here pretty soon, Commander. Yes. Now remember her. We don't move until she's inside and has a chance to let us make a setup. Well, suppose Boger stays with her and doesn't give her a chance to use the space equipment. We can tell a lot by the conversation. We still know how many we've got to find.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
Hey, it's Miss Harvey. She's in trouble now. Boger struck sooner than expected. We need to find out where she is.
Help me! Help me, someone!
The one in this flat will see you were his.
It's Boger.
You're hurting me!
Then stop jumping. Come on, get in the car.
He must have grabbed her right on the street.
My eyes. What have you done to my eyes? I can't see.
You are invisible to special electronic spectacles. Now, into that car.
You take me.
Friend, that's a racer.
I was going to be a good again.
Not that. Races in a factory built do we get to the factory? We just go straight out on Draco Boulevard. It's a Draco and Gamma.
Draco and Gamma, let's go, Hap.
Yes, sir.
Protected by the invisibility field, Buzz and Happy drive to the deserted factory building at Draco and Gamma. Their electronic spectacles enable them to see another car perform the amazing feat of passing through a solid fence. Swiftly, Buzz adjusts the field of their own transmitter. Then he and Happy get out of the car.
There's Bolger, and he's got Miss Harvey. I headed toward the building. But there was another man in the car. Let's go ahead. The man in the car can't see us even through the electronic spectacles. So what we've got to do is follow Bolger and the girl. Right, come on. Bolger's carrying his portable transmitter into the building. Well, there they go, right through the wall. That's going to have to keep them in sight. This is where they step to the wall. Be ready to rush Bolger. He's leading toward that big storage tank. They're walking right through the tank. It's sure dark in here. And they step through the other side of the tank. Rush Bolger. Yes, sir. The wall is solid. We can't get through. Something happened to the invisibility field transmitter. We're sealed inside the tank.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. The United States has seen many changes in the past dozen years, all pointing to a still better way of living. Millions more Americans are working, earning more, saving more. We're eating more and eating better. More young people are going to high school and college. More of us are getting paid vacations. More of us are enjoying the luxuries of life. Sports, radio, television, the theater, concerts. Church attendance and membership has climbed steadily upward. In addition to these material and spiritual changes have come the miracles of jet propulsion, supersonic flight, antibiotics. The better you know America, the better the future looks. Write for the free booklet, The Future of America, Box 1776, Grand Central Station, New York, 17. Now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, Escape from Neptune. Ralph Bolger and his accomplice, Chip Gettner, have captured Lenine Harvey and have taken her to a deserted factory in Neptune City, where they intend to force her to build invisibility field transmitters. Buzz and Happy were following Bolger and his captive through the metal walls of a huge storage tank. Suddenly, the electronic field was cut off, and the space patrollers found themselves sealed inside the tank. Now, in another part of the factory building, Ralph Bolger unlocks the door and thrusts Lenine into a room.
Get in there!
Lenine.
Professor Ray.
You two probably have a lot to talk about, so I'll leave you together for a while.
Force me to write that letter, Lenine.
I understand.
And there is something else you are going to understand. Both of you. You are here for just one purpose, to build invisibility transmitters. I will be back in a few minutes.
But you have no idea the thing is so
Please, Professor, I can't blame you. But right now we've got to think of a way to help Commander Corry. He's in a worse fix than we are.
Commander?
Yes, we thought of that. Belgium has shown Getting a field of command in a big storage tank. I don't know what they're up to until it's too late. I heard a sound inside the tank. I realized the commander was in prison. I think Cadet Happy's in there with him.
It's a large tank. It could survive for some time
Unless what?
the tank can be filled with gas. There's a compression chamber next to the tank filled with thankfully.
That's deadly poison.
Doesn't occur to Bolger to turn that valve.
He's done with it. I saw him while we were near the tank. He twisted the valve as he walked past. I didn't think about it. How much time have we got? Yes, to save the commander.
You can survive 10 or 15 minutes, perhaps. I can't get out of this room. I know. I've tried it.
But we've got the field transmitter.
It's no
If without the belts, we couldn't walk through the wall unless we were wearing belts with the control units turned on.
The commander and the cadet are wearing belts. That's how they got into the tank in the first place. If we could focus the field toward them...
It's worth a try.
Quick, Professor. Turn on the transmitter.
How long have we been trapped here, sir?
About 10 minutes, I'd say.
Seems like hours. It was 15:40 when we pulled up outside the factory, and now it's... Hey, sure, I can't even see the dial on my watch. It's so dark.
The dial's luminous, Hap. You should be able... That's strange. I can't see my watch either.
Maybe the gas has affected our eyes.
Hap, have you got your electronic goggles on?
No, sir. I slipped them up in my forehead. Now I can see the watch. It's 15:52.
We couldn't see the dial because we're inside an invisibility field. Somebody turned on a transmitter.
Hey, then we can get out of here.
On your feet, Hap, quick.
We made it.
Yeah, I can't get out. Those are like your spot.
Yeah. What's the matter? I'm blacking out.
It's the shock of pure air. There's that gas in the tank.
We're in no shape to look for Bolger.
We'll hide behind that stack of supplies till we recover. Can you make it?
I don't think so.
Well, relax, Hank.
I hope we got it focused right, Professor.
I think so. The trouble is, in that dark tank, they might not know the field is on. With that gas pouring in...
Please, Professor.
Wait. Your spacephone. You can tell them. Why didn't we think of that before?
I did think of it. I didn't dare turn it on unless Bolger and his partner are here with me.
Yes, I see what you mean. If they have spacephone, or happen to be near the commander, your voice would give away the whole thing.
Someone's coming. What about the field transmitter?
Keep it on. So you see, Lenine, all I did was devise circuits to combine and control the effects you and I discovered years ago.
Well, I'm glad to see you have decided to cooperate. Wait a minute. Is that thing on?
I was merely demonstrating to Miss Harvey the sequence of operation
Shut
control.
it off, quick!
Of course, if you say so.
I wouldn't want the field to penetrate the storage tank, although it wouldn't make any difference now.
Well, what do you mean?
You didn't know it, Miss Harvey, but Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in the tank. You'll never be troubled by Corry again.
Did you go inside the tank?
With all the poisonous gas in there? Don't be foolish. Now, come with me, both of you.
Where are you taking us?
We are blasting off for Saturn. Gettner has taken the field transmitter out of the commander's car. Now, I will take this one, and we will go to the spaceport.
Bolger, listen. The professor's very ill. Acceleration of the space flight would be dangerous.
I never thought of that. Rayburn, now that we have two complete transmitters as models, do you think Miss Harvey could do the work alone? Answer me!
Of course I could.
That's splendid. Then there is no use taking a useless old man along.
Then we'll let the professor go through.
I cannot have him running to the space patrol until we are safely away from Neptune. And this ought to keep him quiet for a few hours.
Oh! You big boy. Stretching an old man.
If you give me any trouble, Miss Harvey, you will get the same treatment. Now, let's go. You lock the door. I have a ray gun in one hand and the transmitter in the other.
You can't lock him in here. He'll never get out.
The space patrol will probably find him in a few hours when they come looking for Corry. Now, do as you're told. Come on. Gettner is waiting in the car.
Fully recovered from their ordeal in the storage tank, Buzz and Happy carefully searched the factory building.
That place seems unnaturally quiet, sir.
There's no invisibility field around. I think Bolger and his pal probably took their two factories and got around.
I've been hoping our spacephones would come to light with a message from Miss Harvey.
Try this one here. I'll cover you with a radar.
Yes, sir. It's locked. Smoking rockets.
Professor Rayburn.
Commander.
Yes, sir.
Lenine, they're taking her to Saturn. Roger and Getner. They thought you were in the tank. They've taken Lenine to Saturn.
Where on Saturn?
I don't know.
Professor, did Miss Harvey mention the miniature space station?
Yes.
Does she still have it?
She didn't. Roger took her away. She was afraid to use it.
Professor will take you to a hospital. And you'll blast off for Saturn.
With Professor Rayburn safely in a doctor's care, Buzz and Happy rushed to the Terra 5 and launched themselves into space toward the planet Saturn.
Not a sign of a ship in the viewscope, sir.
Voyager might have made his ship invisible.
Well, how are we ever going to find them?
We probably won't find them out in space. But after they land on Saturn, they'll have to shut off that transmitter sometime. And every city on Saturn has been alerted.
Attention, any space patrol unit. This is an emergency.
It's Miss Harvey. See if we can clear up that signal, huh? Yes, sir.
Space patrol unit. This concerns Commander Corry. Listen carefully.
We must be close to Voyager's ship to pick up that signal. Then the space won't transfer to that special frequency. Commander Corry calling Lenine Harvey. Commander Corry calling Lenine Harvey.
Commander, you're alive.
Yes, thanks to you. Professor Rayburn told us how you focused the beam on the storage tank.
Professor, is he all right?
Yes, he's resting at Neptune City Hospital. Now, let's see what we can do about you. You're in Voyager's ship, right?
Yes. In the nav compartment on the starboard side. I hope they can't hear the space patrol.
No, not unless they suspect something and tune to this special frequency. Have to get a fix on the mean signal. Yes, sir. Voyager's ship is invisible, I suppose.
Yes. They're headed for Saturn. That's all I know.
Well, just follow these instructions and we'll be able to find you. Hold your spaceophone against the bulkhead of your compartment. Then you'll be transmitting the vibrations of the rocket exhaust. You'll follow the signal and overtake the ship.
Yes, Commander. But then what? The field on the two ships is entirely different types of matter.
I'll put on a spacesuit and jump from this ship to Voyager's. Once I'm inside the invisibility field, my vibration rate will be the same as yours.
Yes, that's true.
And I can come in through the airlock with an atomic torch if necessary.
Commander, if something goes
We've
wrong...
talked long enough, Miss Harvey. Put the spaceophone against the bulkhead.
All right, Commander. And good luck.
I've got a fix, Commander. We're gaining on Voyager.
Good. Keep the ship on course, Hap. I'll get into a spacesuit.
I tell you, Voyager, that's Corry's ship.
That's Corry's ship, all right. But that doesn't mean he's in it. The Space Patrol probably searched the factory and found old man Rayburn. He told them we're headed for Saturn. Corry's still in the tank.
Maybe. Look at that ship. If it was any closer, it would pass right through it.
What if it does? This is a different state of matter than we are. See? Now, shooting clear ahead of us. If that pilot only knew how close he came to us.
There's still something funny about it. With all of empty space to fly in, that ship followed us like a dog chasing a rabbit through a hollow log.
But obviously no one in the ship saw it. In a few minutes it will be out of sight.
Voyager, that girl back there. You suppose she could have signaled a space patrol?
How could she? She's locked up.
I'm going back aft to make sure.
All right, Getner.
Something funny's going on here. I can feel it. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm nothing.
You're hiding something. Hold your hands out in front of you. I said hold your hands out.
Oh, you're hurting
Let me
me.
see those hands. Well, that's how Corry's ship followed us. When I get through with you, you won't be able to move, let alone talk. Let go of her, get there.
Commander,
It's a little awkward fighting in a spacesuit. I'll take it off before I go up after Voyager.
Can I do anything to help?
Yes. Keep getting his ray gun, keep an eye on him. When I get out of this suit, we'll lock him in the compartment.
Well, Getner, did you and Miss Harvey had a nice chat? How is our charming prisoner?
Just fine, thanks.
Yeah, that's good. And as you can see, that other ship is... Corry!
Get away from those controls.
Getner, help! Please, I had enough.
I swear, Voyager. We're saving a couple to pay you for those 10 minutes in the tank. Don't mind if I use your space after all. Commander Corry calling Cadet Happy. Commander Corry calling Cadet Happy.
Happy here, sir.
Everything's under control at this end. Set a vector to return to Neptune City. I'll bring in Gettner and Bozer.
Very good, sir. I still can't see you in the view scope.
I'll cut off the invisibility field. Now, how's that?
Fine, sir. How's Lenine?
Okay. He's back aft guarding Gettner. Bozer's up here, but he's not saying that. I guess he finally realizes that this is the end of his career as the Invisible Man.
Well, not quite, sir. Where he's going, nobody's going to see him for a long time.
A preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Boys and girls, we have a special announcement. Buzz and Happy with the Space Patrol group have just made some exciting records on the planet Terra, telling of their early adventures in the Space Patrol, how Buzz Corry became Commander-in-Chief, and the thrilling story that made him choose Happy as his personal cadet. The records have been flown to Earth in the Terra 5, and you can get them at your favorite record counter. Just ask for the Space Patrol Adventure Story. And now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz is at the controls of a strange spaceship in another galaxy, with Happy nearby in the Terra 5. In contact by miniature spaceophone, they plan the rescue of a fellow Space Patrol pilot.
That enemy ship is gaining on Northfield, Commander. If I pulled ahead now, maybe I could draw him off.
No, Happy, get you and Northfield both. I stand a better chance than you because I'm in an enemy ship.
That's great. He'll think you're his buddy.
Stick close, Hap, as though the Terra 5 were still captured.
Yes, sir. If we can keep that guy fooled for a few minutes more, we can rescue Northfield. Uh-oh. Hey, Commander, this is terrible.
What is it, Happy?
I just picked up the enemy commander's spaceophone channel. He knows we've escaped. He just gave that enemy pilot orders to blast both our ships.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Lost Galaxy. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Bella Kovach, and Ken Mayer. Lee Zimmer speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at the same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz is at the controls of a strange spaceship in another galaxy. Happy is nearby in the Terra 5. In contact by miniature spaceophone, they plan to rescue a fellow Space Patrol pilot.
That enemy ship is gaining on Northfield, Commander. If I pulled ahead now, maybe I could throw him off.
No, Happy. He'd get you and Northfield both. I'd stand a better chance than you because I'm in an enemy ship.
Hey, that's great. Hey, he'll think you're his buddy.
Now stick close, Hap, as though the Terra 5 were still captured.
Yes, sir. If we can fool that enemy pilot for a few minutes more, we can rescue Northfield. Uh-oh. Commander, this is terrible.
What is it, Hap?
I just picked up the enemy commander's spacephone channel. He knows we've escaped. He just gave that enemy pilot orders to blast both our ships.
We'll return in just a moment with the thrilling story, The Lost Galaxy.
Say, Commander, you coming to the Christmas party today?
Sure I have. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Space Patrol parties have always been so warm and jolly, just like family Christmas get-together.
Gee, they certainly are a treat for those of us who don't get to go home. And say, you ought to see what Captain Tufeld has cooked up for refreshments.
I knew you'd be in on that.
Well, Chuck, as head of the entertainment committee, I had to be sure everything would be right. And, well, of course, I wanted to help, so, well, let's see. What was I saying now? Oh, yeah. We've got a whole raft of sensational Toll House cookies made with Nestle's cookie mix and Nestle's semi-sweet morsels. And brownies, and plenty of fancy cookies, too. A couple of platters of them.
That's for me.
Wait, that's not all. We've got all Nestle's chocolate bars. Milk chocolate, almond, crunch, and the new coconut bar. Big ones, too.
Oh, sounds fine. Go on.
Well, we'll have our choice of drinks. Cold chocolate milk made with Nestle's Quick, or Nestle's Ever Ready for hot cocoa.
Oh, that's a splendid spread, huh? I really must congratulate the food committee. Oh, just one thing. Try not to eat all that good food before the rest of the gang gets there, will you?
Smoking rockets, Commander. Well, smoking rockets is all I can say. Of course, there'll be plenty of food for everybody, but, well, if I were you, I wouldn't get there too late.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Lost Galaxy. A United Planets Space Observatory out beyond the Pluto orbit has been picking up strange electromagnetic impulses from a remote part of the galaxy. Tests revealed a pattern that scientists could interpret only as signals, radio signals produced by intelligent beings in an uncharted region of space. Commander Corry dispatched 4 star-drive spaceships to investigate. Equipped with transmitters that operate through hyperspace, the expedition kept up its regular schedule of reports for 2 days. But now, for 24 hours, not one of the 4 ships has been heard from. Buzz has called Cadet Happy to his central office in Space Patrol headquarters on the man-made planet Terra.
Did we finally get word from Expedition Enigma, Commander?
No, it happened. I'm worried. The last report was received 24 hours ago. It's not happening north here.
We've missed 12 reports.
Yes. Whatever happened must have happened to all the ships simultaneously.
Yeah. Or one of them could have spaced phoned a warning.
We know from our own experience that hyperspace transmission of signals isn't always perfect.
Hey, how about that space observatory out beyond Pluto? Are they still receiving those mysterious signals?
Yes, that proves nothing. Those signals are coming through regular space. Past the point where we last heard from Northfield about 500,000 light years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell us a thing about what's happening out there now.
There's one way to find out. We'll go after them.
I'm all for that, sir, but how will we know where they are?
One thing's certain. We'll be 500,000 light years closer than we are now. Let's go.
Now, for the first time in the entire history of the vast Graxock star system, an atmosphere of tense excitement pervades the headquarters of the Guardian of the Galaxy. Only Makor, the Guardian, retains his usual calm as he discusses alarming news with his chief aide, Sindrana.
You have heard the report, I suppose, Sindrana?
Yes, Michael. And I assume you want me to issue a denial of this preposterous rumor and spread it throughout the galaxy.
It is not a rumor. It is fact. Spacephone conversation in an unknown language have been picked up at several different points.
But do you realize what you're saying, Excellency? You are saying that there is intelligent life outside of the Graxock star system.
Certainly. Isn't that why we have a guardian? There is no danger of attack from inside. Therefore, our function is to be prepared for trouble from outside.
But that's just superstition, a fairy tale, a game children play. The idea that Graxock should be attacked...
Sindrana! Are you accusing me of being a figurehead?
No,
or that this service is a farce, a mockery?
No, Maytor. It's just that for generations there's been no sign of intelligent life anywhere but in Graxock.
Just the same. From the signals intercepted, 4 spaceships are moving through our galaxy.
There isn't much danger. 4 ships couldn't conquer the galaxy.
The signals we have picked out may be merely the advance scout of a vast fleet of ships. These scouts must be located and destroyed.
But their weapons may be far more powerful than ours. A race of beings that should come here from another galaxy. Why, they must surpass us in intelligence.
Yes, the way we surpass a toad. Thanks to our far-sighted ancestors who planned our defense 30 generations ago, we wouldn't be entirely helpless.
We have so few armed spaceships, and not enough men trained to fly what ships we have.
One weapon is already in operation. The electronic signal deflector.
If the enemy is already within our galaxy, what good will it do?
It will keep him from contacting any of his attack force at a great distance from our solar system. And at a closer distance, the curved signals will confuse the enemy.
Our own ships will also be confused.
Yes, but to a lesser degree. Some of our ships have deflection detectors, so they can compensate for the effect. If we work fast and efficiently, we can rid ourselves of the intruder.
I shall be glad to offer my services in any way.
You will take a starship and blast off immediately to a point near to the perimeter of our galaxy. Now, here are your detailed orders.
Meantime, Buzz and Happy and the Terra 5 have emerged from Star Drive at the approximate point where Captain Norfield gave his last report. While Happy carefully watches the viewscopes, Buzz makes repeated attempts to contact the missing Space Patrol ships.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling all units of Expedition Enigma. Corry to all units of Expedition Enigma.
No sighting jet, Commander.
The ships may be out of range, Hap. They're probably still heading toward the interior of the galaxy.
And on top of that, they're spreading out in different directions.
Well, my guess is they went to the Star Drive again so they could reach the source of those signals a lot quicker.
Yeah. And when they came out, something happened before they could space upon back to Terra.
I'll try once more, then look in the Star Drive. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling units of Expedition Enigma. Give me some sort of signal if you can as I call your names. Lieutenant Beaker. Lieutenant Stitter. Lieutenant Marsden. Captain Norfield.
Norfield here, Commander.
Sizzling comets at last.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, Captain. Are you in trouble?
No, outside of being a trifle lost.
What about the other boys?
I haven't heard from any of them for several hours, Commander. After we found out, we had trouble making contact by spacephone.
Have you been making your reports to Terra?
Yes, sir. 2-hour intervals. Haven't they been received?
Our last contact with you was your 1,600-hour report yesterday.
I haven't heard any space patrol signals since that time either, until now. Whatever the interference was, it's okay now. Reading you fine, just as clear as if you were in this galaxy.
Norfield, I am in the galaxy. Happy and I blasted off to see what had happened to you.
Well, now that you're here, sir, I can tell you this. It's good to have company.
Something is wrong, Norfield.
It's my instruments, Commander. The astrogation bank especially. They're out of adjustment. That's one of the reasons I lost contact with the other ships.
What was the last contact?
With Lieutenant Stitter, sir. He said he had sighted a planet that looked pretty good and he was going to investigate it.
By pretty good, did he mean he was receiving those mysterious signals from it?
I assumed he meant that, Commander, that being the purpose of the expedition. Right then he faded out. After that, I noticed that my spacephone fix on Stitter didn't check with my astrogation instrument.
This is serious, Norfield. If your astrogation instruments are off, you can't plot a hyperspace vector for a return to Terra. And at this 500,000 light-year distance, the error could be tremendous.
Yes, I know. I've been trying to locate the trouble.
Well, hold your present vector. We'll follow your spacephone signal until we pick you up on our view scope.
Very good, sir.
You've got to correct those instruments of yours, Captain. Put on your ID signal and we'll write it in.
In his headquarters, Makor, the guardian of Graxok, has finally contacted his chief aide, Sindrana, after considerable difficulty.
I've been trying to contact you. What have you been up to?
Sorry, Excellency. It's these deflection fields. They're playing havoc with communications.
Have you located any of the enemy ships?
Not visually, Makor. However, I have picked up 2 spacephone conversations. That is, I assume they were conversations.
Okay. Isn't your translator working?
I've tried all the regular circuit combinations for the galaxy languages, Makor. I don't think our translator will handle non-galaxy speech.
All right. Don't waste any more time. They are probably exchanging information for an attack. The quicker you destroy them, the better. The Alpha Ray will destroy all forms of life higher than ours. It was designed for this specific purpose.
It's hard to have confidence in a weapon that one has never seen used, and one that hasn't even been tested for 10 centuries.
It will work. It was designed according to scientific principles. When directed properly toward our enemies, the Alpha Ray will destroy them. Proceed as commanded.
With Captain Norfield's identification signals sounding in their spaceophone receiver, Buzz and Happy speed to contact their fellow space patroller.
Hey, what's happening to the signal? We're getting closer to Norfield, so we should be coming in stronger.
There's a strange drift operating here, huh? Electromagnetic drift. We'll hold this vector, maybe it'll clear up again.
Commander, the view scope. There's a ship.
Good. Apparently the drift isn't affecting the view scope frequency.
Well, for a minute there, I was afraid we'd lost Captain Norfield.
And we're a few DUs closer. We'll try contacting him on another frequency.
The captain's transmitter must have failed completely, sir. As close as we are to his ship, we surely ought to be able to...
That's not a space patrol ship.
Hey, it sure isn't. But then what ship is it?
Probably a patrol ship from this galaxy investigating us. Put on the frequency scanner. See if we can pick up a signal from him. I'll put in the translator.
Right, sir.
Prezvodnie, Marko. Konie grobek Cyrilla.
Hold it down. Yes, sir.
Widzielano. Rip, Toba, was out of fun.
Is he talking to us?
Try some other translator settings.
It's another voice. Same channel.
The Sunny Bruzline. Playing.
Oh, he sure sounds excited.
Esvoba, Rek, Riara. The enemy is in range.
You got it, sir.
Waste no more time. Destroy them.
I'll make him understand how to put on the transmitter. Yes, sir.
Sindrana, this is the pilot of the ship you regard as an enemy. Can you hear me?
Michael, do you hear that? Hear what? That voice that spoke to me by name in our language. Draxock.
Yes, I spoke to you. I have an instrument that can translate most languages. We're here on a peaceful mission.
They say they're on a peaceful mission. Can you hear them? No, I can't. You have your orders. Destroy them. Very well, Michael. I will use the ultimate.
Stand the rest now. Fire at him. Port and stop. Commander, I can't move.
I've used the ultra-ray, Maycoy. The enemy is destroyed.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Say, gang, let's go around and see Captain Tufel and see how the Christmas party's coming along. Hi there, Captain Tufel.
Oh, hi, Tony.
Miss Peril asked me to come over and see if there was anything I could do to help her.
Well, Tony, it's mighty nice of you to drop in, and Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you, Captain. This boss has some extra cookies that Peril baked for us. Look, she made lots of Tool House cookies with Nestle's cookie mix and semi-sweet morsels. And here are brownies. Oh, boy, and Santa Claus cookies and chocolate pinwheels. Gee, it makes me hungry just to think about it. May I have another?
Hey, easy there, Tony. Let's not eat up the whole party before it starts.
Okay. Say, I hope you've got plenty of Nestle's chocolate bars.
Why, sure thing. See, this whole basket's full of milk chocolate, almond, crunch, and the new Nestle's coconut bar. How's that?
Out of this universe. I'm glad you got the big size. What's to drink?
Plenty of milk in the thermo freeze and plenty of Nestle's Quick, so we can make all the delicious chocolate milk you can drink. And a big supply of Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa for all those who want something hot.
Smokin' rocket. If this party isn't the greatest, well, it ought to be super cosmic.
Well, Tony, I certainly hope so. The gang's been looking forward to Christmas and our little celebration. But right now, we better get the presents sorted and piled up. Now, no fair peeking. I'll see you at the party later.
Boy, you can bet on that. I'll be the first through the door. I want to be sure Hap doesn't beat me to the refreshments.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Lost Galaxy. Buzz and Happy are in a remote galaxy to find 4 lost Space Patrol ships. Fearing an invasion, the Guardian of the Galaxy dispatched his chief aide, Sindrana, to destroy every strange ship encountered. Using his electronic translator, Buzz was able to establish contact with Sindrana. Despite the commander's protest that he was on a peaceful mission, Sindrana discharged a weapon that for centuries has been kept in readiness for a possible invader. Confident that he's destroyed his enemy, Sindrana reports to Makor, guardian of the Graxock star system.
The enemy ship is continuing its original course, Makor.
If you change your course, Sindrana?
Yes, as a test. The ship is not attempting to follow me. Therefore, its pilot and other occupants, if any, have been eliminated by the ultra-ray.
Well, then board it. By studying the controls, you will probably be able to cut off its power. Then it can be easily brought to our main spaceport.
Very good. I'll board their ship.
Be very careful. Be sure the seal is tight around their airlock before you enter.
But I'll be using a spacesuit.
Of course you will. But I want to preserve the air within their ship. It will tell us about the type of worlds they come from.
There may be a period when I'll be out of contact with you. The space phone in my spacesuit isn't powerful enough to reach your headquarters.
Then simply relay it to your ship transmitter. Now hurry. Get aboard that enemy ship.
Meantime, Buzz and Happy lie motionless on the deck of the Terra 5, just as they fell when Sindrana discharged the ultra-ray. Moments pass. Then a slight movement, a twitch of Happy's fingers. Now the commander's eyelids flicker.
Are you okay? I guess I'm sort of numb and fuzzy-headed. Hey, I can move my arms a little bit now. Wow, that ultra-ray, whatever it is, sure packs a wallop.
Yes, but lucky for us, not as much as it was supposed to.
I'm in the airlock of the enemy ship, Maycoy.
It's coming out of our space ray.
Be sure there is no leak as you enter the ship.
The outer hatch is closed tight. Now I'm opening the inner hatch. creatures, these beings from another galaxy. Two of them lying here in the control compartment.
Stop gibbering. Naturally, they are grotesque monsters. They cannot work.
You don't understand. Maycor, they're human. They're just like you and me, human beings.
Not for appearance, perhaps, but the alter ray destroyed all that was really different about them. Their super intelligence.
Yes. I've just looked at my atmosphere analyzer unit. The air in this ship is similar to that on many of our planets. I'm going to take a chance and lift my helmet facepiece.
Ordinary air. And the temperature is very comfortable.
Now get to work and figure out their controls.
Right away. Strange that beings with heads no larger than ours are capable of such vast intelligence.
You are trying my patience, Sindrana.
Just one close look. Amazing. Different clothes. They could pass for an inhabitant of any of our... They're alive.
You bet we are. I'll handle him, Hap.
Maycor, they're alive. They're...
Sindrana, what's happening out there? Answer me.
Yes, sir.
Sindrana, is something wrong? Can you hear me? Are we having trouble with the reception again?
Transmitter's off. Cut the receiver, too. Can you handle that guy, sir? Yes. I'll be one of those portable translators. We'll need it to talk to somebody. Okay, Commander.
While I'm talking to him, you try to pick up that ID signal from Captain Norfield's ship.
Right, sir. Hey, here's the miniature translator, sir. I'll adjust it for you. Match the reading to the big job on the control panel.
Hold still, you. Clip it to my belt. I'll explain things to Sindana. You'd better hurry. He's half out of his mind with terror.
It should work now, sir.
Thanks. Now listen, Sindana. Quiet down. You won't get hurt. I'll let you go now. But don't try anything. We have weapons here that are a little more effective than your alpha ray. Understand?
I understand.
I came here to rescue 4 scout ships on a scientific mission. Our scientists picked up spacephone signals from your galaxy. They sent out an expedition to find out where they came from. I see you don't believe me, but it's the truth. Anyway, the expedition's reports were cut off. Apparently, there's some sort of interference originating in this galaxy.
Then our deflecting field is successful. You can't contact your invasion fleet.
Deflecting field? Yes.
Electromagnetic waves, including spacephone signals, are slightly bent.
See, between galaxies, the error would be enormous.
Yeah, it's like playing billiards with a bent cue on a warped cable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one of your super-intelligent games. Not the way I play it. Hey, Commander. I picked up Captain Norfield.
Good. I'll try to contact him. Keep an eye on him.
Yes, sir.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Captain Norfield. Commander Corry to Captain Norfield.
Norfield here, Commander, and busy.
What's the trouble?
Seems I'm not popular in this galaxy, sir. Some of the local talent's on my tail throwing go-away presents at me, and they're not candy and flowers.
Explosives?
The large economy size.
We got something a little different, but we're okay now. How many ships are after you?
Just one, but he'll do. I fired everything at him but the space rations. Now I'm down to evasive tactics only.
Keep your ID signal on. We'll join you. Corry out.
Thanks, Commander. I'll be seeing you. I hope.
Sindrana, get on the space phone and call off that attack.
Even if you force me, I have no authority over that other Graxock pilot. Maycor is in supreme command.
All right, Happy, won't waste time. Got to separate our ship from Sindrana's so they can maneuver and catch up with Norfield. Yes, you take the controls. I'll take Sindrana into his ship. Now get going, Sindrana. Into the airlock. In the Graxock ship a moment later, Buzz forces the half-frightened and half-defiant Sindrana to the control panel. All right, Sindrana. Cut your ship loose from ours. No tricks.
You can't force me to fight against my own people.
If you weren't so thick-headed, you'd understand there's no reason for a fight. Now call off that pilot, and we'll leave you alone. All we want to do is get back to our own galaxy.
Cadet Happy to Commander Corry.
Corry here, Hap. Sindrana's acting stubborn. He won't cut Terra 5 loose.
Sir, I've just sighted Norfield in the viewscope. That Graxock pilot is giving him a rough time, sir.
So we'll join the battle, Hap. You got to do all the work. You'll find it tough to overcome the extra inertia of this ship, plus its rocket blast.
Yeah, like being in a boxing match with a keg of nails under one arm. But if I can get on another pilot's tail and fly a fairly straight approach, well, I can let him have a blast with our atom cannons.
That's the way it'll have to be, Hap.
Right. If that pilot sees I'm firing at him, he's going to fire back. And we'll be as helpless as a couple of sitting ducks with locked wings.
Wait, I'll cut your ship loose. I thought you'd change your mind. There. The ships are separated. But I won't join the fight.
Hap, you're free. The Terra 5 is on its own now.
Commander, the enemy ship is gaining on Norfield. If If I pulled ahead now, maybe I could draw him off.
No, Hap. We'd get you and Norfield both. I'd stand a better chance because I'm in one of the Draxox ships.
Hey, that's great.
Now stick close, Hap, as though the Terra 5 was still captured.
Yes, sir. Yeah, if we can keep that guy fooled for a few minutes more, we can rescue Norfield. Uh-oh. Hey, Commander, this is terrible.
What is it, Happy?
I just picked up the enemy commander's spacephone channel. He knows we've escaped. He just gave that enemy pilot orders to blast both our ships.
You heard that, Sinclair. You're in for it anyway.
Let me take this ship away from here.
If you run out, Happy will have to blow up that other ship. The pilot is of his own galaxy. Don't you want to save him?
He has his orders for Mako.
Now, look. Just stun him with your ultimate. The way you did Happy and me, it won't hurt him. You'll save his life. You can tell Mako it was an accident.
Commander, shall I go after that Draxox pilot?
Fire some bracket shots around him to get him off Norfield. I'm going to try to operate the ultra-ray myself.
You can't do it. Even with your superior intelligence, a theory I'm beginning to doubt.
Let's go, you see, man. Let's see. This control might be right. No, second.
Oh, while you're playing with those controls, my fellow Draxox pilot will destroy your friend Happy.
Keep still and let me alone. Let's see.
Now, Corry. This strategy worked. I knew I would get you off guard. Step back. If you try to interfere, I'll use your own weapon on you.
What are you going to do?
Yes. I'm going to focus the ultra-ray on your Terra 5 and take Happy out of the fight. I'll change our course a bit. So, now the ultra-ray.
Don't touch that switch.
Let me tell you now, Corry. When I throw this switch, your cadet will be... Stand back, Corry. I'll fire. I warn you.
I'll take my gun back to the runner. I forgot to tell you the safety design. The gun won't fire unless you press this lock. Like this.
You let me take the gun away from you.
I encourage you. I wanted to find out how the ultra-ray works, so I let you show me.
Commander, Sindrana's pal is firing at us. Shall I let him have it?
No, Hap. This ultra-ray will take care of him. Stay where you are, Sinclair. This will cover. I hope that got him.
I think it did, sir. He was using evasive action all over space, and now he's on a straight vector.
Keep an eye on him, Hap. Sindrana, call Mako. What for? Get on that spacephone and tell him what happened to his pilot. I'll tell him.
Chief Aide Sindrana calling Mako, guardian of Draxox.
Mako to former Chief Aide Sindrana. Boy, had you.
It wasn't my fault. The ultra-ray is a failure.
Not quite, Mako. It took care of your other assassin.
What? What's that, Sindrana?
One of the invaders. He turned the ultra-ray and my ship on our other pilot.
Yes, and right now he's unconscious and headed out of the galaxy. If you want to save him, you'd better listen to reason.
Use the ultra-ray on one of our people? A barbaric? You invaders?
We're not invaders. All we want to do is get out of your galaxy and return home. Now cut off your electromagnetic deflectors so we can set an accurate vector on our star drive.
If I cut off the deflectors, your whole attack force will stream into our galaxy.
We don't have an attack force, but suppose we did. Suppose we took a chance and got home with your two men, Sindrana and that pilot. We'd know the secret of your deflectors, your ships, and all your defenses.
If I do cut the deflectors...
We'll give Sindrana a chance to rescue that other pilot. We can bring both your ships safely back to base.
Please, Excellency. Do as he says.
All right, Corry. I'll order the deflectors cut off.
Fine. Happy, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Sindrana and I will overtake that other ship at Mako's. Now cut off the translators. Someone may be listening.
Yes, sir. All clear, sir.
Trail me to the other ship. I know a few rope tricks that'll keep Sindrana and his pal from using their ultra-rays and space cannon until we're on our way in Terra 5.
Yes, sir.
We've got a job to do before we return to Terra. We've got to find those other 3 ships of the expedition.
Captain Norfield, Commander. Pardon my interrupting, but can I get in on this project?
Well, it's back to Terra for you, Norfield. Hap and I can handle it.
I don't doubt that, Commander. Thanks for saving my life. And I want to include Cadet Happy in on that, too.
We'll see you on Terra, Captain. Hap and I have got a few chores to do.
Good luck, Commander. Talk to you about it.
Say, Commander, something's been bothering me. I feel sort of insulted.
Insulted? How?
Well, about that ultra-ray. It's supposed to destroy intelligent people. And it only stunned us. I guess we must be pretty dumb.
Well, think of it this way, huh? Would you have felt any better if the ultra-ray had proved you were a genius?
Gee, no. I wouldn't be around to feel anything. I guess sometimes it's smart to be stupid.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Say, Hap, Dick, Peril, Robbie, Tony, everybody. It was a wonderful party and the best Christmas day we've ever had. The presents, entertainment, and Nestle's refreshments, it couldn't have been better. I want to thank one and all.
Now I'd like to make a little speech, and this is serious, gang. To all our radio friends, I'd like to wish the very happiest of Christmases. We're real glad to have had you with us at our party today, and we hope you'll be around for lots more parties to come.
And I'd like to add a word from the Nestle Company, which sends its sincerest wishes for a merry and warm Christmas to all its friends from coast to coast. Have a wonderful day.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have landed on a strange planet in a remote galaxy. In their spacesuits, they've boarded a stranded spaceship to rescue a fellow space patroller. Buzz carries the wounded pilot into the airlock.
Open the outer hatch, Hap. Yes, sir. Hey, what's that sound? Take a look outside. Commander, that stream of liquid, or that metal, or whatever it is, it's rising up all around the ship. And the ladder's gone. Dissolved.
Hap, we're stranded in a river of corrosive acid. If we don't get out of here, it'll dissolve the entire ship, and us with it.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, Ambush in Space. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday for exciting action on Space Patrol! This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network. The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have landed on a strange planet in a remote galaxy. In their spacesuits, they've boarded a stranded spaceship to rescue a fellow space patroller. Buzz carried the wounded pilot into the airlock.
Open the outer hatch, Hap. Yes, sir. What's that sound? Take a look outside. Commander, that stream of liquid, that metal or whatever it is, it's rising up all around us. And the ladder's gone. Dissolved. Hap, we're stranded in a flood of corrosive acid. If you don't get out of here, it'll dissolve the entire ship and us with it.
We'll be back in a moment with a thrilling story, Ambush in Space. Listen, kids, you know how much fun it is growing up. Every day there's a new thrill. Well, here's a thrill maybe you haven't tried yet, and believe me, you'll like it. It's the fun of having enough money to get the things you want. Maybe a new bike or a camera, or saving for something big like business school or college in the years to come. Sound good? Well, here's how you do it. Put a part of your allowance and the extra cash you earn each week into school savings. It doesn't take long to have enough to buy a real United States savings bond like Dad gets all the time. And bonds earn money for you. So start to save now. Have the money for the things you want when you want it. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, Ambush in Space. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in a remote galaxy. searching for members of a space patrol expedition that had been sent out to find the source of mysterious spaceophone signals. Buzz and Happy rescued one of the pilots from an attack by the unfriendly forces that guard the galaxy. 3 other pilots still are lost. Through the commander's strategy, the leader of the galactic defenses has agreed to a truce, during which Buzz and Happy will be permitted to find the remaining members of the expedition and return to the United Planets.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5 calling units of Expedition Enigma. Pilots are ordered to acknowledge immediately if able to do so. Urgent. Commander Corry calling Lieutenant Stitter, Lieutenant Marsden, and Lieutenant Beaker.
It looks bad, sir. Even if they're millions of BUs away, they should have picked up our hyperspace signal by now. One thing I'm really worried about, Hank. Those pilots went into star drive. I'll make her have a detector. Yeah, their calculations would be way off. They not only would miss our solar system, but our entire galaxy.
You've got to keep up the search, Hank. How long Mako will keep his part of the bargain.
I don't trust him either, Commander.
Roughly on 15-degree heading. This is making allowance for aberration.
Hey, listen, it's one of our men.
Repeating, Lieutenant Marsden calling Commander Corry aboard Terra 5.
Corry here, Marsden. Can you read me?
Yes, sir.
Are you all right?
I'm okay, Commander, but something's wrong with the ship. I'm grounded on a planet near a greenish star.
Is your ship damaged?
No, sir, it's the power control system. I've been trying to find the trouble so I can blast off.
Happy's getting a directional fix on you now, Marsden. Even if you repair the ship, remain at your present location until I arrive.
Very good, sir.
When did you last hear from any of the others?
Not for about 18 hours, sir. That's why I landed. I figured if all of us kept flying through space during that freak cosmic storm, we'd never contact each other again.
That wasn't a cosmic storm, Marsden. It's part of the defenses of this galaxy. It's a deflecting field. It curves electromagnetic waves, including light waves and spaceophone signals.
No wonder we lost track of each other.
Now listen, Marsden. This galaxy is controlled by a race of human beings that are highly developed scientifically. They also happen to be extremely suspicious of us because we're from another galaxy.
You've had contact with them, then?
Enough to make Happy and me realize that we're very unpopular. I promised their leader, Maycor, that we'd get out of their galaxy as soon as I located the members of the expedition. Lieutenant Northfield has already returned to Terra.
I see.
I told Maycor the truth, that our expedition came here to find out the source of those spaceophone signals. Well, we found it. So, since we aren't welcome in this galaxy, we'll go home.
I've got a fix on Lieutenant Marsden.
Good, Happy. Marsden, we'll land and see if we can repair your ship. If we can't, you'll come aboard Terra 5. Are you in any immediate danger?
None that I know of. Frankly, I don't like the looks of this planet.
Is it inhabited?
I doubt it. It's got an atmosphere, but it's not fit to breathe. It's almost as hot as our planet Mercury. Frankly, I'll be glad to get off.
We'll be there as soon as we can. Corry out.
On the key planet of the galaxy's defense system, Maycor, the guardian of the Graxic star system, confers with his chief aide, Sindrana.
I have good news for you, Sindrana. Our communications officers have solved the language pattern of the visitors.
And Corry is still in the galaxy.
Yes. He plans to rescue a pilot who, for some peculiar reason, chose to land his ship on Kerba 3.
Kerba 3? No one with any intelligence would go anywhere near the Kerba planetary system.
Exactly. In fact, I'm beginning to understand why our Alter Ray failed to eliminate Corry in our recent encounter. The Alter Ray was designed to destroy beings of superintelligence. Corry is of a race of beings comparable to us.
Then we have nothing to fear from him.
Perhaps not from him personally, but remember, he has penetrated our galaxy. Others of his race may follow.
Perhaps we should put on those reflector field again.
No, not yet. It is a costly process. It seems likely now that Corry personally is anxious to find his men and return to his own galaxy.
That might enable a task force to find their way back here.
Yes, although Corry has assured us that his United Planets, as he calls them, have no desire for conquest.
He is a stranger. It is not wise to trust a stranger.
You are right, Sindrana. And that is why I want you to board your spaceship and blast off for Kerba 3.
You're sending me alone?
Yes. But this time there is no danger. You will attack Corry only when you are sure he is helpless. Now go on, Sindrana. Proceed to Kerba 3.
Following Lieutenant Marsden's spaceophone signal, Buzz brings the Terra 5 toward the greenish star that to inhabitants of the galaxy is known as Kerba. Although blasts of static obliterate Marsden's signal for long intervals, the space patrollers finally locate the planet where Marsden landed.
It's certainly the most desolate looking planet I've seen. It's volcanic, apparently, and subject to electrical storms.
Hey, Commander, it's got a moon, too. It just popped up over the horizon.
Probably right. The size of it, it's simply close to the planet. It's got a tremendous gravity field.
Yeah. there's an ocean on the planet, the tide sure must be something to watch.
I wouldn't want to be there to watch it. Not on the surface at any rate. Let's see if we can break through that electrical storm and contact Marsden. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Lieutenant Marsden. Marsden, can you read me?
Lieutenant Marsden here, Commander.
We're very weak. We're getting a lot of interference.
Same at this end.
Can you direct us to the ship?
I'm not in the ship, sir. I thought I saw something moving a few hundred yards from the ship. I went out to investigate.
Something moving? You mean alive?
I don't know. I don't see how anything could be alive on this planet. Maybe it was just rolling, blown by the wind or something. I never did catch it. I slipped the spell, hurt my leg.
Can you make it back to the ship?
I'm trying to, sir. Commander, can you see that balloon from where you are?
Yes, it must look gigantic from the surface.
No, it certainly does. Its orbital velocity is terrific. I'll bet it's the moon that's causing those quakes.
Quakes?
Yeah, the ground shakes most of the time. Believe me, I'll be glad to get off this planet.
Captain, have you been able to get any sort of fix on Mars?
Yes, sir. It's a rough one, but when we get closer, I think we'll be able to see the ship.
This will help any, Commander. The ship's in a sort of wide gully or ravine.
Okay, Marsden, just keep talking. We'll come in on your signal.
Chief Aide Sindrana calling His Excellency Makor, Guardian of the Galaxy. Sindrana calling Makor.
This is Makor?
I'm Mate Dominguez from Turbo 3, Excellency. Or he's about to land. When he does, I'll be ready to attack.
No, wait. It may not be necessary. Turbo 3 is not a hospitable planet. Even if the quakes and volcanoes don't destroy the visitors, there are still the corrosive chemicals.
Then you want me to withhold my attack until Corry is about to blast off, if he does?
Yes. The men already on the planet called Marsden. Corry plans to repair Marsden's ship. Every second they are on the planet increases their chances of being destroyed.
You're right, Makor. Turbo 3 has its own methods of getting rid of it.
I see Marsden's ship, Commander. It's just about a mile up the ravine from the lake.
Let's have your leg. Marsden! Lieutenant Marsden, can you read me?
My leg.
Are you all right? Hold on, Marsden. We're very close. We've sighted the ship. Can you see us? Marsden, answer me. Did you reach the ship? Marsden! Something's happened to Marsden. We're going to have to go. I don't like the looks of that lake. It seems to be spilling over into the ravine.
Never saw water that color anywhere. But it doesn't look too serious, though. Just a slight trickle.
I know, but with quakes and tidal pull of that moon, there's no telling what'll happen. We'll set our ship down on higher ground than Marsden.
It's going to be difficult. And still be close.
There's a slight hump of rock a few hundred yards away from the cruiser. I'll land there. Get our spacesuits out of the locker.
After landing the Terra 5, Buzz and Happy make their way toward Marsden's cruiser, their space boots slipping on the hard, rough surface of the planet.
Wow. No wonder Marsden's pretty great. But like 70, like I just did, and then twisted. Yeah. Watch your face. Commander, you don't think... Hurry, Hap. If he made it into the ship, he might have a chance. Check the ship first. He'd take it there if he could. Hey, Commander, you were right about that lake overflowing. See, it's trickling along the bottom of the ravine. It's looking water. It looks so thick and heavy. Not water, Hap. It's not a some kind of liquid chemical. The way it flashes around and yet doesn't leave any wet marks. It's like molten metal. Well, the volcanoes we saw from Terra 5, you might be right. We've got to cross a small river with the stuff to get to Marsden's ship. Yes, find a narrow spot and leave across that. We can go right up to Marsden's ship. Okay, Hap, right here. Jump across. That's it, Hap. Here I come. Now, let's get up. Oh, hey, excuse me, sir. I dropped my ray gun. It bounced out of my hold. There it is. It fell into the stream. It's floating like a cork on water. Liquid must be heavier than ordinary metal. That's a break. If the gun sank, I'd have to plunge my spacesuit glove under the liquid. But don't touch it, Hap. It don't dissolve. My ray gun dissolved. Lucky we didn't slide the weight across it. Whatever it is, it's corrosive. Dissolved our space. The stream's right. It's getting deeper. We gotta hurry. To the ship, see if Mars is there. Come on. Up the ladder, Hap. Open the outer hatch. Hey, Commander. He may have made it back to the ship. The inner hatch is open inside. Quick, search the ship. Hey, it's a quake. The ship's shaking. down. Tap, there's one. Collapsed to the control panel. I hope he's still alive. Haven't got time to examine him now. Gotta get him to our ship just as he is. I'll lift him up my shoulder. May have passed out. Okay, let's go. Yes, sir. Careful now, Hap. All right, I've got it. I'll hold the hatches open for you, sir. Hey, what's that sound? Take a look outside. Commander, this metal or whatever it is, it's rising up all around the ship. Too wide to jump across now. It's like the Mars has been carrying. Commander, look. Liquid syrup in the ship's ladder. The ladder is dissolving. We're stranded in a river of corrosive acid. Acid that even eats mercurium. If we don't get out of here, it'll dissolve the entire ship, and all of us with it.
We'll be back to Space Patrol in just a moment. Boys and girls, here's a little problem. How long does it take to cross a street? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Well, that may be the right answer. You're careful to cross at the corner and wait for the traffic light. But if you cross in the middle of the block, it may take weeks to get to the other side. Yes, weeks. Weeks spent in the hospital or in bed at home with the broken bones and bruises that come from being in an automobile accident. Don't forget, the motorist doesn't expect to find anyone in the middle of the block. He may not be able to stop in time. That's why it may take weeks from the moment you start across the street until you finally reach the other side. The second you might save isn't worth those weeks you might lose, so be careful. Cross with the light and only at corners. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now back to today's thrilling Space Patrol adventure, Ambush in Space. Buzz and Happy have landed on the planet Turba 3 to rescue Lieutenant Marsden, whose Space Patrol cruiser is unable to blast off. The planet is rocky, desolate, and with a poisonous atmosphere. Continuing fates have caused the nearby lake to spill a strange metallic fluid down into the ravine where the helpless ship is resting. Finding Lieutenant Marsden unconscious inside his ship, Buzz and Happy, clad in spacesuits, are about to step from the airlock when they notice that the liquid metal is rising around the ship and is dissolving the ladder.
Ladder. Now it's eating away at the upper part of the ship. We can only blast off before the ship is completely melted down. Spent hours trying to fix it, Snap. We've only got a few minutes. Wait. Rocket. Work with Mars. Anything about the repeller ray. The repeller ray? Right now. I'll stay here in the airlock with Mars. You walk forward and cut on the repeller ray. Right, Commander. Can you hear me, Hap? Yes, sir. Just advance the power slowly until I tell you to stop. Yes, sir. It's on, Commander. But something's stored it out. We're not getting much output. Can you get any more power? I'll try, sir. It's up full, Commander, but the ship isn't moving. I think this will work. Leave it on. Come back here to the airlock. Yes, sir. There you are, Hap. Look outside the hatch. Open rocket. The acid is swirling away from the ship. The repeller ray is forcing the liquid metal away. Hey, and the ground is dry all around the ship. Jump out, Hap. I'll lower Marsden down for you. Yes, sir. All right, Commander, I'll take you. Easy now. There, I've got him, sir. Come on. Let's get going, Hap. All the quick slap from us. We're finished. A few steps more and we'll be on high ground. Another quake, Hap. Hey, Commander. Look at Marsden's ship. It's toppling over. Oh, we made it just in time. The whole ship is all like a big lump of sugar in a cup of hot coffee. Liquid's rising. We've got to get Marsden aboard Terra 5 before our ship is dissolved, too.
Several miles above the surface of the planet Turba 3, Sindrana observes the scene below through a viewscope, then reports to the Guardian of the Galaxy.
One of their ships has already been engulfed by the corrosive liquid metal.
What about Corry? Was he in the ship that was destroyed?
I can't tell from this distance. Should I drop lower and investigate?
No, I don't think that will be necessary. Wait until the other ship is informed. Then we'll know our intruders.
Makor! Something's gone wrong.
What do you mean?
The other ship is blasted off.
What?
In my viewscope, I can see Corry's ship moving, rising into space.
Then get away from Turbo Tree quickly before he sees you.
Perhaps I could destroy him now. He probably won't be expecting it.
No. I have another idea. I'm changing our strategy. We will cooperate with our visitors.
Cooperate?
Yes.
But they don't trust us.
I know that. But once we gain their confidence and trust, it will be different. For the time being, Soprano, return.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling units of Expedition Enigma. Commander Corry calling Lieutenant Stitter and Lieutenant Beaker.
Any contact yet, Commander?
No. Lieutenant Marsden.
Okay, sir. He wants to come up forward and help us find the other pilots.
Just hope Beaker and Stitter haven't run into any more planets at that time.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling units of Expedition Enigma. Commander Corry calling...
Expedition Enigma, Unit 3 to Commander Corry. Lieutenant Beaker here.
A break at last.
Beaker, are you all right?
Yes, sir, except that I've lost track of all the others. I've had no contact for 20 hours.
Captain Northfield has returned to Terra. Lieutenant Marsden is aboard Terra 5 with me. Now that we've contacted you, only Stitter is missing. How are your instruments? Is your hyperspace vector computer working?
I can't say for sure, sir. I ran into some sort of disturbance shortly after the expedition arrived in this galaxy. Frankly, I'm not sure of anything now.
We'll join ships, and I'll come aboard and check your computer against the one in Terra 5. And we'll be sure you can get back to Terra okay.
Yes, sir. I'm changing vector now and heading toward you. Incidentally, a while ago, I picked up something in my viewscope. I thought it might be a spaceship, but it disappeared before I could check.
It's probably one of the galaxy ships, Beaker. They're very suspicious of strangers, so avoid all contact.
Very good, Commander.
Judging by our fix on your spacephone signal, we're on an approach vector. Turn your ID signal on.
All right, Commander.
Coming in okay, Beaker. Steady as you go. Corry out. All right, Hap, take over the controls. I'm going back and talk to Marsden.
Yes, sir.
In the headquarters of the Guardian of the Black Sock Galaxy, Maycor intently watches a gigantic viewscope screen upon which two tiny dots are slowly converging toward the center. With a smile of grim satisfaction, he clicks on a spacephone transmitter.
Good fortune is with us, Indrana. Corry has contacted one of the other pilots. The two ships are now approaching Turba and Zankola.
Turba and Zankola? Are any of our ships in?
No, not within 1 million Domegas. Corry and the other pilot are now about 10,000 Domegas apart.
Possibly stop either ship now.
I didn't tell you all I know. Between Corry and the other ship is the magnetic vortex. They're both heading right toward it.
They'll be destroyed. They'll be caught in it before they know anything's wrong. Their ship will be twisted, ripped to pieces by the vortex.
Not quite. Only Corry's ship will be destroyed. Then, using the translator here at headquarters, I will warn the other pilot.
Because he would have saved his life, he will trust us completely. We can capture him and take over his star dive ship.
Exactly. There is nothing to do now but watch the screen and wait until Corry is struck.
We could pick up Lieutenant Beaker on the viewscope, Commander. Then we could tell how far away he is.
With his ID signal, we at least know his direction.
If there are only some planets fairly close to us, we could relay some astrogation coordinates to Beaker.
That meteor might help us.
That little thing?
It's several hundred times bigger than a spaceship. It's almost in the same heading we are. If Beaker can pick it up in his viewscope, it'll be simple to figure how far from it are.
Sure. He could see that meteor long before he could see our ship.
We'll figure its velocity and direction, then contact Beaker.
Yes, sir. The meteor isn't as good a guide as a planet, but that's better than nothing. That's funny.
What's the trouble?
Well, the meteor, sir, seems to be in a regular vector.
I see what you mean, huh? Behaving as though it were being guided. Suddenly pulled toward a huge object in space.
But there isn't any such object.
Still, something's affecting that meteor. Next, it'll be affecting us.
Commander, am I nuts, or did that meteor fly apart?
It certainly did happen. It's completely disintegrated. If we don't change our vector, the same thing will happen to us. The meteor deflected to starboard, Hap, so we'll veer sharply to port.
Yes, sir. How about Lieutenant Beaker?
I'll warn him now. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5 calling Lieutenant Beaker. Urgent. Corry to Lieutenant Beaker.
Lieutenant Beaker here, sir.
Beaker, we're both heading towards some powerful, invisible force. It just deflected a meteor and exploded it. Cut your velocity and set a course 90 degrees to your present vector.
Yes, sir.
Have you picked this up in your viewscope yet?
No, Commander.
Well, how about a meteor, roughly on our own heading?
I've seen nothing in the viewscope, Commander.
And you're probably farther from this course than we are. Keep your ID signal on. Hap and I'll try to work out an astrogation chart on distant stars. When we get one that looks practical, we'll contact you.
I get it. We'll try meeting a few million DUs out in space, away from this force you mentioned.
Right, Beaker. And since we don't know the extent of that force, the farther away, the better. I'll contact you in a few minutes. Corry out. Now, Hap, we'll pick a star pattern and relay the data to Beaker. Beaker can detect the same pattern from his starboard vision. We'll know we've got a good reference.
This is Maycor calling, Commander Corry.
Commander, it's Maycor.
Got his translator working. Corry here. Go ahead, Maycor.
Commander, you are in no danger if you follow my instructions. I'll be glad to help you.
Oh, then you know what happened, or nearly happened to us.
Yes, I heard your conversation with Lieutenant Beaker. You are in the region of what we call the magnetic vortex. For centuries, our own ships have avoided that part of space. If you will follow my directions, I'll help you to join Lieutenant Beaker.
Where are you now?
I'm at my headquarters on a distant planet. I'm observing your ship on an ultra-powerful useful stream.
Then you've plotted the boundaries of this magnetic vortex.
Yes, Commander.
Considering the way you feel about strangers in your galaxy, you're being extremely cooperative.
Well, I realize now that you are keeping your part of your bargain, and that your only desire is to return to your own solar system. Now, if you will maneuver your ship as I expect.
Hap, according to Maycor, if we hold this heading, we'll miss the vortex.
Hey, Commander, do you think he's on the level?
I don't know.
The trouble is, there's no way we can find out. If he's deliberately heading us into that vortex, we won't know it until our ship starts to come apart.
Wait, Hap. There is a way. If we were to fire a space torpedo directly ahead of us, what would happen?
Well, the torpedo would keep accelerating ahead of us farther and farther.
Right. As long as the torpedo didn't change course, we'd know we were in a safe vector.
And if it did change...
We could have at least a few seconds to act. Hap, align a torpedo to fire on a 0-degree heading.
Yes, sir.
I'll contact Lieutenant Beaker and see if he's had any luck with that astrogation data. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Lieutenant Beaker.
Beaker here, sir.
Did you locate that constellation from the data?
Yes, sir. All points checked to less than 1 degree parallax. When you were talking to that Maycor, I got a space phone fixed on both of you. That data reconciles the parallax, Commander. I'd say my instruments are okay.
In that case, Lieutenant, you can set your hyperspace vector and return to Terra immediately. I'll continue the search for Spitter.
Very well, Commander.
Good luck, Beaker. Corry out.
Torpedo trajectory all set, Commander.
Very good, Happy. Fire.
Well, there goes our guiding star, our life insurance.
All we've got to do is keep it in the viewscope. As long as it stays on a steady course, we know we're safe.
So, when can we be sure that we're completely away from the vortex field?
When we get near a planetary system, or if we see another ship, one from this galaxy. Hap, look at that torpedo. Changing course.
Yeah, I'll say. It's bearing to port.
We've got to change course quick.
Commander, that torpedo, it acts like it's gone crazy.
Fire starboard rockets. I'll set a course 90 degrees to our previous vector.
The torpedo exploded. Did you see that flash?
Yes, sir. Plunged into the vortex.
That's what we'd have done if you hadn't changed course. Sir, do you think we're safe now? Will we miss that force field?
Guardian Maycor calling, Commander Corry.
Corry here. Are we on the right vector, Maycor?
Commander, this is urgent. My viewscope screen shows that you have changed course. You must follow instructions exactly, or you will meet with disaster. Now, quick, before it's late, return to your previous course.
Nice try, Maycor, but we're on to you.
What do you mean?
You tried to run us right into that vortex. Just cost us a space torpedo to find out that you can't be trusted.
You invader! All right, you avoided the vortex. Now, I'm going after you personally, Corry. I'll get you. When I do, you will regret that you ever entered this galaxy.
I'd be more impressed with your threat, Maycor, if you had a reputation for keeping your word.
Hey, that's telling him, Commander.
Now listen, Maycor. One of my men is still lost in your galaxy. I intend to find him and take him home. Whenever or wherever you try to stop me, I'll be ready.
A preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Young men between the ages of 17 and 18 and a half with a military obligation, the National Guard offers many advantages and opportunities. You can earn new skills, earn extra income, and gain experience in leadership. You can learn to become a pilot and qualify for a commission, and there are retirement benefits, too. If you enlist in your local National Guard unit, you may start your training right there at home. There's no need to interrupt your work or school. Inquire about the unlimited opportunities the National Guard offers you by contacting your local armory. Preparedness now is a safeguard against the future. Do your part by enlisting in the National Guard. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spaceship, approaching a planet in a remote solar system.
Commander, Where did that thing come from?
It's a glowing object. It's headed right toward us.
A meteor.
Meteors don't glow in empty space.
It's getting brighter. It's a ball of fire.
There's another one.
Where in the universe are they coming from?
It's a weapon, Hap.
A weapon? And it's some sort of... It's got to be Maker's work.
Right. It's trying to make good his threat to destroy us.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Prison Planet. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovach, Norm Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Lee Zimmer speaking. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spaceship approaching a planet in a remote solar system.
Commander, where did that thing come from?
It's a glowing object. It's headed right toward us.
A meteor.
Meteors don't glow in space.
It's getting brighter. It's a ball of fire.
There's another one.
Where in the universe are they coming from?
It's a weapon.
A weapon? Then it's some of Makor's work.
Right. He's trying to make good his threat to destroy us.
We'll be back in just a moment with a thrilling story, Prison Planet.
It's quicker than a jet flight. It's quicker than the speed of light. It's Nestle's Quick, the miracle product that mixes so quick it gives you chocolate milk in seconds. Fellas and girls, have you tried instant Nestle's Quick? Nothing was ever so speedy. Here's all you have to do to get perfect chocolate milk. First, pour out your big, cold, frosty glass of milk. Then add 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. That's right. You pour the milk first. Then you add Quick. Spoon it around once or twice, and there's your chocolate milk. Why, it practically makes itself. And wait till you taste that flavor. Quick is just like those great Nestle's chocolate bars. Yes, sir, it's got that special Nestle's chocolate flavor, that special Nestle's chocolate richness, that special Nestle's chocolate smoothness. It's a real soda fountain treat right in your own home. You're going to love having wonderful Nestle's Quick with meals, for snacks, and before bedtime. And you can tell Mom that Quick is good for you because it's fortified with vitamin D. And the more Quick you drink, the more milk you drink. So Mom's sure to approve. Ask her to get that big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick. And then you can join all the Space Patrollers in the most delicious, most chocolate, quickest treat in the universe. That's Q-U-I-K, Nestle's Quick.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Prison Planet. Buzz and Happy have returned to the Graxok star system 500,000 light years from the United Planets to search for the one remaining pilot of an ill-fated expedition. 3 other pilots have already been found and have returned safely to Terra. Buzz and Happy realize that every moment spent in the unfriendly galaxy means increased peril, for Makor, guardian of the star system, has sworn to destroy them. While Happy watches the viewscopes for unfriendly ships, Buzz makes repeated attempts to contact the missing Space Patrol pilot by spaceophone.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Lieutenant Stitter, Element 4 of Expedition Enigma. Commander Corry calling Lieutenant Stitter.
Lieutenant Stitter to Terra 5.
You got him.
Section's terrible, Hap. Keep watching those viewscopes while I try again.
Yes, sir. There's no sighting so far.
Corry to Lieutenant Stitter. Your signal is very weak. Keep talking. Repeat. Keep talking. We'll try to get a fix on your signal.
I read you faintly, Commander. Would you repeat your orders? Lieutenant Stitter requesting repeat on orders from Commander Corry.
Stitter must be thousands of DUs away.
Yes, and Maycor is causing the interference.
That deflector field again, huh?
Yes, if we don't contact Stitter soon, get in the star drive, Maycor will be coming after us.
I wish we could make him listen to reason.
He won't have to. He broke his word with us, and when we outsmarted him and hurt his pride. He won't be satisfied until he gets his revenge.
I guess there are characters like that in every galaxy.
I better try to reach Stitter again. Commander Corry, calling Lieutenant Stitter of Expedition Enigma.
Elsewhere in the defense headquarters of the Draxox star system, Maycor, guardian of the galaxy, confers with his chief aide, Sindrana.
I've marked the star chart, Sindrana. This point indicates Corry's position. And the other intruder? The second ship is 40,000 omegas away from Corry. Its vector is indicated by this arrow.
I see. And Corry is in communication with the other ship.
To a very limited extent. Our deflector field is working quite successfully.
It may be possible to send some of our ships after Corry and destroy him before he escapes from our galaxy.
No one is going to get Corry but me. You understand? My own personal reputation depends on it. I've got the entire plan worked out. First, we will capture this Lieutenant Stitter and his ship. That will be simple. Then we can turn our full efforts into getting caught.
You say it will be simple to capture the other ship?
Yes. Look at its vector. It is heading towards Zergol.
The prison planet?
That's right. A maximum security base. A planet from which no news leaks to the rest of the galaxy. Except by my authority.
Yes, but I don't see how we can possibly...
We will order this unwelcome visitor to land on Zergol.
Will we do it?
I got it all figured out. Now listen. Corry can't contact Stitter, but we can.
Lieutenant Stitter, Element 4 of Expedition Enigma, calling Commander Corry aboard the Terra 5.
An urgent message to Lieutenant Stitter of the United Planets Expedition. This is Maycor, guardian of the galaxy. I want to help you. Please acknowledge.
Lieutenant Stitter here. You say you're the guardian of the galaxy?
Yes. I am in charge of defenses of this star system, the region of space you're in now. I've already had contact with your Commander Corry, and know that he's looking for you. We promise to give him all the help possible.
That's certainly welcome news. Say, is it possible for you to relay a message to my commanding officer?
No, not at present, on account of those solar radiations. I offer a suggestion if you see fit to follow it.
Since you're working with Commander Corry and I'm lost, the best thing is to let you give the orders.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant. It will be easier that way. I believe I know your present position. There should be a yellow star approximately 20 degrees to the right of your present heading.
It's 23 degrees by my instruments.
Good. You're near the planet Zergol. Make a landing on that planet. Then we'll notify Commander Corry where to find you.
Is the planet inhabited?
Yes, but by a very primitive civilization. And I suggest that you carefully avoid any settlements for fear of alarming the natives.
I understand.
And I'll contact you later and help you establish your exact position on the planet, so Commander Corry can locate you without any trouble.
I'm very grateful, Maycor.
Oh, this star system is always happy to help friendly visitors, Lieutenant. Now, don't be concerned about the Commander. I'll personally take care of everything. And I wish you a safe landing on Zergol. There, Sindrana. You say?
I still don't like the idea of sending him to the prison planet. The prison authorities see his ship and they'll report it.
Didn't you hear me tell the stupid lieutenant to avoid all settlements? He'll never know he's landing on a prison planet until later when we have him locked up.
It would be better to do away with him. Suppose he talks.
Who would understand him without a translator? And there are no electronic translators on this prison planet. It would be foolish to do away with him, because we may need him later if we decide to attack Corry's solar system.
I realize no one has ever returned from Zergol in the 12 Tarban that has been operating as a prison.
That's right. Not even the guards and official personnel. And the pilots who bring new prisoners there are not allowed to leave the ship. They must return without setting foot on Zergol.
Then you're sure there's nothing to worry about?
Nothing, Sindrana. We'll capture our lieutenant and his spaceship, and then we'll go after Commander Corry. Now come, let's go to our ship and blast off for Zergol.
Still encountering bad reception, Buzz and Happy continue their attempts to contact Lieutenant Stitter.
This is the direction Stitter seemed to be heading. We either changed vector or the deflector may cause is throwing our instruments way off.
Uh-oh. There's something in the viewscope, sir.
A ship?
No, sir, it's too big. A giant meteor, maybe.
A small moon, a satellite of that planet.
Sure, that's probably right.
If we can contact Stitter again, we can use this sort of planetary system as a reference point. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Lieutenant Stitter. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Lieutenant Stitter.
Some distance from Zergal, Makor and Sindrana adjust a special device on their spaceophone that modifies the deflector field. A few moments later, they establish contact with Lieutenant Stitter.
Have you landed yet, Lieutenant Stitter?
No, Makor. I'm flying at low altitude over a mountain range, looking for a place to set down.
Are you near a settlement of any kind?
I don't think so. I made a careful check by viewscope from high altitude before I came in low.
That's excellent. Now, from your spaceophone signal, you appear to be on the bright side of Zergal.
Correct. The sun is right overhead.
Have you observed the large body of water?
Yes, but it's beyond the horizon now. It's several hundreds of what we call miles to my right.
Then you are over an entirely unpopulated region, Lieutenant. Land in the first suitable place you see.
Very good, Makor.
After your landing is secured, spaceophone me. I'll have no difficulty finding you.
How about Commander Corry? Have you contacted him yet?
No, but don't worry. One of our communication centers is certain to reach him soon. Make her out. There you are, Sindrana. That ship and its pilot are as good as in our hands.
Your plan is working out very well, Makor. I confess that...
Sindrana.
The viewscope. It's a spaceship.
Yes. And on a vector towards Zergal.
Possibly one of our own prison ships.
If there were prisoners being consigned to Zergal, I'd known about it.
A supply ship, then?
The prison planet has been self-supporting. For the last 2 Tarvin. It must be Corry. He has managed to get some sort of a fix on Stitter's signal.
I hope he hasn't overheard our conversations with Stitter.
If he has, there's nothing he can do about it. He'll never reach Zergal.
How are we going to stop him? It's not wise to engage Corry in combat. We've learned that fact.
We won't need to get closer to him than we are now. Not if we use the Darrow projectiles.
It's forbidden to use the Darrow projectile,
Except in the most extreme emergency. Well, isn't this one?
Yes, but you must have permission from the Supreme Council of the Galaxy. That would mean telling them there are alien ships in our star system.
I was able to obtain the Darrow projectiles without a formality. The Supreme Council will never know. Take the controls, Sindrana. I will launch the protocol.
Sure, that was Stitter we heard a moment ago. Can we stay on this vector, sir?
Yes.
It'll take us close to that planet. And that's not so safe with Makor looking for us.
Maybe the planet's uninhabited. We can only contact Stitter before Maker's tipped off.
Hey, Commander, look. Where did that thing come from?
It's glowing. It's headed right towards us.
A meteor.
Meteors don't glow in space. And the meteor would have registered on our viewscopes.
It's getting brighter. It's a ball of fire.
There's another one. We'll change our course.
Well, where in the universe are they coming from? All of a sudden, 2 flaming blobs appear out of nothing. Hey, they're changing course too, Commander.
Both of them swerved when we did.
Either they're attracted to us or they're under some sort of control.
It's a weapon.
It must be some of Makor's work.
Right, he's trying to make good his threat to destroy us.
They're gaining on us, sir. What are we going to do?
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, Tony, did I hear you telling the gang that you have a soda fountain at your house?
That's right, Captain Two-Fell.
Well, don't you think that's exaggerating just a little bit?
Gee whiz, no. My mom always keeps plenty of Nestle's Quick in our galley, and that's just like having a soda fountain, because I can make up real chocolate milk just like a soda fountain treat anytime I like, you see?
Well, I guess I can't argue with that, Tony. Nestle's Quick is the greatest treat in the universe, because it makes the greatest chocolate milk in the universe. Imagine being able to fix chocolate milk with the same wonderful, rich flavor as your favorite Nestle's chocolate bars, right in your house.
And you can fix it just as quick as that. All you have to do is pour out your glass of milk, add 2 spoonfuls of Nestle's Quick, spin it around once or twice, and it's ready to drink.
And you know, Nestle's Quick has plenty of what it takes to help build sound teeth and bones. Plenty of vitamin D.
Another thing that's good is the more Quick you drink, the more milk you're drinking. And that's great for all us space patrollers.
Yes, everybody can have a soda fountain at home by just asking Mom to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick. Then, anytime you like, meals or snacks, you can fix yourself a real chocolate treat, Nestle's Quick.
If you're like all us space patrollers, you'll love Nestle's Quick. That's Q-U-I-K, Nestle's Quick. Boy, is it chocolatey and good.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Prison Planet. Makor, Guardian of the Galaxy, has tricked Space Patrol Lieutenant Stitter into landing in a deserted section of Zergol, of Prison Planet. When Makor and his chief aide, Sindrana, saw Commander Corry's ship approaching Zergol, he fired 2 day-roll projectiles at the Terra 5. Buzz and Happy realize their danger, but so far are unable to escape the strange, flaming projectiles by evasive action.
You'll just have to try to outrun them, Happy.
Well, how about going into Star Drive? Maybe we'd be safe in hyperspace.
We'd be plunging into an unknown dimension with no hope of finding our way back.
Wow, those fireballs are gaining on us.
They're getting bigger, growing in size.
Maybe they'll burn themselves out before they hit us.
I'm afraid not, Happy. That weapon is some strange energy force. I think it feeds as it travels.
On what?
Microscopic particles in space. And we're a giant particle, so it's chasing us.
Well, if we can't dodge them or outrun them, what are we going to do?
Hap, what's the simplest way you know to get a bone away from a hungry dog?
Gee, I don't know. Unless it's to offer him a bigger bone.
Exactly. It's just what we're going to do now.
Huh?
We're going to offer those hungry blobs of energy a bigger bone. We're changing vector to head right for that small moon.
Will they go after the moon?
Well, they may. The moon's small, but gigantic in comparison with our ship. We're going to have to rely on instruments at this velocity, Hap.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to work fast. You'll compute the moon's orbit. We'll leave it up to the automatic pilot control to skim us close to the moon's surface.
Wow, this computer better work fast. The fireballs are really closing in.
We've done all we can, Hap. Might as well relax.
I think I must have fed the wrong data into the computer, Commander. I think we're going to crash.
We played our hand, Hap. We tampered with the controls now. We might really make an error.
Here we go.
You can open your eyes now,
Huh? Did we?
We missed the moon.
How about those fireballs?
They've changed course. Toward the moon. Look at the rear view scope.
The rocket's at work. I wonder what'll happen when they collide with it. Oh, look at that. The whole moon is burning up.
It isn't the moon any longer. It's a sun. A miniature star.
Wow. That's what would have happened to us.
Look at our instruments. Picking up all kinds of wild radiation.
Yeah. I'll bet we couldn't pick up a spacephone signal from Stitter now if he was in the next compartment.
Makor is probably a few DUs away trying to figure out what happened. We'll cross over to the other side of the moon's orbit and hide out for
it. Makor, you destroyed the moon. Their projectiles destroyed the moon.
Stop gibbering. The important question is, did we get Corry?
Lieutenant Stitter calling Makor, Guardian of the Galaxy. Lieutenant Stitter calling Makor, Guardian of the Galaxy.
There's a lot of interference considering how close we are to the planet.
It's the Darrow radiation. Makor to Lieutenant Stitter, have you landed?
Yes. My ship is on a grassy plain near a wooded section.
Good. Keep reporting at intervals. We will locate your exact position by your signal.
Very good, Makor. Oh, any word from Commander Corry?
There is nothing to worry about now, Lieutenant. Just keep in contact, and we'll have you in safe hands in a very short time. Makor out.
You'll be in safe hands, all right. The hands of the guards of the prison planet.
From his grounded ship on the planet Zergol, Lieutenant Stitter continues his periodic messages to his supposed rescuers. Finally, a strange ship appears over the horizon and lands a few yards from his own. 2 men emerge from the ship and walk toward his space patrol cruiser. As Stitter turns to open the hatch to welcome them, a signal light flickers on the spaceophone panel and a buzzer sounds. Surprised, Lieutenant Stitter steps to the spaceophone and quickly turns to a special frequency.
Lieutenant Corry aboard Terra 5 calling Lieutenant Stitter. Urgent. Commander Corry to Lieutenant Stitter.
Lieutenant Stitter here, Commander.
Stitter, you're in danger. Blast off immediately.
Danger? Well, there's some mistake, sir. I've been in contact with the Guardian of the Galaxy. He's ready to rescue me.
He's tricked you. Get off that planet before he lands.
But the ship has already landed. In fact, there are 2 men about to come aboard. They'll be in here before I can blast off.
Are they in spacesuits?
No, sir.
Then you won't need one either. Get out of that ship. Run to the cargo hold and go out through the emergency hatch. Don't try to fight them.
I think they're entering the airlock now, sir.
Hurry, Stitter. Take a miniature spaceophone. We'll find you and pick you up. Corry out.
Strange. He's not in the control compartment. Wait a minute. Look out through the port.
He left the ship.
Yes, he's running toward the woods.
What made him suspicious?
I'll go after him. You return to our ship and wait for me.
The Terra 5 flies low over the planet Zergol while Buzz and Happy scan the ground with a telescopic viewscope.
I sure hope Stitter got away. Can't we try to contact him now, sir?
All right, Happy. We want to try too soon. By now, he's either captured by Makor or is far enough away to risk talking to us. Commander Corry calling Lieutenant Stitter. Corry to Stitter. If you read me but can't answer, we're looking for you. And we'll keep looking till we find you.
I hate to think of what Makor will do to him if he catches him.
Judging by the fragments of spacephone conversation we intercepted, Makor wants Stitter alive.
I sure hope so.
I'll try again. Commander Corry calling Lieutenant Stitter.
Lieutenant Stitter here, Commander. Everything's all right.
You got away from Makor?
Yes, sir. I just ran into the woods. I'm all right now. Hey, this is a wonderful planet. Wonderful. I never felt so good in my life.
Stitter, listen. You're still in danger. Give me a few landmarks so I can find you.
Never mind, Commander. I don't want to leave this place ever.
Stitter, what's wrong with you?
Wrong? Nothing's wrong. Absolutely nothing. What could possibly be wrong in this beautiful, wonderful world?
Stitter. Lieutenant Stitter, you're still under orders. I demand an explanation.
Stuff to explain, Commander. I like it here, that's all. Thanks for your trouble, sir. And goodbye. Stitter out.
What's got into him? Hey, I know. Makor's got him, and making him put on an act.
That is no way. For some reason, he just wasn't wanted. He listened.
Commander, look. There are two ships down there.
Yes, right near the edge of the wooded section. Stitter's and Makor's.
Yes, sir. And beyond it, in the clearing, there's a man.
Just a viewscope, Pat. A little more. There, that's it.
It's Stitter, sir. See? Space Patrol uniform.
There's room in the clearing to set the ship down here. While I land the ship, you check the atmosphere sample we scooped out.
The air must be okay, sir. Lieutenant Stitter didn't complain about it.
No, he certainly didn't. Make that test happen.
Yes, sir.
Using the repel array, Buzz brings the Terra 5 in on a vertical descent into the clearing. As they leave the ship and approach the lieutenant, Stitter leans against a tree and watches them with amused interest.
Lieutenant Stitter.
Hi, Commander. Hello, Happy.
Lieutenant? Now, come on, Lieutenant. Let's get into the ship.
Why is everybody so serious? This is a glorious planet. Why would anyone want to leave it?
Stitter, you're being affected by the atmosphere. There's a gas in the air that tests similar to nitrous oxide, sometimes called laughing gas. It gives you a false feeling of well-being.
Isn't it great, Commander?
Pat, grab him. We'll carry him aboard.
Yes, sir.
Don't hurt him. Remember, he can't help the way he's acting. If we don't get aboard that ship right away, we'll be just like him.
Come on, Lieutenant. Easy now.
All three of you, turn around and raise your hand.
Makor.
I warn you, don't force me to use this weapon.
Easy says.
Well, I see you have your translating devices with you. That will make it easier for both of us. Come on, we're going on a walk through the woods to my ship.
Why is everybody so anxious to leave this wonderful world?
Don't worry, you'll be back. You'll be here permanently, Lieutenant.
Hey, great.
You won't think it's so funny when you find out what Zergol really is. It's a prison planet.
This is a prison planet?
Yes. Some distance from here is a guarded prison. It was built by prison labor from other planets. And no one who has been brought to Zergol has ever left it.
Now, I call that a mighty nice arrangement.
For you, perhaps. But not for Corry and the Cadet. After I get what information I want from them, they will be destroyed. Now, come on, all of you.
He's running things as if now happens.
Yes, sir.
First, I better relieve you of your weapons. Just keep your hands raised. That's it, Commander. Now, you, Cadet. And don't move or I'll bust you to bits.
Hey, Commander, how come the atmosphere doesn't make this guy good-natured? He's been exposed as long as Lieutenant Stitter.
He's fighting it like we are. Stitter was caught off guard and didn't realize what was happening.
All right, let's go.
Stand right where you are. Are you there with the blaster? Drop it.
The stranger has you covered, Makor. He's right behind you.
Well, that's wonderful advice, Makor. Drop it.
Very well. Do you know who I am?
Of course, you're Makor, Guardian of the Galaxy.
And you, obviously, are an escaped prisoner. If you don't put down that weapon and let me go, you will be in for severe punishment. You won't think it's so funny when the guards catch you.
A guard? Makor, listen, I am a guard. Janek the guard.
Ridiculous. Why are you wearing your prisoner's uniform, then?
I like to change off. I'm a guard, all right. It's my job to keep nosy officials like you from interfering with the happiest planet in the galaxy.
Commander, this is a madman. Help me escape from him, and I'll let you return to your home planet.
Nobody leaves Zergol. It would spoil everything.
Janet, what do you mean spoil everything? Isn't this a prison planet?
Oh, not to us. We have plenty to eat and practically no work to do. Zergol is a paradise. I was in one of the original work crews sent here to build a prison. When we saw what we had here, we invented a little scheme to keep Zergol a paradise.
This is impossible. Zergol is a maximum security prison. The worst criminals in the galaxy are sent here.
Yes, it's our only source of immigration. If the truth ever got out about Zergol, it would be swamped with honest people. In a short time, there would be a shortage of food. Fighting, robbery, murder would be everywhere.
You mean there's no crime here now?
Why should there be? There's plenty for all. And if any man has any tendency to be nasty, the effect of the atmosphere makes him a pretty jolly citizen after a few days.
I won't stay here. I can't stay here.
Yes, Maycor, you're afraid the people you falsely accused of crime will get revenge. But don't worry, you'll be safe. We have a saying here that everything grows on Zergol, but hatred.
I understand the reason you want no one to leave, Janet, but we three are from another galaxy. All we want is to return home. We'll never reveal your secret or bother you, I promise.
Something tells me you're sincere. But my duty to the others forces me to make you stay. I assure you, after a while, you won't want to leave.
Well, that's not the point. We have our duty to our solar system, just as you have to your planet.
What else could you ask of life than to live on Zergol? Look around you, at the trees, the flowers, the blue sky.
Take that weapon, Janet! Hap, pick up your gun. Keep him covered. Yes, sir.
Quick thinking, Corry. Now I'll give this convict a lesson in respect.
Make her break it up. Let go of it.
I'll give him a thrashing, he'll remember.
No, you won't. Did he hurt you, Janet?
Not much. Thanks for taking him off me. Well, you certainly hit him. He's unconscious.
You better watch him. His spaceship is outside the woods. He may have a partner aboard.
I know. It's in Granum. He's already been captured.
Well, my two friends and I are blasting off now. What I said before still goes. We'll keep your secret.
Thanks.
Happy, you ready?
Yes, sir. I've got all the weapons.
Lieutenant Stitter?
I'm ready, Commander. I guess I lost control for a while. Sorry, sir.
That's all right, Lieutenant. Goodbye, Janet.
Goodbye, Commander. Good luck. Goodbye.
Come on, then. Let's get back to Terra.
But I like it here. I think I'll stay. Goodbye, Commander.
Happy, come on.
Yes, sir.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut. Ah, that's my favorite verse, Commander, because I sure go for Nestle's great new coconut bar.
So I see, Hap. Well, you've practically gone through the entire month's supply already.
Gee, Commander, I just can't help myself. When I bite into that luscious, thick, rich milk chocolate just loaded with crisp, toasted coconut, I sort of lose my head. I got to keep eating.
I'll admit, there never has been such a delicious chocolate bar as the new Nestle's coconut bar.
Well, except maybe those other sensational Nestle's chocolate bars. The rich milk chocolate, the almond bar, and wonderful crunch.
Stop. Now you're making me hungry.
Well, what are we waiting for? Be my guest, Commander. Have a Nestle's chocolate bar. And that goes for you, too, fellas and girls. Remember, Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are exploring the ruins of a lost civilization. Suddenly aware that a man is following them, Buzz pulls Happy into a dark passage.
I hope we didn't see us stuck in here. We've got the internet now. You can't see us in the dark passage, but we'll be here.
Commander, that big stone at the entrance. It's moving.
He knows we're in here.
Yeah, but no man in the universe could move that stone. It weighs tons.
He's not from this universe, Hap.
Commander, he sealed us in. We're trapped.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Crown of Dargeeda. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovach, Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are exploring the ruins of a lost civilization. Suddenly aware that a man is following them, Buzz pulls Happy into a dark passage.
You can see us stuck in here. You can't see us in this dark passage. He'll be standing in here.
Commander, look. The big stone at the entrance. It's moving.
He knows we're in here.
But no man in the universe could move that stone. Waste. Not from this universe. He sealed us in. We're trapped.
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol story, The Crown of Dargeeda. Korean children don't cry. It's a strange thing. Thousands upon thousands of them have been orphaned or cut completely adrift by the war. You see them in every large city, asleep on sidewalks, in alleys, under bridges, or wandering aimlessly around the streets. Perhaps they're too hungry to cry, or too hopeless, with a terrible childish cynicism. The sight of their bewildered faces, their huddled, ragged figures like little old men and women, is something no one who has seen it can ever forget. There's a chance for you to restore a measure of faith to these forlorn children of Korea. A chance to restore their power to cry. A $10 care parcel will not only help feed one of these children for a month, it may also give him back his youth. Send your order now to CARE, 660 First Avenue, New York 16, or to your local CARE office. And now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Crown of Dargeeda. The patient in room 399 of the Special Confinement Ward in the Terra Hospital is causing great concern to Commander Corry. Captured after a violent struggle at the Terra spaceport, he has failed to respond to expert treatment. Although conscious and able to talk, he has refused to reveal his identity or the reason for his attempt to steal a spaceship. Now, in his central office at headquarters, Buzz examines the medical report that Happy has just handed him.
Well, the blood sample doesn't fall into any known classification.
We really have got a mystery here.
Yes, it's a case where our crime lab may be able to help the doctors. I'll call the identification section and see if they've matched his photograph with fingerprints.
Well, he must have a record. If he wasn't trying to hide something, he'd have told us who he was.
ID section? This is Commander Corry. You have a report on the subject in Bulletin 413-H? I see. And you have no matching photograph in the file? Well, how about fingerprints? You must have. You're certain? All right. Hurry on.
I can guess. His fingerprints aren't in the file.
There's the map. Happy he has no fingerprints.
Huh? But it's impossible.
His prints are smooth as mud. No loops, spirals, or scales. In case you never would have been wearing plastic gloves.
Fucking rockets, the guy's a total mystery.
Yeah, there's nothing there. We've got to give him a brainograph test right away and call the hospital.
I don't quite get it, sir. What do you mean he's not as big a mystery?
Now, hold it, Hap. Operator, this is Commander Corry at Space Patrol Headquarters. Put me through to Superintendent Mannheim. This is urgent. Hap. Yes, sir? Contact the security lab. Tell them to set up the brain... Dr. Mannheim? Commander Corry. I've got a theory about our patient in room 399. I think he's from another solar system. That would explain his behavior and also the trouble you've had in treating... Oh, all right, Doctor. Go ahead. What? When did this happen? Oh, how is Dr. Kenton? Well, keep the guard at 399. I'll be right over. Corry out. Happy the patient escaped. What? The nurse found Dr. Kentner lying dazed on the floor, covered with a sheet. The patient had taken the doctor's clothes.
So how did he get past the guard?
He didn't. The bars in the window were ripped out.
Fucking rockets.
I'll alert the spaceport, and we'll get over to the hospital.
Behind locked doors in a small apartment in another part of Terra, a man sits before a spacephone transmitter, beaming a signal toward a remote part of space.
Agent Orkan calling Chardu of Dardeda. Agent Orkan calling Chardu of Dardeda.
This is Chardu. Why are you late in reporting, Orkan?
I met with a slight accident, Chardu. I was captured and confined to a hospital. Fortunately, I was able to escape.
What about the crown? Have you located it?
The jeweled crown of Dargeeda is hidden on the third natural planet of this solar system, planet called Earth.
My ancestors lost the rule of Dargeeda 1,000 years ago when the crown was stolen. For 10 centuries we have been outcasts, under the control of despots. The return of the crown will mean that I will become emperor of all Dardeda. So much at stake. I cannot risk failure.
I won't fail.
Very well, Parker. Continue your search.
In the headquarters office several hours later, Commander Corry and Cadet Happy go over reports from space control on all ships leaving Peril.
Now, this one brings us up to date as of 5 minutes ago, huh? No one using Dr. Kentner's identification has boarded the spaceship since the patient escaped.
Sir, I just noticed this report on Dr. Kentner. Why a brainograph test on him?
He was so dazed and incoherent, I figured it would be the quickest way to get information.
How did you find out?
Dr. Kentner entered room 399 to examine the patient. As he leaned over the bed, the patient suddenly grabbed the doctor by the throat and held him with incredible strength.
Did he get a look at whoever was outside helping the patient escape?
There wasn't anyone outside.
But the bars. Somebody must have used special tools to tear out those bars in the window.
Dr. Kentner saw the patient do it with his bare hands.
That's right. That's impossible. Nobody in the entire solar system could bend those bars.
You're right, Hap. Nobody in this solar system. Remember the strange blood test? By cutting his fingertips.
Hey, that's right.
Still, this patient has unusual physical and mental powers. Plainly, he's from another solar system. There may be others like him living among us undetected.
Well, what do they want? What are they up to?
To find out, we'll have to capture that man.
If he can bend thick metal bars, it's going to be hard to handle.
I'm not worried so much about his physical strength. It's his mental power. For instance, he seemed to implant in Dr. Kentner's mind the impression of Earth Spaceport number 7.
Number 7? Well, that's in the southwestern United States.
Yes, New Santa Fe.
Yeah, but what's Earthport 7 got to do with the man that escaped?
I don't know. But it kept showing up in Dr. Kentner's brainograph test. And it has no significance to the doctor. I'll get it here. Commander Corry here. Yes, I did. Well, what was that destination again? I see. That sounds like our man, all right. Thanks. Corry out. Half an hour ago, a passenger ship from Terra landed at Spaceport 7 on the planet Earth. On board was a man who presented the credentials of a Dr. Mordana.
Oh?
Well, this Dr. Mordana made some inquiries about the Sanapi ruins, about 250 miles to the south of the fort.
The Sanapi ruins?
According to the medical association, there is no Dr. Mordana.
There's a missing patient.
You know, Hap, I think it's time we had a vacation.
A vacation? Now?
Yes. A quiet vacation on Earth, exploring those Sanapi ruins.
Back in the 20th century, jet planes roared over the sun-baked deserts of the American Southwest. But they left no mark on vast regions below. Now the spaceships of the 30th century split the skies with their thunder, but the desert remains unchanged. A surface car roars along a rough dirt road and stops before the only structure in miles. 2 men with camera cases slung from their shoulders get out of the car.
We could still make the ruins by dark, Commander. It's only a few miles farther.
Well, we might be able to pick up some information here, huh? Besides, I'd like to establish ourselves as tourists. We can get an early start for the ruins in the morning.
Look at this. Hank's Hotel. Indian relics, curios, sandwiches, rooms. I wonder if Hank does much business.
I wouldn't think so.
Howdy, folks. Something I can do for you?
We were just passing by, and we thought we'd stop in.
Well, I'm mighty glad to see you. Don't get many visitors this time of year.
Well, when is your busy season?
Well, I've been here for 10 years. I don't reckon I ever did have what you'd rightly call a busy season.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, no, it ain't. I like it that way. Gives a man time to think. Fact is, I'm tired. I get just enough trade here to take the curse out of it.
Retired? From what? If you don't mind my asking.
Oh, little everything. Ranching, prospecting, you name it. I managed to save up enough to get by on. Anything to take in here is pure velvet. Well, you get the life story of Hank Hodges.
You mentioned prospecting. You know around here?
Yep. If that's what you fellas are here for, you're wasting your time.
I'm afraid we haven't the patience for that kind of work, Mr. Hodges. We thought we'd prowl around these old Indian ruins and snap a few pictures.
Oh, Janapi ruins, huh? Well, I reckon every man's got his own idea of fun, but don't expect too much.
Why? Aren't they interesting?
All I know is the Indians left.
We'll take our chances. Judging by the lack of traffic on the road just now, we'll find a place for ourselves, I suppose.
Ruins, you mean? Well, as far as I know. You don't calculate going out there tonight, do you?
We hadn't quite made up our mind.
Well, you better wait till morning. The road gives up and quits a few miles from here. You get lost.
Well, then what are we going to do?
Well, you see the sign outside? There's a hotel, too. Not as fancy as those places up at New Santa Fe, but you'll be comfortable.
Sounds like a good idea. We'll take you up on that offer, Mr. Hardy.
Now you're talking. And just call me.
We'll get our gear out of the car. Come on.
Yes, sir. I'll be out to help you in a jiffy. Just remembered I got some coffee perking on the stove in the back room. All right, Mr. Hodges. Agent Torzak calling Chardu of Dargeeda. Agent Torzak, codename Hodges, calling Chardu.
This is Chardu. Proceed with your report, Torzak.
2 men are here, on their way to the Zunapi ruins. I'm sure they're space patrolmen after Agent Orkan.
You have your orders. Dispose of them.
It would be awkward here. They would be suspected.
Follow them to the ruins. Orkan must be protected from all interference in his search for the crown of Dargeeda.
Rest assured, Chardu. The space patrolmen will never leave the ruins of Zunapi.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. The United States has seen many changes in the past dozen years, all pointing to a still better way of living. Millions more Americans are working, earning more, saving more. We're eating more and eating better. More young people are going to high school and college. More of us are getting paid vacations. More of us are enjoying the luxuries of life. Sports, radio, television, the theater, concerts. Church attendance and membership has climbed steadily upward. The better you know America, the better the future looks. Write for the free booklet, The Future of America. Box 1776, Grand Central Station, New York, 17. Now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Crown of Dargeeda. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are in the southwest desert region of America, searching for a patient who escaped from the special confinement ward of the Terra Hospital. The patient's unusual physical and mental powers lead Buzz to believe that the man is from another solar system. Buzz and Happy spent the night at a lonely roadside hotel in Curio Shop, operated by a genial gentleman who calls himself Hank Hodges. The space patrollers don't know it, but Hodges is also from another solar system. Now Buzz and Happy are in their surface car, ready to leave for the Zunapi ruins.
I remember now, follow the road that runs out, then keep going, you come to the Red Butte. Cut right and follow the dry waste. You'll end up at the end.
You'll find it, Hank.
See you later, Hank.
Go on, fellas. And watch out for the rattlesnakes.
The surface car, designed for rough terrain, moves easily across the desert, through rocky arroyos and deep sand. Following Hank Hodges' directions, Buzz and Happy wind along the bank of a dry riverbed for several miles. Then Buzz suddenly plunges down the sloping side of a ravine and brings the car to a stop under overhanging brush.
We'll cover the rest of the way on foot, Hank. It's only a couple of miles to the ruins.
Yes, sir. On foot, we'll have a better chance of taking the fake Dr. Modano by surprise. Let's see. We'll need the cameras, canteens, and our guns.
And keep the guns concealed, Hank. And bring 2 Atomo lights to keep at the bottom of the ground.
Commander, this is a regular city.
Yes. According to Stondorf, there are thousands of yards of hidden passages.
Stondorf? Who's he?
An archaeologist who did some exploring here a few years ago. You tell him? Pat, get behind this pillar.
You see him?
Yes, sir. I saw a shadow around 200 yards away.
Better get out of sight.
What the heck is one of those passages over the shop? It's almost cleaned up with a big stone. Severe earthquake here at one time. Took that stone also on top of the building. Sure hope nobody was in it. That's where it cut the terrace. Stone past the stone and leave the passage. So it's clean up.
See, it's stuck in here.
We'd better get back to the I can't see that some stone passage with filthy stones in it.
Commander, the big stone at the entrance, it's moving.
He knows we're in here.
But no man in the universe could move that stone. It weighs tons.
He's not from this universe.
You sealed us in. We're trapped.
Just one end is sealed. Maybe another. Switch on your Atomo light. Let's find out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on. Here's another turn. Let's hope this time it pays off.
Oh, it's a dead end. Oh, my gosh.
Take it easy. It's just a statue.
You nearly scared the life out of me, see? The tunnel light got it right square in the face.
It is startling. An ancient idol holding a sword and an outstretched arm.
I guess we're really fixed this time. Big stone at one end of the passage and old double ugly at this one.
The expression and attitude of that statue. It's like it is guarding something.
What is there to guard? It's just a blank wall.
It will not be Indian or too intelligent to go to this much work without a reason. A reason might not make sense to us, but...
The idol is stone, but the sword is real. Hey, I wonder if I could look at loose from that stone first and make a dandy souvenir. Yeah, souvenir. That's the last thing we need now.
Statues are made when you pull it that sword.
Yeah, I guess old double ugly was falling apart from me. Smoking rockets, what's happening?
Part of the wall is swinging back. You found the way out of the passage.
You know, I figured that statue must have a purpose. There wouldn't be any sense of it just standing here.
Same goes for us. Come on, through that door. Stop, turn that around. I saw another man up ahead. We'll take it instead. I'm feeling there's someone else here. All right, get your hands up.
It's him, Commander, the escape patient.
Well, Commander Corry, I hardly expected to see you.
You wanted it to be a surprise.
I'm glad to see that you've recovered. Now, if you lead us out of here, we'll take you back to Terra.
And why to Terra?
For attempting to steal a spaceship, assaulting a guard, and Dr. Kettner, and for impersonating a physician.
And just how do you know I am not a physician?
I'd also like to go into the matter of why you're in this solar system in the first place.
You've figured that out, have you? I suppose my tearing out the bars of the hospital window gave you a clue.
Yeah, and rolling that big rock in front of the passage.
Rock? What rock?
Oh, well, maybe a butterfly landed on it and tipped it off balance.
Oh, the rock. And there is no use pretending anymore, I suppose. My name is Orkan. I am from the planet in the Antares system. Planet Dargeeda.
I suppose there are others among us than Dargeeda.
I am not at liberty to answer that.
The brainograph will tell us.
Gentlemen, you might as well put down those puny weapons.
Stay where you are, Orkan. One more step and you will be sound asleep from a charge of cosmic rays.
You will find that you are unable to pull the trigger.
All right.
He's right.
It's just a trick of concentration, gentlemen. We of Dargeeda have developed the control of our minds. This self-mastery gives us power over less disciplined races such as yourself. We call it sight force.
Why didn't you use it on the guard at the spaceport?
It was taken by surprise. It takes a few seconds of relaxation and concentration to build it up. Fortunately, before the guard, I didn't even have time to build up my reserve of physical energy. Or we never would have captured me.
But this strength of yours isn't natural.
It is an acquired skill. On Dargeeda, we begin training as very small children. We have centuries of knowledge and technique behind us. Now, I want some information. I came here to find a jeweled crown. It was stolen from Dargeeda centuries ago and hidden here in the Zunati ruins. Where is it?
I never heard of the jeweled crown. But I know where it is.
Many relics have been removed from this chamber. You are going to tell me who would have this information.
I don't know. I'm a space patroller, not an archaeologist.
Oh. It is in your mind, isn't it? The name of someone you might know about the crown of Dargeeda. Who is this archaeologist?
I won't tell you. There's no telling what you'll do.
I would do anything to get that crown. Your foolish little laws against
violence mean nothing to you, Commander? Come on, tell me. His name to us.
Sterned. Howard Sterned.
And where is he?
Venus.
Don't fight it, Commander. You are creating an inner mental struggle that can harm you. Where is Sternberg?
You can't.
Commander.
I wonder. He's blacked out, but he will be all right. Cadet, take him up. Carry him over your shoulder and follow me.
Only dimly aware of what he is doing, Happy obeys Orkan's command, following the man from Dargeeda through a corridor and out into the bright sunlight. Then he loses all sense of time. Finally, out of a blackness comes a vaguely familiar voice.
Son? Son, are you awake?
Happy opens his eyes and finds himself lying on a bed in a plainly furnished room. A familiar room. Lying beside him is Commander Corry. Again, the voice.
Son, I brought you and your buddies something that'll make you feel better.
Hey, how do we get back to the hotel?
Well, your friend brought both of you here in his surface car.
Friend?
Yes, Dr. Mordana. He's outside now loading some supplies into the car. You fellas had a bad case of heat stroke. Lucky the doc came along.
Listen, Hank, I've got to tell you something. He isn't a doctor. He's a criminal. And what's more...
Sure. Now, you just relax, son. I'll leave these 2 glasses of water here. When your pal wakes up, see that he gets a drink, too.
You don't believe me. I never had heat stroke. It's that fake doctor. He's from another solar...
Sure, son. You just take it easy.
Hey, look, I've got to get a message to some friend. Will you let me use your space phone?
Space phone? What in thunder would I need a space phone for? Well, the way I figure, if a man ain't worth talking to face-to-face, he ain't worth talking to at all. Space phones. Bunch of nonsense.
Okay, but listen, Hank, be careful of that stranger. Don't tell him I said anything about him. He's dangerous.
I'll be careful. Don't you worry about a thing. Everything's going to be all right.
Nice try, huh? You okay? I'm glad you didn't tell him we were space patrollers. He'd be convinced we were crazy.
We could only find some weapons. The trouble is, I can hardly move. I don't know what Orkan did to me, but... Hey, what happened? I'm all right.
So now, Orkan must have suddenly relaxed his sight for us. Let's take a look out the window to see what he's up to.
There he is. He's loading stuff into his car. And Hank's helping him.
Let him see us. When we get the weapons, gotta make sure Hodges isn't in the way. Otherwise we'll get hurt. Hey, have you seen that?
Yeah, but I don't believe it. Instead of driving the car around, he just lifts up the back end, swings it over like I'd move a small desk. A little dried-up man like Hodges.
I have a feeling that if we examined those glasses of water he brought in, we wouldn't find him.
You mean Hodges? That he's from Dargeeda, too?
Yes. I bet it was Hodges who rolled that rock across the passage back at the room.
Oh, I come to think of it, Orkan seemed surprised when we mentioned it.
I quickly took the blame so we wouldn't suspect Hodges. While they're busy outside, we'll look for weapons. Till we summon Hank's back in the car. Hurry, Happy, before Hodges comes back.
Yes, sir. Smoking rockets, a spaceophone. And he said he didn't have one.
That clinches it. Happy, look around for weapons. I'll contact Terra headquarters and have them warn Sterndorf at Venus City University.
I hear someone coming.
Okay, I'll just...
Hodges keeps his distance. I hope he isn't hungry right now.
Chardu awaits your message to attack.
Agent Orkan, I have captured the space patrol. Orkan has wrested from him the name of the scientist who took the crown of Dargeeda from its hiding place in the ruins of the mountain. Space patrollers are now in a deep sleep. I gave them some negative advice.
Where is the crown now?
Somewhere on Venus. Orkan has left for his spaceship. I will obtain more exact information from the space patrol. Relay it to Orkan. Soon, Chardu, you will be wearing the crown as Emperor of Dargeeda.
Excellent. Keep me informed of all developments.
Yes, Chardu.
I'll get him, Hap. Nice work, Commander.
On your feet. You ought to be ashamed hitting an old man.
An old man who can roll a 2-ton rock and lift a surface car. Not as old as you pretend. You better tie him up, Commander. But what'll hold him? Bring him a glass of water, Hap. One of the glasses he wanted us to wear.
Now, fellas, you got me all wrong.
Oh, you can stop acting now, Hodges. The curtain's gone down on your little scene. And we're sure you're under control. We're going after your pal, Orca.
What about Chardu's crown? It's rightfully his as emperor.
He's not our emperor. And if he doesn't respect our laws, well, he's just going to have to rule bareheaded. And I hope he catches cold.
We'll have a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Young men, today's Army can prepare you for success. It can help you to a better future with valuable job training, opportunities for travel, and the chance to show your ability as a leader. The Army now offers training in over 30 career fields, in everything from auto mechanics to guided missiles and electronics. Here you can learn a trade which will pay you well for the rest of your life. And of course, you'll be paid while you learn. And you'll get a 30-day leave with pay every year. So serve your country and yourself in the new United States Army. See your local Army recruiter today. He's listed in a phone book. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra approaching the planet Venus.
We're on vector for Venus City atmosphere shell, sir.
Fine, Hap. Cut our velocity.
Yes, sir. Get it straight. Controls won't respond.
There's a warning from Space Control. Decelerate quick.
I can't, sir. Nothing happened.
By changing vector.
The controls are frozen.
Someone sabotaged the ship.
Orcon. Smoker Knockers, if we don't do something quick, the ship will crash right into the heart of Venus City.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Shadow of Chardu. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Tom McKee, Norm Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Lee Zimmer speaking. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars. Now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5 approaching the planet Venus.
We're on vector for the Venus City atmosphere shell, sir.
Fine, Hap. Cut our velocity.
Yes, sir. Hey, that's strange. The controls won't respond.
There's the warning from Space Control. Decelerate quick.
I can't, sir. Nothing happens.
Well, try changing vector.
The controls are frozen.
Someone sabotaged the ship.
What? Smoking rockets, if we don't do something quick, the ship will crash right into the heart of Venus City.
We'll return in just a moment with the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Shadow of Chardu.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut.
Ah, Nestle's new coconut bar. That's for me. You have to eat one to believe that there could be such a wonderful flavor combination. Just imagine. Thick, rich, smooth milk chocolate, crammed to the edges with fresh, toasted coconut. And it's such fun to eat, too, because it gets crisper with every bite. Care to add anything to that, Hap? Hap. Cadet Happy, will you please answer?
Oh, golly, Commander, I'm sorry. You know what happens to me when you start talking about Nestle's new coconut bar? I just close my eyes and leave this planet. Yes, sir, I imagine I'm eating one right then and there. I can just taste that sensational, creamy, rich chocolate and all that super coconut. Oh, it's so crisp, so delicious, so...
There I go again. That's the way it is, Commander. And there's only one cure for it.
Oh, and what might that be?
Why, I gotta eat a Nestle's coconut bar, of course.
Well, now, that seems like a good idea. For you, for me, for all space patrollers, too. Gang, why don't you find out for yourself? Treat yourself to a brand new coconut bar. You'll really go for it.
Everybody goes for Nestle's, Commander. Wonderful milk chocolate, almond chocolate, and crunchy crunch bars. And naturally, the new coconut bar in the red and cream-colored wrapper. Smoking rockets, Nestle's certainly makes the very best chocolate.
And now, our Space Patrol adventure, The Shadow of Chardu. Commander Corry has discovered that agents from the planet Dardeda near the star Antares are secretly at work in the solar system searching for a jeweled crown. Of the two known agents from Dardeda, one has been captured. The other, Orkan, escaped from Earth. Buzz fears Orkan will try to locate the one man in the United Planets who may know the whereabouts of the crown, the archaeologist Howard Sterndorf. So far, the commander has been unable to contact the scientist to warn him of the danger he faces at the hands of the ruthless intruders from Dargeeda. Right now, Buzz and Happy are in the commander's office at Terra headquarters.
Well, there's one thing in our favor. If we can't find Sterndorf, then neither can Orkan.
You forget, Happy, we don't know how big an organization Dargeeda may have in our solar system. The would-be emperor, Chardu, may have agents everywhere.
We sure didn't find out much from the one we captured, this Torzak, not even with a brain attack.
These men from Dargeeda have tremendous control over the mind. This mental power, or psych forces, they call it, enables them to perform incredible feats of strength.
Yeah, we sure found that out the hard way. What I can't understand, sir, is why a super-smart race of people would put so much value on a crown. Why couldn't Chardu be emperor without it?
I don't know enough about Dargeeda to answer that.
I don't see how we're going to protect Sterndorf, even if we do find him before Orkan does. Unless we keep Sterndorf a prisoner for his own protection.
There's just one way to protect Sterndorf from the agents of Dargeeda. That's to make him useless to Chardu and his spies.
And how can we do that? If Sterndorf knows where the crown is, he can...
Excuse me. Commander Corry here. Yes, Captain. Fine. Lowell City? Good. He doesn't know why I want to see him. Well, don't tell him. Just keep him there. It won't be long. I'll blast off immediately. Corry out. Hap, Howard Sterndorf is on Mars. Captain Walden in our Lowell City headquarters got a bright hunch and checked with the curator of the Lowell City Museum.
That's a break. Now we can get to him before Orkan does.
Let's get to the spaceport.
Meantime, in the spaceship traveling between Earth and the planet Venus, Orkan, agent from the planet Dargeeda, contacts his leader, Chardu, near the star Antares, 170 light years from the solar system.
I should reach Venus in about 2 hours, Chardu.
And that is where the crown is?
I cannot be sure. I do know that the scientist who found the crown in the Zanapi ruins lives in Venus City. It shouldn't be difficult to locate him. Once I find Howard Sterndorf, I will force him to tell me where to find the crown of Dargeeda.
I am somewhat concerned, Orkan. Have you contacted Agent Torzak recently?
No, Chardu. I saw no necessity for it.
I have tried repeatedly to reach him. He does not answer. His last report is long overdue.
When did you last hear from Torzak?
Shortly after you left the desert region. He told me he had this Commander Corry and the Cadet Happy under control.
That is true, Chardu. When I left, Corry and the Cadet were still dazed from the weakening effect of my psych force.
Suppose they succeeded in overpowering Torzak.
That's impossible.
Then why hasn't Torzak reported? Until I learn differently, I must operate on the theory that they did escape. We must change our plans immediately.
But Chardu...
We must run no unnecessary risks. If Corry has escaped from Torzak, then he will attempt to warn this scientist, this Sterndorf. He will also alert the Venus authorities to watch for you.
Should I return to Torzak's place in the Earth's desert?
No. Contact Voter, one of our agents on Terra. He can determine whether Corry is back in action.
And if he is?
Corry is the greatest obstacle to the recovery of the crown of Dargeeda. He must be destroyed.
In a hotel room in Lowell City on the planet Mars, Buzz and Happy confer with the elusive scientist Howard Sterndorf.
Let me ask you a question. Didn't you explore the Zanapi ruins on Earth?
Yes, last year. But it wasn't a very complete exploration. I was called back to Venus to take over some classes at the university.
Did you find a jeweled crown in the ruins?
Why, yes, I did. Very strange, too. It just didn't belong among those Indian artifacts.
You're right, it didn't.
We know where that crown came from.
You do?
Where? From a planet near the star Antares. was stolen 1,000 years ago, brought to Earth, and hidden in those ruins.
That's why you're in danger.
Oh, just a minute. If this is one of those tiresome legends about an ancient curse, you can forget it.
This is serious, Professor. Where is that crown?
Back at the Venus City University.
Locked in a vault, I suppose.
My goodness, no. It's on the shelf in my office.
In plain sight?
Of course.
The restoration of an empire hinges on that crown. Agents from Dargeeda are in the solar system right now, and they'll do anything to get it back.
Well, why not give it to them? If it's there.
We can't be sure it's all they want. We'll never know who their agents are unless they reveal themselves by making attempts to get that crown.
All right. Interstellar politics is out of my line. I'll give you the crown, and you can lock it out.
That won't work with these spies.
No, Professor. No secret is safe from them. They've got something they call a psych force.
They can produce a mental energy that can overpower our own self-control. I know. One of them made me tell them your name.
And they can concentrate that power in physical energy. When they want to, they're as strong as 10 men.
Now, here's our problem. Neither you nor I must know where the crown is. Yet we must be able to produce it on short notice in case we have to.
Well, that's quite a dilemma. How would it work if I gave it to a friend and asked him to hide it?
A Dargeeda agent could easily make you tell the name of it.
Then your friend would be on the spot.
What we need is a way of not letting our left hand know what our right hand is doing.
Exactly. Here's my suggestion. Each of us will make a list of 20 men we can trust. That's 40. Then envelopes will be prepared and addressed to each of these 40 men. There will be no return address on any envelope. 39 of them will contain blank pieces of paper, or perhaps a circular, anything, it doesn't matter.
And the 40th envelope?
That will contain a letter over my signature, asking that person to go immediately to your office, get the crown, and hide it, without telling anyone. The person receiving the instructions will be asked to send a letter to the secret documents section at Space Patrol headquarters in town.
I see.
Now, on the outside of the envelope will be a file number. Inside will be the man's name, nothing else. That envelope will be filed without being opened.
Then can I go to Venus?
Not until I get word from the secret documents section that a letter with a certain file number has arrived from Venus City. That'll be proof that our plan worked and the crown is safely hidden.
Nearly 2 days later, in a hotel on Terra, Professor Sterndorf impatiently awaits word from Commander Corry that he can return to his work at the Venus City University. As the hours drag on, he nervously paces the floor, muttering to himself.
Commander Corry overestimates these Dargeeda people. Wasting all this time, and I could be... that's the commander. And high time, too. Well, I was wondering... Oh, hello.
Professor Sterndorf?
Yes. What can I do for you?
I'd like to come in, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm rather busy.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh, just a minute, young man.
It shouldn't take very long. You're certainly a hard man to find. I heard you were in Lowell City, but by the time I got there, you'd left for Terra. However, what's the matter, Professor?
I don't know. Suddenly, I felt a trifle dizzy.
Think nothing of it. I usually have that effect on people.
Who are you? What do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. You took a jeweled crown from the Zanapi ruins on the planet Earth. Where is it?
You're a Dargeeda agent.
Where is the crown?
I don't know.
Don't lie to me. Eventually, you're going to have to tell the truth. You'll save yourself much mental torture if you stop fighting your impulse to answer. Where is it?
I am telling you the truth. I don't know where the crown is.
Does Corry have it?
No.
Who did you give it to?
I don't know.
Then you did give it to someone, didn't you?
I don't know.
Oh, Stevens, you must be telling the truth, but your answers don't make any sense. Corry sent someone to get it.
Yeah.
Now we're getting someone. Who did he send?
I don't know.
Are you expecting someone?
Yes. Commander Corry. That's probably who that is.
What's he coming here for?
Well, most likely to take me to Venus.
To get the crown?
No. Neither of us knows where the crown is.
I'm stepping into the next room. Answer the door, but get rid of Corry. Tell him you don't need an escort to Venus. Now, do as I say. Wait till I get out of sight.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Hi, Professor Sterndorf.
Good afternoon.
Everything has worked out fine, Professor. We'll take you to Venus as soon as you're ready.
I'm not ready to return yet. I have found a few matters of interest here on Terra. When I attend to them, I can return to Venus by myself. I do not need an official escort. Good day, gentlemen.
Professor.
Happy the professor knows his own mind. Very well, Professor. Thanks for your cooperation. Come on.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye.
Well, sir, what's come over, Professor? Didn't his attitude seem kind of strange to you?
Oh, yes, he seemed to be acting under pressure. There's someone in there with him. I will take him by surprise.
Dargeeda agents.
Trouble. I'll pick them off guard before they have a chance to generate super strength with the psych force.
Can you go in back?
Yes, sir.
Professor, where is he?
Right here, Corry. Come on, look out, it's Orton.
You shouldn't have done that.
It's their fault I had to knock them out. They stormed in here ready for trouble. It would have been difficult to overpower them with mind energy. All right, Professor. Bring me a sheet from the bed.
What are you going to do?
Tie them up. I'll have Voder come here and revive them. You're coming with me to Venus.
But the commander and Cadet Happy. Who is Voder?
Another Dargeeda agent. And if they don't tell us where the crown is, Voder will show them that the psych force can be more torture than a severe beating.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how's your morning tempo? Do you go around like this? Or are you the kind who speeds through school and chores like this? Well, I bet you the difference is breakfast. Yes, sirree, a good big breakfast topped off by a good big cup of Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa can make all the difference in the universe. Breakfast eaters are never slow starters nor mid-morning slumpers either, because they get the pep and go they need to last clear through. And let me tell you, when you have Nestle's Cocoa with your breakfast, you're treating yourself fine. The flavor's so rich and chocolatey and delicious, just like those sensational Nestle's chocolate bars. Another thing, Nestle's is the only instant cocoa that contains rich whole milk and sugar. That's where the pep comes from. And of course, Nestle's is so easy to fix, you can do it yourself in no time. Just put 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls in your cup and add hot water. Easy? Why, you never saw anything simpler. Good? Well, you just take a big swallow, and you'll say it's the greatest. And boy, wait and see how you speed through the morning just like this. Remember, ask Mom for Nestle's Ever-Ready in the bright red box. It's chocolate rich and wonderful. It's Nestle's. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Shadow of Chardu. Commander Corry knows that agents from Dargeeda with their specially trained brains can generate a psych force strong enough to make any ordinary person reveal any fact that he knows. Buzz, therefore, worked out a plan so the crown of Dargeeda can be hidden by an unknown third party. Thus, neither Buzz nor Professor Sterndorf have any direct knowledge of where the crown is or who has it. But Agent Orkan captured the professor and knocked Buzz and Happy unconscious. The two space patrolmen come to their senses in the professor's hotel room on Terra to find themselves securely bound by strips of sheet torn from the bed.
I think I'm getting it, Hap. The strands of sheet around my wrists are beginning to give. I'm making any headway with mine. Orkan used too much of his super strength in tying me. He pulled the knot so hard he weakened the fabric. Will be on our way. Commander, someone's at the door. I'll step out of sight and keep a vigilant conversation. Wow. I was beginning to think nobody was ever going to come. Get me loose, will you?
Take it easy. Where's the commander? Orkan said he had both of you tied together.
Right here. Oh, that was a beauty, Commander.
I had to get him quick before he got his psych force into gear.
You sure did. But he's completely out. He can't tell us where Orkan is.
After I release you, we'll get him to headquarters. If we can get him under a brainograph before he completely recovers, we might find out plenty.
Far from the regular space lanes, a private cruiser follows a vector toward the planet Venus. Orcon checks the viewscopes carefully, then makes spaceophone contact with Chardu on the remote planet Dargeeda.
I have captured Professor Sterndorf, Chardu. He is locked in a compartment of the ship.
What about Corry?
By now, Voder probably has Corry and the cadet well under control.
Why didn't you take Corry with you when you had the chance?
I was compelled to use physical force, Chardu. It would have taken too much time to wait for them to regain consciousness, so that I could control their actions by psych force, as I did the professor.
I see. What about the crown?
Sterndorf seems to have no knowledge of where it is.
But you told me...
Please, Chardu, please. There is nothing to worry about. Corry and Sterndorf together must have knowledge of the crown. I can work on Sterndorf while Voder handles Corry.
And with Sterndorf under your control, you can force Corry to be more cooperative.
Exactly. You will have to give me the crown to save the professor's life.
Where are you going now?
To Venus. In all probability, the crown is somewhere on that planet. I can operate from Venus City location number 3.
You must find the crown without delay, Orcon. Proceed to Venus.
Several million DUs away, the Terra 5 also follows a vector toward the planet Venus.
We got more information on the Voder than I expected, Commander.
Well, at least we know where Orcon is taking Professor Sterndorf.
Orcon must realize by now that Sterndorf hasn't the slightest idea where the crown is, or who has it.
Yes, but the professor's in a tough spot. Orcon will probably keep him as a hostage to force us to hand over the crown.
Yeah, but we don't know where it is either, unless we trace that letter through the secret documents section and find out the name inside.
May have to do that to save Sterndorf from torture.
With Professor Sterndorf completely dominated by the psych force, Orcon brings his spaceship through the space lock of the Venus City atmosphere shell. Then, by an indirect route in a surface car, he brings his captive to a thick-walled building in the manufacturing section of the city.
Now, Sterndorf, as you can see, we aren't likely to be disturbed here. The wisest thing you can do is to tell me how to find the crown of Dargeeda.
I've told you before, I don't know.
I've been very gentle with you up to now, Professor. You have a fine mind by solar system standards. It would be a pity to damage it permanently. So stop resisting me.
I tell you, I'm not
Come, if you don't care about yourself, think of Corry and the cadet. You can save them from a very horrible fate by telling me what steps Corry took to conceal the crown. Very well. You leave me no other choice. Chardu's signal. Perhaps Corry is already cracked. I knew it wouldn't take Voder long to get the information. Agent Orcon here, Chardu.
Orcon, Corry has escaped from Voder.
What? That's impossible.
I received a report from another Terra agent. Corry and the cadet blasted off from Terra on a Venus orbit.
What about Voder?
He has not reported. Very likely Corry has him locked up at headquarters. There's no telling how much information Corry got from him with their brainogram.
I still have Sterndorf. Corry won't dare do anything to endanger the professor.
Don't tell me what Corry will do. You keep telling me that the people of the solar system are weak, that they're powerless against our psych force. Well, Corry has captured 2 of our agents, Torzak and Voder. You are probably next.
No, he'll never take me.
He won't if you obey my instructions. He must never reach Venus.
How can I stop him?
The thought radiation unit on your spaceport. You know the standard space patrol frequency.
But Chardu projecting the psych force by spaceophone, it's a tremendous strain on my mind. It's painful, exhausting.
But you have exercised partial control over Corry before. Receptivity has already been established.
I know, but I can't be sure I can project a command over such a distance. Even when it's amplified by the thought radiation unit, it could be distorted, diffused.
Do not project a complex command. A simple, strong, non-action impulse is all you need.
Non-action impulse?
Yes. Soon Corry will approach the Venus City atmosphere shell. To enter the space lock, he and the cadet will have to perform certain specific actions. Your psych force will inhibit these actions.
Yes, it might work at that.
It has to work. From what you've told me before, the protective systems of these atmosphere shells, well, we will be rid of Corry for good. Hurry. Put on the thought protection unit and start transmitting.
We're on vector for the Venus City atmosphere shell, sir.
The fine half. You bring it through the locks. Better cut our velocity.
Yes, sir. Well, that's strange. The controls won't respond.
Try it again. There's the automatic warning from space control. Our approach is too fast. Accelerate quick.
Well, I can't, sir. The nose rockets won't fire.
Cut our tail rockets.
Well, nothing happens. We're still accelerating.
Then change vector. Do it quick or we'll crash into the planet.
Yes, sir. The controls are frozen. I can't fire starboard or port rockets.
Put on automatic landing control. The emergency circuits may take hold.
Yes, sir. Well, that doesn't work either. Smoking rockets, we're going to crash right into the heart of Venus City.
Listen to that automatic warning. The electronic protective system in Venus City is getting ready to launch a guided missile at us. We'll be blown up before we hit the shell.
Those beats are speeding up.
When they merge into one note, we'll have reached the critical point. Try the forward rockets again. Press the control.
I did, sir.
You put your finger on it, but you didn't press it. Here, let me try it. There's nothing wrong with the controls. It's us.
But
the psych force. Something's controlling our actions.
It doesn't feel that way, sir.
We can do anything but decelerate the ship. Orcon must be using his psych force by remote control. The spaceophone, I'll cut it off.
Now we can't hear the warning.
Try the controls quickly. Fire port rockets.
It worked. It worked. We're changing vector.
Let's hope we swerve quick enough. Full repel array.
We're zooming in awfully close to the ground. Wow. That was close.
You'll make another approach to the city, huh? This time an automatic landing control.
And Orcon must have been transmitting a psych force by spaceophone.
Yes. Otherwise, we'd have been blown to bits by now.
Well, I guess it's better to destroy a ship than to crash into a city. I could have sworn I was pressing those controls.
The psych force is a powerful weapon. We've got to round up every Dargeeda agent in the solar system. And we'll start with Orcon.
In his Venus City hideout, Orcon slumps in front of the spaceophone, completely exhausted. Still, he keeps a wary eye on his captive, Professor Sterndorf.
I would have to go through that again. Feel as though I'd been physically beaten.
You have killed Commander Corry.
Yes, Professor. By now, the commander's ship has reached the electronic defense barrier over the atmosphere shell. And he's been blown to atoms. Let that be a lesson to anyone who opposes Dargeeda.
By destroying Corry, you ruined your only chance to get the crown.
If that is true, then you are no longer of any use to me. Yes. You are now in the way.
What are you going to do? Take your hands off of me.
It won't do you any good to struggle, Professor. In a moment, it will all be over.
Let go of him, Orcon. Corry! I'll take care of him. Have you help the professor.
Commander, he's going for his ray gun.
No, he isn't. Keep him covered.
Yes, sir.
Are you all right, Professor?
Yes, Commander. But if you'd been a moment later...
We'll get Orcon to a brainograph before he builds up his mental resistance. He can probably tell us who some of the other Dargeeda agents are.
You won't get anything out of me, Corry. Chardu of Dargeeda will see that I am liberated.
Come on, Orcon. Let's go.
There is Chardu calling me now.
Forget it.
Very well. When I don't answer, he'll know I'm in trouble and send other agents to help.
He is right, Commander.
That gives me an idea. All right, Orcon. Talk to your boss. Go ahead. Say anything you like.
Do you mean that?
Answer it.
You've got some trick in mind. You think you'll learn something about the Dargeeda master plan.
All right, don't answer it, but make up your mind.
Very well. But you won't learn anything. Agent Orcon here, Chardu.
I'm surprised that you answered, Orcon.
Chardu, listen. Be careful what you say.
Silence, Orcon. I have just heard of the failure of your plan to destroy Corry's spaceship.
That's what I wanted to explain.
Silence! Do not interrupt. To repeat advancing means only one thing. You are a traitor. You are working with my enemies.
That's not true. I'm loyal to you, Chardu.
Protect me from such loyalty. Henceforth, you will be regarded as a traitor of Dargeeda. I have ordered certain agents in the solar system to give you the treatment we reserve for traitors. Goodbye, Orcon.
Chardu, listen to me, please. That's the way he repays me for my faithful work. Commander, you've got to protect me. You don't have any idea how vicious Chardu can be.
Oh, don't we? You've given us some pretty good demonstrations.
Come on, Orcon. We'll see that nothing happens to you for a long time to come.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Say, Commander, take a look at these drawings for the new type spacesuits. See here? Energy restoration units built right in. Pretty cosmic, huh?
I've got a better energy restorer and builder right here. What's more, it tastes good.
You couldn't be talking about anything but good old Nestle's ever-ready cocoa, I'll bet.
After you go to the head of the class. Nestle's Cocoa is the hot drink all space patrollers need to make them peppy and keep them peppy. So delicious, too. Just packed with the rich, true chocolate flavor of Nestle's chocolate bars. And that's the best chocolate there is.
Nestle's is so easy to make, too. Just 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls in the cup, add hot water, and it's ready. Smoking rockets, let's not stand here talking about it. Let's have some.
Roger, let's everybody have a big, delicious cup of Nestle's ever-ready cocoa. And Nestle's is the one with the real chocolate flavor. That's Nestle's in the bright red can.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on the planet Dardeda, pursued by a band of Chardu's agents.
They're gaining on us, sir.
We're nearly at the top of the ridge. Then it'll be downhill to the ship.
It's lucky for us they don't have any weapons.
Chardu probably gave them orders to take us alive.
From what we know of him, that isn't going to be any picnic.
If we can keep this lead, we'll be safe.
Wow, they have got weapons.
Here's the top of the ridge. Now a final spurt to the ship and...
Smoking rockets, Commander, look. Our ship is gone.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, Planet of Discord. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.
The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are on the planet Dargeeda, pursued by a band of Chardu's agents.
They're gaining on us, sir.
We're almost at the top of the ridge. Then it'll be downhill to the ship.
Lucky for us, we don't have any weapons.
Chardu probably gave them orders to take us alive.
From what we know of him, that isn't going to be any picnic.
If we can keep this lead, we'll be safe.
Hey, they have got weapons.
Here's the top of the ridge. Now a final spurt to the ship.
Smoking rockets, Commander, look. Our ship is gone.
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol story, Planet of Discord. Medical science has conquered many frightening diseases in the past. Now scientists believe they may soon have control over infantile paralysis. A trial polio vaccine has been developed and given to hundreds of people with no ill effects. To prove its effectiveness against paralysis, mass field tests will soon begin. Your generous contributions to the March of Dimes have brought the hope of final victory this near its goal. But many, many extra millions of dollars are needed to launch this crucial, what is hoped to be the final assault on polio. Your help now, with extra dimes and dollars, is the only hope for victory. Join the 1955 March of Dimes. Give extra. Give more than ever before. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, Planet of Discord. Agents from the planet Dargeeda are in the solar system searching for a jeweled crown that was hidden on the planet Earth centuries ago. Because of the secret and violent methods of the agents, Commander Corry has blocked all attempts to recover the crown, hoping to force all parties to the intrigue out into the open. Now, in Commander Corry's central office, Terra headquarters, Buzz places a report in a folder and hands it to Cadet Happy.
When you leave, have drop this off.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, how's our
group called the League of the Green Serpent. All-timers all for us us. I can't convince them that we don't torture or eliminate criminals, not even spies from other services. Anything out of it? We don't already know. He told us the true names of other Chardu agents working on there. He doesn't know anything about the other faction, except that they do so well for us to follow Dardeda. You know, sir, I've been thinking both sides in this Dardeda battle would rather have the town stay lost than have the other side recover. That's right. One thing is sure. I'll never get the town until the fixed spine and probably settle our souls. Hey, I'm going to get back to you about 1,400 hours until it gets done. Don't forget this folder I have. Oh, sure. Oh, do you want me to get a receipt from the distribution? No, it's not classified material. Going to the feature editor of the United Planets News Service. We wanted some data for a special article. Hey, Commander, I'll be going right past the news service office. I could deliver it myself and save something. All right, thanks a lot. It's okay, Commander. I'll see you at 1400. After a hearty lunch at Space Patrol Commissary, Cadet Happy strolls through the Peril City Park on his way to the news service building. As Happy walks along, he tosses small pieces of bread to the ever-hungry pigeons that flock around him. Hey, Popso, give that little guy a chair. Here, Freddy, this is for you. You want more, huh? I was just talking to the pigeons. They're yes, I see there. Everybody else in the park seems to be in a rush. I was wondering if you'd do me a favor. Do you know anything about these microfilm cameras? I want to take a picture of the fountain or whatever. It's film now. I was talking how to reload. Oh, that's easy. You got a new roll of film? Okay. All you do is slide the cartridge into the little round hole in the thumb there. When you press this lever, that removes the protective screen and starts the film for the cartridge. Yes, I know. It's a Reddit camera, and I didn't want to tamper with it. Open the camera right behind. We better get out of this tight tunnel. My surface car is right over there. But it's too dark enough inside. Oh, yeah, you could make sort of a tent out of your jacket and you're in business. Come on. It's certainly nice of you to go to all this trouble. Oh, yes, sir. I like to fool around with cameras anyway. It's probably dark there. Oh, this will be fine. I think I can shield it in the top. Great idea. I'm sure lucky you found it out. First, let's take out the rule of the first. Oh, I see what the trouble is. Yeah, before I thread the new film, here, take a look. Watch what happens when I press this lever. I'm watching. Now you be nice and comfortable and invisible. All right, Cadet. Inside. Go over there and sit down. Who are you? You'll find that out later. Now sit down. That's it. You got it. Those were Chardu's orders. Any trouble? Anyone see you? No. I lured him into the car and slugged him. Now he's partially under sex control. We'll do anything I can. We'll be going to get him to the spaceport pretty easily. We'll take that uniform off him and get him into civilian clothes. Rod, are you all ready to leave? Anytime you are. You didn't pack that space plane. I thought you might want to contact Chardu. We'll do that after we blast off the Dardeda. All right. I'll put the space plane in the safe. Say that to the last. Let's make sure we haven't left any evidence in the other room. It's cleaned out, Bill. If there's a slip-up, Chardu will hold me responsible. Come on, let's check. What about the Cadet? He's still driving by power. And he's partly under psych power. He won't move from the phone. Just the same, I won't feel easy, so we turn him over to Chardu and I'll keep. Sure.
Cadet, take off that uniform and get into these clothes. Come on, get up.
Okay.
What about those papers the cadet was carrying?
Just general information, nothing secret. Still, it might be helpful to Chardu. We'll take him around. Well, Cadet?
Yeah?
I suppose you're expecting to be rescued any minute now. What do you mean? You know what's called Peril. And that isn't going to stop us. We've got a spaceship ready at the spaceport. It's an emergency ship, Cadet. Standing by for 2 doctors and an assistant. We're rushing some vaccine to Saturn City Hospital.
That's us.
We're going to a lot of trouble for nothing. I don't know where that clown is, and if that phony would-be emperor, Chardu, thinks he's going to learn any defense secrets from me, he's crazy. You know why? Because I don't know any big secrets. And that, gentlemen, is just one of the advantages of being a cadet.
Oh, well, that's good. You don't think we put any value in anything in that thick skull of yours, do you?
Hey, now, wait just a minute.
Corry, we won. You did just what we wanted you to do. Well, Corry, you're being taken to Dardeda.
Huh? Oh, you've done something our best agents couldn't do, Cadet. You've led Commander Corry right into Chardu's clutches.
Acting quickly after receiving the spacephone message from Happy, Commander Corry alerted the spaceport and then blasted off on the Terra 5 in order to be spaceborne in the event Chardu's agents evaded the guard. Circling within viewscope range of the Terra City spaceport was monitors the space patrol frequencies and those used by Dargeeda agents. As he speaks to the Terra space control operator, the answers come back in code to prevent interception by Chardu's spies.
If you're sure every ship has been checked, then Happy must still be on Terra. I'll remain spaceborne. Something's coming on one of Dargeeda's frequencies. I'll call you back. Corry out.
Commander Chardu. The plan worked. Our emergency ship passed through the Terra space rocket. Cadet is aboard. Proceed at once to Dardeda.
Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Space Control Terra. I'm setting a hyperspace vector for Dargeeda. I'll try to contact you when I come out of Star Drive. Corry out.
Good luck, and I may be able to overtake that ship before it reaches Dardeda.
Perhaps I can help you, Commander.
What?
Don't make a move until I tell you. I don't want to use this gun.
How'd you get aboard?
The mechanics cover all help. Crossing the station of a guard by sci-fi.
And you're one of Chardu's men.
No, Commander. I am Peril, a sworn enemy of Chardu. I am of the Legion of the Green Serpent.
In that case, you'll help me rescue Happy from Chardu's agents.
Certainly. The cadet was abducted, married, with you into Chardu's trap on Dargeeda. I am here to prevent that.
Fine, Peril. In that case, you can put away the gun.
You don't understand, Commander. My method of keeping you out of Chardu's hands is to destroy you both. We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Boys and girls, here's a little try. How long does it take to cross the street? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Well, that may be the right answer if you're careful to cross the corner and wait for the traffic light. But if you cross in the middle of the block, it may take weeks to get to the other side. Yes, weeks. Weeks spent in the hospital or in bed at home with the broken bones and bruises that come from being in an automobile accident. Don't forget, the motorist doesn't expect to find anyone in the middle of the block. He may not be able to stop in time. That's why it may take weeks from the moment you start across the street until you finally reach the other side. The second you might save isn't worth those weeks you might lose, so be careful. Cross with the light and only at corners. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now, back to today's Space Patrol adventure, Planet of Discord. 2 of Chardu's agents have captured Cadet Happy and are taking him to the planet Dargeeda. Their real goal is to lure Commander Corry into a trap. With carefully contrived carelessness, they have permitted Buzz to learn their destination, knowing that he would follow them to rescue Happy. As the commander was about to put the Terra 5 in the star drive for the trip to Dargeeda, a stranger stepped into the control compartment and held Buzz at gunpoint. He revealed himself as Pleto, a member of a faction that opposes Chardu's attempt to become Emperor of Dargeeda. Pleto has vowed to destroy Buzz and Happy.
Happy and I aren't involved in your affairs in Dargeeda. What good will it do you to get rid of us?
Chardu's agent
have gone to great pains to let it be known that Chardu abducted Cadet Happy. If neither of you return, your government will hold Chardu responsible.
You expect the United Planets to help your gang into power, perhaps even use force to put down this Chardu and his followers.
And why not? You have had no trouble with our league, only with Chardu's agents.
Just who is the rightful government of Dardeda? Who's in power now?
The League of the Green Serpent has been in control for several years. Then this upstart Chardu started his rebel-rousing campaign to restore the Empire.
And from what I hear, Peril, your gang wants the crown, too.
Yes. To a large part of our population, the crown is a symbol. There is a legend to the effect that the crown gives the person who wears it infinite wisdom and the power to rule with justice and mercy. When we get to Dargeeda, we will force you to tell me where the crown is. And with the weapons aboard the ship, the League can conquer Chardu. And then, Commander, you will be eliminated.
But Cadet Happy, you can at least save him.
Everything. Set a vector for Dargeeda. Do you know where it is?
Its orbit circles a star near Antares, right?
Yes, Lokina. Do as I say and ask no questions. Remember, your mind is no longer entirely your own. As we have talked, energy from my mind has steadily overpowered you. The sight force, you know.
Yes, I know. The vector for Dargeeda is set up.
All right, Corry. Cut into star drive, and don't try anything. How long does this last?
Until we come out of hyperspace. Isn't this the way your Dardeda interstellar drive works?
Yes, something like it. But not quite. It feels rather strange.
It does?
But I am not blacking out, if that's what you're hoping. Just remember, between the sight force and the gun, I am master here, mentally and physically.
We're coming out of star drive now.
For your own good, Corry, I hope you didn't make any mistakes computing the vector.
Well, there's a star glaring through the starboard viewport. Recognize it?
It looks like Lokina, all right.
The greenish Class B star. It's about 40 million DUs away.
It's Lokina. And look in the viewscope. There is Dargeeda.
You sure?
Don't you think I know my own home planet when I see it?
There's something else in the viewscope, too. A spaceship.
We'll go after it. It's probably Chardu's agents with the Cadet.
If we can see them, they can probably see us.
Well, what of it? They're expecting you. But don't get too close. Let's see if we can figure out what they're up to.
Agent Bourvain calling Chardu. Agent Bourvain calling Chardu.
Scott, you may report for me.
We have emerged from Star Drive and are now approaching Dargeeda.
Excellent. Has Corry followed you?
I assume so.
Here are your orders for me. There is a work camp in the Calvert Mountains, constructing power relay towers. Those men are all loyal to me. Stand there and remain until you hear from me.
Very well, Chardu.
And guard the Cadet carefully. As long as we have him, we can force Corry to help us locate the ground and to operate the weapons in the ship. Are your instructions clear?
Yes, Chardu. I will obey them to the letter. Bourvain out.
The ship's landing, but it's heading down hundreds of miles from the city.
If you can pick up their spacephone signals. Pluto, do you know what frequency they'd be using?
No.
Maybe that's not Bourvain's ship.
Yes, it is. I recognize it as the one I saw at the Terror spaceport.
can't figure this out. Poor Vane did everything he could to let me know he was taking Happy to Dargeeda. Didn't you think he'd keep feeding me clues to lead me into Chardu's trap?
It is strange. Perhaps Chardu has changed his plan. It could be that Happy is of more use personally than Chardu originally thought. That must be it. The cadet is no longer bait to trap you. He is important in himself.
But let's get him away from Bourvain. That looks like a wild, uninhabited region. We wouldn't have many against us.
No, Corry. Whatever secrets the cadet knows, he will never reveal to Chardu. You are going to blast that ship with your atom cannon.
Crazy, Trevor.
You will do as I say. A fast, slow approach will take them completely by surprise. You heard me, Corry. You can't resist the sight pulse, so don't try it.
It'll have to be a fast approach.
I know. You are completely under my control now, Corry. Prepare your weapons and increase velocity.
Anything you say, Cadet. How's this? Is this fast enough?
Corry, wait. There is too much acceleration. I am just blacking out.
Just in case you don't, maybe this will help.
In a crude work shack in the mountains of Dargeeda, Cadet Happy quietly tests the strength of the ropes that hold him securely to a chair. Across the room, Bourvain stares anxiously at the spaceophone receiver.
I should have heard from Chardu by now. Corry must be near Dargeeda.
Why don't you call Chardu and find out?
Because my orders are to wait.
Something may have happened. You never can tell, Bourvain. Maybe the League of the Green Serpent is up to something.
You shut up. I know what you're up to. You're trying to get me worried, so I'll make a spaceophone call. Then maybe your pal Corry will pick up the signal.
Okay. Sit there and chew your nails.
Chardu knows what he's doing. And there's no use of your trying to loosen those ropes, Cadet. Even if you get out of this shack, there are 40 men in this construction unit that'll hunt you down.
Oh, I'm not trying to get loose. I like it here.
Yes, I'll bet you do. But just remember, there's nothing around here but mountains and dry brush. Even if you did escape, there's nothing to eat. You'd starve or die of exposure.
Corry, come on.
Rod, what's the matter?
There's a fire down in the supply dump. The wind's carrying it right toward the camp. Let's go.
That's not our job. We don't belong to this crew.
The chief wants every able-bodied man down there in a hurry. There's explosives in the supply dump. If the fire gets much closer to...
all right. How about the cadet? We can put him to work, too.
No, it's too much trouble to keep an eye on him. Leave him tied up. Come on.
All right.
Rope a little bit more. Commander!
You alone here?
Yes, sir. Bourvain and Rogue, they rushed out to fight a fire.
Take it easy. I had to cut loose in a second.
How did you land without anybody seeing you?
I came in low on the other side of the ridge.
I'm sure lucky that fire broke out, or you never could have gotten into camp.
I know. I started it. Okay, let's go. Keep your head down, Hap. The farther we get from that camp without their seeing us, the better.
They're all too busy fighting that fire.
Come back there!
Bourvain, he sees us. And he's got a gang with him.
Hurry, Hap.
No, they're closer than I thought.
If we make it to the top of the ridge, we'll be in the clear.
Get them off! Don't let them get away!
Hap, there are 4 men closing in on our right.
They're gaining on us, sir.
We're almost at the top of the ridge. Then it'll be downhill to the ship.
It's lucky for us they don't have any weapons.
Chardu probably gave them orders to take us alive.
From what we know of him, that isn't going to be any picnic.
If we can keep this lead, we'll be safe.
Wow, they have got weapons.
Here's the top of the ridge. Now, a final spurt to the ship.
Smoking rockets, Commander, look. Our ship is gone.
Right on. Must have broken out of the compartment and blasted off.
Now what are we going to do?
Keep running. It's downhill for us, and they're still climbing.
Even if we get away from that mob, then what?
We'll worry about that later. Hap.
Yes, sir?
What's down there? It's vanished. The shadow is still there.
The shadow left behind. They sure must have blasted off in a hurry.
They didn't blast off. The ship is still there. We just can't see it.
Okay.
Somebody's using soundscapes for us. Hey, run for the shadow.
There they are! After them!
They're at the top of the ridge.
Stop
Hear that, sir? They see the ship.
Hurry, Hap. I'm nearly there, Happy.
I still can't believe the ship is there.
It has to be, or there wouldn't be a shadow.
Come on, then.
How can we find the airlock of an invisible ship?
Reach out. Touch the hull.
Hey, I can see it. It's real.
Up the ladder, into the ship, quickly. Close the hatch. I'll blast off. Okay, Hap. Stand by for blast off.
Standing by, sir.
Close port.
Close port.
Fire jet.
Fire jet.
Up ship and away.
We made it.
We're still in Chardu's domain. We can expect more trouble.
Now that I'm back in the Peril 5, I'm not worried. Cadet, why was it we couldn't see the ship until we touched it?
Whoever was working that sight course on us must have been concentrating on our sense of sight. Our sense of touch broke, really.
Oh. Well, I'd better check the view scopes for Dargeeda's ship.
Bring Pluto up here, Happy. May need him. He's locked his compartment there.
Okay. There he is, sir. He acts kind of groggy, but I'll keep him covered.
Right, Happy. Well, Pluto, was that invisibility trick some of your work?
Yes. It really took all my strength.
What was the idea?
I figured if nobody could find the ship, I'd have a chance to break out of the compartment. I was concentrating on every detail of the Tether 5 and projecting the idea that it didn't exist. If you don't think that stuff works, try it sometime.
You did a good job of it, Pluto. Except for one thing.
What was that?
You forgot the shadow.
Chardu of Dardeda calling Commander Corry aboard the Terra 5.
Chardu?
Keep an eye on Pluto, Hap. See what Chardu's up to.
Chardu of Dardeda calling Commander Corry. I have an apology to make and some good news for you.
What's that?
Commander Corry to Chardu. Go ahead.
Greetings, Commander. By the strength of your signal, you must be very close to our planet, Dardeda.
You mentioned some news, Chardu.
Yes, but first, my sincere apologies for abducting you and Happy. My stupid agents acted without my knowledge, and they are being punished. You will land your ship at the spaceport of Temple City. Happy will be returned to you safe and sound.
Fine. If you've got Happy there, may I speak to him?
Well, Commander, I gave him a hearty dinner and he plans to sleep in my own private quarters.
Oh, I see. And you'll have him at the spaceport.
Oh, of course. I'll wake him up very shortly. What was that?
It's me, Chardu. Cadet Happy. I guess I talk in my sleep.
You picked me.
We'd like to say goodbye, Chardu, but if you still want trouble, we'll be seeing you. A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Here's an important announcement for all college men. If you qualify as an aviation cadet, you can become a commissioned officer in the United States Air Force with earnings of more than $5,000 a year. As an aviation cadet, you'll get the most thorough training in the world in the new field of jet aviation. You'll be flying jets yourself within 18 months, flying easily and safely. You'll be a skilled jet pilot with a new world of aviation before you. If you're between the ages of 19 and 26 and a half, single and have 2 years of college, you can qualify for this training and for a wonderful jet future. Visit your nearest United States Air Force base or recruiting station and talk it over. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on the planet Saturn, searching for agents from Dargeeda. Investigating an apparently deserted scrap metal yard, Happy glances up at a crane control tower.
The tower looks empty, Commander.
And the men we're after must be in the buildings at the other end of the yard. Come on.
Uh-oh. What's that?
The crane. Someone started the electromagnetic crane.
Commander, look. It's swinging right over our heads. The magnet with scrap metal hanging from it.
Somebody is in that tower, Hap. If they cut the current, that metal will fall and crush us. Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Conquest of Dargeeda. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovac, and Norman Jolly. Dick Wesson speaking.
This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are on the planet Saturn, searching for agents from Dardeda. Investigating an apparently deserted scrap metal yard, Happy glances up at a crane control tower.
The tower looks empty, Commander.
And the men we're after must be in the buildings at the other end beyond. Come on.
Uh-oh. What's that?
The crane. Someone started the electromagnetic crane.
Commander, look. It's swinging right over our heads. The magnet with the scrap metal hanging from it.
Somebody is in that tower, Hap. If they cut the current, that metal will fall and crush us.
We'll return in just a moment with a thrilling story, The Conquest of Dargeeda.
Space Patrollers, this is Commander Corry. Let me ask you something. When Mom and Dad had their breakfast coffee this morning, did you have a good hot drink? You know, you need a real morning warm-up for all-day power. That's why you should always start the day the Space Patrol way with a big cup of Nestle's Instant Cocoa. It's just loaded with good hot nourishment for real energy. And Nestle's makes the greatest hot cocoa you've ever tasted. It's rich, it's smooth, it's delicious. It's really out of this universe. Now, wait till you see what fast fun it is to fix. And Nestle's Ever-Ready is so easy it just about makes itself. Now listen, here's all you do. Just put 1, 2, 3 teaspoons of Nestle's in your cup and add hot water. That's all. Now you're all ready to drink it and get your supply of morning pep. Nestle's Ever-Ready is the complete cocoa, too. You add nothing but water because whole milk and sugar are already in it. You ought to see the lineup around here when they sound the Nestle's call. Everybody goes for that delicious Nestle's chocolate flavor. That goes for me, too. Why don't you get the Space Patrol habit? Ask Mom to stock your galley with Nestle's and drink it regularly, the way we do, and you'll have power to spare. That's Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa in the bright red can.
And now, our Space Patrol adventure, The Conquest of Dargeeda. Chardu, who claims to be the rightful emperor of the remote planet Dardeda, has sent spies to the solar system to recover a jeweled crown. Commander Corry realizes that the crown, in the possession of a tyrant like Chardu, could cause trouble and bloodshed on Dardeda and in the United Planets as well. So far, Buzz has been able to outwit Chardu and his agents. In the city of Telgo on Dardeda, Chardu blames his assistant Vorvain for the failure of his recent attempt to destroy Buzz and Happy.
We had them both right here on Dardeda, and you let them get away.
But Chardu...
The opportunity was priceless, and you bungled it. We could have forced Corry to tell us where he has hidden the crown, and we could have obtained weapons from the United Planets. Weapons that would ensure our victory over the League of the Green Serpent.
It's not all my fault, Chardu. You'll just let me explain.
I am not interested in excuses. I have another plan that will ensure my victory over my enemies. And it will not involve us in any more battles with this Commander Corry.
But Chardu, only Corry knows where the crown is hidden.
Listen, Bobby. This is my plan. In a few hours, agents of the League of the Green Serpent will land here on this planet. They will triumphantly announce that they have the crown of Dargeeda.
You say?
They will inform their leader that they obtained it from my agents in the United Planets.
But that will put the League in power. They'll destroy us immediately.
Wait. The crown is not genuine. I have had my gemsmith construct a reasonably accurate copy of the real crown. And my agents on the planet Mars have allowed these League agents to take it away from them.
I don't see how we can benefit from this trick.
Picture what will happen. The League agents will arrive here on Dargeeda in triumph. The planet will go mad with joy.
celebration is at its height, we will step in. We will proclaim the crown a fake. What is more, we will prove it. We will produce ancient documents and pictures. Why, we can prove that the very jewels in the crown are imitation.
Even so, I don't see
Think of the reaction that will set in. The people will turn against the lead of the Green Serpent. They will be outraged against the League for using fraud and deceit.
I see. And they'll put us in power. You will be emperor.
Exactly. I will let myself be persuaded to rule Dargeeda.
Just one more thing, Chardu. Even if the League and its leaders are in disgrace, won't they still continue their fight against us?
I have also solved that problem. We need no weapons. I have worked out a method for one of my agents to steal United Planet's spaceship loaded with weapons and bring it to Dargeeda.
But if the ship is missing, Corry will suspect us.
Not this time. The ship will disappear as though it met with an accident. Corry will never know the truth.
Right now, Buzz and Happy have blasted off from Terra and are on their way to the planet Saturn, where agents of the League of the Green Serpent are believed to be operating. At this moment, the Terra 5 is approaching the orbit of Jupiter.
Well, Commander, in about 3 hours, we'll have put 2 or 3 more Dargeeda agents out of business.
If each one we capture can lead us to several others. Someday we'll get a couple of key men from each faction and have the whole outfit, Chardus and the League.
It's sure strange, Commander. The cause of all this is a jeweled crown. A crown that's supposed to bring wisdom to the ruler who wears it.
Yes, and peace, prosperity, and justice to the people of Dargeeda.
Well, they sure won't get that kind of government from Chardu or the League. The people of Dargeeda are advanced. In some ways, they're smarter than we are. How can they fall for this goofy superstition about a crown?
Oh, don't be too quick to call it superstition. Remember, centuries ago we learned that what one country calls superstition may be a scientific fact in another.
Yeah, but putting on a crown or a different kind of hat, well, that isn't going to make a man suddenly wise or good.
Too often it's had the opposite effect in our solar system, at least. But we know nothing about the crown, very little about Dargeeda. The sensible thing to do is withhold judgment.
Code 97, urgent call station. Code 97.
Commander, it's a distress call.
Which is the emergency frequency, huh? Men of Corry aboard Terra 5 responding to code 97. Come in.
Pilot Paxton's door to Commander Corry. I'm in a spacesuit. Keep all in Sector 7 of Jupiter orbit.
Get a picture of the signal, huh? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Vaughn. What happened?
I was aboard the Star Drive cargo ship J-18 with my co-pilot, Cass Decker. We're about to go into Star Drive for Pluto. Something went wrong with our air supply.
Yes, go on.
Decker's got me into a spacesuit. I'm hazy about the rest. I remember an explosion. I was in free fall out in space in a suit.
What about Jeckers?
I don't know. I haven't been able to contact him. But he lost his life taking care of me.
I'll notify Jupiter Space Patrol units to search Sector 7 for Jeckers. We'll pick you up, Thorne.
Thanks, Commander. I'm being pulled toward Jupiter. I can't tell what my velocity is, but it's probably increasing at a terrific rate.
I've got a fix on him, sir. He's about 50 degrees away on a 48-degree heading.
Keep your suit transmitter operating, Thorne. We've located you. We'll have you safely aboard in a few minutes.
And on the planet Dargeeda, Chardu is in a jubilant mood. He's even forgotten his recent outburst of anger at his assistant, Bourvain.
My plan is working already, Bourvain. We now have weapons at our disposal. Powerful weapons from the United Planet.
So soon? Are they here on Talbot?
We couldn't land the United Planet ship here in the city without exciting suspicion. But the weapons will be brought here to my headquarters in surface trucks.
And the United Planets won't miss the ship?
No. After Jeckers sabotaged the air supply, he took the pilot in a spacesuit and pushed him out into space. Then he tossed out a space torpedo. The pilot obviously will report that the ship exploded.
And the ship and Jeckers will be listed as destroyed in space. Wonderful.
Listen. The people of the city celebrating.
Then the League agents must have arrived at the fake crown.
Yeah. And the crowds are carrying them through the streets in triumph.
I don't like it, Chardu. Once the League leaders are accepted, it might not be so easy to get them out.
Nonsense. Let the crowd cheer. When we expose the crown as a fake, those cheers will turn to angry roars. They'll want revenge against the League.
I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. The people will demand that I rule Dargeeda. And if the League tries to stop me, I will declare them traitors and destroy them with our new weapons.
In Saturn City, not far from the spaceport, is a junkyard. enclosed by a high fence. Cautiously, Buzz and Happy enter through a small door at the rear of the yard and make their way around the heaps of scrap metal.
The place seems deserted, sir. Maybe the League agents were chipped in.
This junkyard is just a front end. There wouldn't be much regular activity going on.
See that low building at the other end of the yard? Yes, sir.
That's the office. Somebody may be in there. We'll try to take them by surprise.
With all these piles of scrap metal to hide behind, that ought to be easy.
There's a tower in the middle of the yard. Control tower for that building of heavy crane. Anybody's up there with that too, since they never around.
It looks empty to me, sir.
I thought so.
I wonder if those Jupiter patrol units have found any trace of Jekkers yet.
I don't think they will. The cargo ship he informed they're on was loaded with weapons and explosives.
Jekkers didn't have a chance.
They'd be a sympathy here.
What do you mean, sir?
Thorne said Jekkers got him into the spacesuit. He had that suit checked for fingerprints, particularly on the handle of the faceplate. We found yours, naturally, because you helped Thorne out of the suit. On the faceplate, we found other marks, made by human fingers. But there were no prints, no recognizable patterns, just a smell.
Then Jekkers must be from Dargeeda. Uh-oh. What's that?
It's the crane. Someone started the electromagnetic crane.
Hey, Commander, look. It's swinging right over our heads. The magnet with the scrap metal hanging from it.
Somebody is in that tower, huh?
Hey, we'd better get out of here quick.
Stop right where you are. Stop or I'll drop this metal on you.
Where's that voice coming from?
I am up in the crane tower, and I can see every move you make. A directional microphone is picking up your voice. Where is the crown of Dargeeda?
We don't know. That's the truth.
Listen, Commander. 10 tons of scrap metal are suspended right over your head. If I cut off the current in the magnet, the metal will fall and crush you. Now, once more, where is the crown of Dargeeda?
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
I got a secret. I got a secret.
Well, hi, Issa. Gee, I like secrets. You want to tell me yours?
I'll give you a hint. It's about Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa.
About Nestle's cocoa, huh? Well, let me see. Could it be a secret about why it's so delicious? You know, Nestle's cocoa has an exclusive, rich, true chocolate flavor.
Shucks, Captain Two-Cell. Everybody knows that.
Oh, sure. Well, let me see now. Is it about the magic speed of Nestle's? You just put 1, 2, 3 spoonfuls in your cup and add hot water. You see, Nestle's is the only instant cocoa that's complete with whole milk and sugar.
Gee, that's no secret. Around our house, I make Nestle's cocoa by myself every morning. It's a whiz to fix. Guess again.
Well, if it isn't about Nestle's delicious flavor or its incredible speed, then it must have something to do with its goodness, because Nestle's cocoa is complete with rich, whole milk and sugar, so it has plenty of power built right in. It's just the thing every boy and girl needs to start the day. Is that your secret?
Gosh, Captain Two-Fells, you'll never guess it. I suppose I'll have to tell you after all.
Well, Issa, don't you keep that a secret. If you're giving a party with Nestle's Ever-Ready Cocoa, let's invite the whole Space Patrol gang, because everybody loves Nestle.
And it's no secret that you can get Nestle's cocoa in the big red can at your grocery. Come on, let's go. We're having Nestle. We're having Nestle.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Conquest of Dargeeda. Commander Corry has learned that agents from the League of the Green Serpent are using a scrap metal yard in Saturn City as a base of operations. Buzz and Happy plan to approach the office shack at the end of the yard by walking between stacks of pressed scrap metal. Suddenly, machinery grinds into action, and a huge crane swings a giant electromagnet over their heads. Clinging to the magnet is a mass of scrap iron. An amplified voice from the crane control tower roars an insistent demand.
Where is the crown of Dargeeda?
I told you, we don't know.
Commander, the spacephone message is coming through. If you aren't ready to talk by the time I finish with the call, I will bury you under the metal.
Can you speak with the Windward while he's busy with the spacephone?
Hold it, Happy.
Suppose we tell him that the name of the person who hid the crown is in the secret files at Terra headquarters. Do you think he'd let us go?
No, I think he'd smash us and then give the information to other agents.
Commander, I've got good news for you and for me. The crown of Dargeeda has been recovered.
Huh? Why, that's impossible.
Where is the crown? Where it belongs, on Dargeeda. That message was from our leader's headquarters. The League of the Green Serpents now rules Dargeeda. You are free to go.
Hear that, sir? Come on, let's get out of here.
One moment.
We're waiting.
I was ordered to spare your lives on one condition.
What is it?
That you give me and the other agents a chance to leave your solar system without interference.
How can I be sure they're all gone?
We came here only to get the crown. The new emperor, Tolmir, wants no trouble with your powerful United Planet. What is your answer?
Tell your emperor his agents have 24 hours to clear out.
Thank you. That is ample time. For myself, I ask you to stay where you are for 15 minutes to permit me to get away from the yard. Do you agree?
Yes.
As a gesture of good faith, I'll move the magnet that has been hanging over your head.
Oh, am I glad we weren't under that.
There's something strange about this thing. Well, we'll wait 15 minutes and get to the spaceport.
Half an hour later, Buzz and Happy board the Terra 5 at the Saturn City spaceport.
I don't get it, Commander. There's only one way that Dargeeda agents could have found that crown, and that's to find the man who hid it. And we don't even know who he is.
Pat, we're going to find out about that crown. After we blast off, I'll contact the secret documents section and have them check that coded envelope.
And see if the crown is still hidden?
Right. Ready for blast off, Pat. Close ports. Fire jets.
Up, chipping away.
Around Chardu's headquarters in the capital city of Dargeeda, guards stand alert, armed with weapons never before seen on that planet. Chardu gazes out the window of his office, smiling smugly at the scene below. As the door opens, he turns.
You rang for me, Chardu?
Yes, Vervain. I am sending you on a special mission to the United Planet. You will blast off immediately.
But, Chardu, if the situation's so critical here on Dargeeda...
Difficult. The situation is perfect. Didn't you hear the latest news report?
Yes, that's what I mean. Your charge that Talmir is wearing a fake crown is certain to stir up trouble.
For Talmir, but not for us.
And will the people believe the truth? Won't they accept the new crown and Talmir as emperor?
Come here. Look down there in the street.
It's a mob of people, but they've been parading around ever since Talmir's agents arrived with the crown.
I am going to open the window. Listen to that. Does that sound like the tears of loyal subjects?
It's frightening.
Frightening only to the full Emperor.
But suppose they get out of hand.
I'll take care of them. You blast off for the United Planet and keep an eye on Commander Corry.
Why bother with Corry? No.
The latest news from the United Planet is that the League agents have been recalled to Dardeda. The Space Patrol has agreed to a 24-hour truce.
Does the truce include your agents, Chardu?
No, not ours. But Corry is probably puzzled about the report that the crown is back on Dardeda. Perhaps, Corvain, he will lead us to the real thing. Now go.
Contacting the secret document section at Terra headquarters, Commander Corry cuts in a scrambler circuit on his ship's spaceophone, thus foiling any attempt to intercept the message. A clerk removes the carefully coded document from the files and relays certain information to Buzz. Right now, several hours later, Buzz and Happy are in the home of Roger Kirkland in Venus City, searching the wall of the spacious library for a secret panel.
Kirkland said it was midway between two large pictures.
Oh, it was sure nice of him to let us come and snoop around in his home all by ourselves.
Busy at his office.
Besides, I have a feeling he'd rather not know any more about the plan than he does. Should be right about time.
That's it, sir. Oh, you'd never know there was a pen around.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Open it. There it is.
So this is what Peril would cover.
Crown of Dargeeda. That sure is beautiful. Commander, what about that report from Dargeeda, then? If they've got a crown there, it must be a fake.
Yes, sir.
Then what are we going to do with this one? Keep it?
No. Going to send it back to Dardeda where it belongs.
Send it back? How?
Talmir, the head of the League of the Green Serpent, is now emperor. We have one of his agents, Pleto, in custody on Peril. To release him and send him back to the crown.
Stand where you are and get your hands up.
Corry, one of Chardu's agents.
Just stand there with your hands raised, both of you. In a few seconds, I'll have you under control with my sight force. Then I can put this gun away.
You can put it away now. Take the crown. You're going to return it anyway.
Oh, but not to the right person.
Talmir is emperor, isn't he?
Huh. Only for a few hours. And only by the clever intrigue of Chardu. By now, Talmir has probably been assassinated by his outraged subjects. Come. You are returning with me to Dargeeda and Chardu.
You've got the crown. What does Chardu want with us?
Revenge. Come, gentlemen, we mustn't keep the Emperor waiting.
Under the influence of the psych force, the powerful brain energy produced by Borvain's mind, Buzz and Happy accompany the Dargeeda agents of the Terra 5. Spaceborne from Venus, the ship goes into star drive for Dargeeda. Right now, with Borvain still guarding him, Buzz and Happy stand before Chardu in his headquarters on Dargeeda.
I am well pleased, Borvain.
Thank you, Chardu. Here is your crown.
Place it on the table so I can admire it.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now, about our prisoners. You have caused me considerable trouble, Commander Corry.
You'll have more trouble if you don't let us return to Terra.
My agents have already faked one possible disaster in your solar system. The other's occurrence will be explained by another.
By fake disaster, do you mean injectors and a cargo of weapons and explosives?
Yes, Cadet. Those weapons are now being carried by my guards, and they may be used on Talmir and his followers.
And what do you intend to do with us?
My first official act as Emperor of Dardeda will be to execute you.
Execute us? Why?
Because you are thieves and spies. Were you not caught with the crown of Dardeda in your possession?
Well, yeah, but we were going to return it.
But to the impostor Talmir.
How do we know which of you is the rightful emperor?
Obviously, I am. For I have the real crown of Dardeda. That is the age-old traditional test.
Well, isn't it also supposed to be a tradition that the crown brings wisdom and justice? A fat lot of wisdom and justice we'll get from you.
My people will learn that what benefits me will benefit Dardeda. I assure you, when I wear the crown, there will be no complaints from the people.
You're going to rule by fear, is that it?
It is the only way. The people have been taught that the crown confers wisdom and justice on its wearer. As long as they believe that silly superstition, they will automatically think that I am wise and just. Corry.
Yes, Chardu?
Take the prisoners away and lock them up. I will prepare for their execution.
An hour later, Buzz and Happy are led from a cell into a large room. They are placed against a wall facing a throne resting on a raised platform. Armed guards stand silent at each doorway. Moments pass in utter silence as the space patroller stands staring at the empty throne.
Not that I'm in any rush, but I'm holding up the performance. Chardu is waiting to make it another conference, I suppose. Now's the time to make a break. There's a guard at every door. They drop us before we leave first house. Here he comes, walking toward the throne, before Vane carrying the crown. Look at the crown. Somehow it looks more beautiful than it did on Venus. It seems to be glowing. Dardeda doesn't have the same type of cells either. The jewels are looks like the radiation stuff. Looks like Vane is getting ready to speak.
His Highness Chardu, Emperor of Dargeeda.
We are here to execute these two criminals from another world. First, my Prime Minister, Borvain, will place the crown of Dardeda upon my head.
Hail, Chardu, Emperor of Dargeeda.
It is fitting that my first official act under the crown of Dardeda He thwarted the execution of the two thieves who tried to keep the crown from its rightful wearer. Let this be a lesson to all who defy Chardu. Guard, ready your weapons.
Your Highness, is something wrong? What's wrong? Something like that is going to kill you.
Your Highness is tired. Shall I give the command to fire?
No. All right now. Guard, lower your weapons. Commander Corry, Cadet Happy, will you step forward, please?
Oh, let's come over here. That's what
Your Highness, the execution.
There will be no execution. I am setting these men free.
Commander, did you hear that?
Chardu. I mean, Your Highness, your first act as Emperor.
Silence, Bourdain. My first act will be one of justice and of gratitude. It is clear to any fair-minded man that Commander Corry and Cadet Happy have tried to preserve peace in their solar system and in ours.
That's true.
They risked their lives to save us from our own folly. Bourdain, you will see that they are returned safely to their ship.
Thank you, Chardu.
Yeah. I don't know what came over you all of a sudden, but thanks.
I will also return the stolen cargo ship and the weapons. I am sure they will not be needed on Dargeeda. If I can do anything else to make amends for the trouble I've caused, please tell me.
No, Chardu. We've got our ships and our freedom. And you've got the crown.
Oh, about the crown. The minute you put it on, Chardu, you changed. Say, Commander, could that legend be true? Or is it just radiations from Dargeeda's sun acting on the jewels and influencing Chardu's mind?
I don't know, Head. Whatever the explanation is, the crown seems to be right where it belongs.
Yes, sir. And you know something, Chardu? On you it looks good.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut.
Right, draw, Hap. Nestle's new coconut bar is the newest idea in chocolate enjoyment. It's rich, it's sweet, it's creamy milk chocolate, just loaded with fresh toasted coconut. It's so crisp when you bite into it.
And it gets crisper with every bite. Smoking rockets, eating a Nestle's coconut bar is so much fun. Now, I just happen to have one right here in my... or maybe it's in this pocket. Fun. I was sure I had one somewhere.
Now, Hap, you know that's just an excuse to get me to give you a big fresh coconut bar.
Oh, gee, Commander, you can see right through me, can't you?
When it comes to your eating habits, I certainly can. You just can't resist any of Nestle's sensational chocolate bars, and especially the delicious coconut bars.
Yeah?
And neither can I. So here, let's eat.
Oh, man. Me for Nestle's coconut bar.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. A criminal scientist has discovered a method of traveling back through time. He has taken Buzz and Happy back 14 centuries and has left them on a desolate seacoast on the planet Earth.
I just can't realize that we're back in the year 1591.
Well, let's make the best of it. After all, our ancestors did.
Then we're stuck here in the past forever?
Well, Hap, there's one slight chance of getting back.
Yeah? What is it, Jim? Hey, I feel strange. Everything's going black. What's that sound?
I don't know. I feel like I'm floating.
Commander! Commander, what's happening to us? Commander! Where are you?
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Time Pirates. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovac, Dick Tufel speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are inside a small atmosphere shell on the planet Pluto. Outside the transparent dome, a gang of armed criminals approach in spacesuits.
Stoken and Savage and the gang.
Hey, Commander. They've got to come through that airlock one by one. We can pick them off if they try to come in.
Corry, this is Savage. You are trapped. Now be smart and give up.
He's on our miniature spaceophone frequency.
Savage, this is Corry. If you want us, come in and get us.
Don't be a fool. There are 8 of us, and we got blasters. We can crack the atmosphere shell and bring that whole dome down on top of you.
Smoking rockets, Commander. What are we going to do?
We'll be back in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Hermit of Pluto. The United States has seen many changes in the past dozen years, all pointing to a still better way of living. Millions more Americans are working, earning more, saving more. We're eating more and eating better. More young people are going to high school and college. More of us are getting paid vacations. More of us are enjoying the luxuries of life. Sports, radio, television, the theater, concerts. Church attendance and membership has climbed steadily upward. In addition to these material and spiritual changes have come the miracles of jet propulsion, supersonic flight, antibiotics. All these changes have produced tremendous needs. We need factories, and machinery needs modernizing to increase our output of electric power. Our current needs add up to greater employment and investment opportunities for practically everyone in America. The better you know America, the better the future looks. Write for the free booklet, The Future of America, Box 1776, Grand Central Station, New York 17. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Hermit of Pluto. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are on a special mission to Pluto, outermost planet of the solar system. 40 times as far from the sun as the planet Earth, Pluto is a dark and frozen world. The gases that would be its atmosphere lie in a solid coating like ice upon its surface. In Pluto's black sky, the remote sun appears as a large flaming star. The population of Pluto City is protected from the cold airlessness of space by a thin atmosphere shell. Beneath this huge transparent bubble, life goes on as it does on Earth, or Terra, or Mars. It is not quite the same as Buzz and Happy are observing as they walk down a dimly lighted street of the city.
Gee, Commander, why don't the city commissioners do something about those lights? This is the biggest city on Pluto, and yet we can hardly see where we're going.
In lots of ways, Happy, this is still a pioneer community.
Yeah, and from the looks of the buildings in this neighborhood, maybe it's just as well that the streets aren't too well lighted.
No. Pluto is still a frontier planet, Hap. Uh-oh.
Hey, it looks like a fight. No! Hey, Commander, look, it's 2 against 1. They're sure slugging that guy.
Come on, Hap.
Yes, sir. We should have brought our ray guns.
All right, break it up.
Oh, hey, come back here. The dirty cowards. Shall I go after him, Commander?
Let's take care of this man. He may be hurt.
I don't wonder, the way they were hitting him.
Here, let me help you. Thanks.
Those 2 guys sure disappeared fast.
Let's get him under a light, see if he's hurt.
I'm all right. Thanks. Sure glad you came along.
What was it all about?
A couple of thugs jumped out of the doorway and started slugging me. It's getting so a man can't walk down the street without some hoodlum.
Why, you're Sam Morris.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Commander Corry. I knew you 2 were space patrollers, but the light was so bad I couldn't...
Happy, this is Sam Morris. Sam, Cadet Happy.
How do you do, Mr. Morris?
Howdy, Cadet. Sam, better let us take you to a doctor at headquarters.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm all right.
Well, you got quite a slugging from those characters.
I'm fine. Well, it's sure nice to see you again, Commander, but if you'll excuse me...
Are you still prospecting, Sam?
Oh, now and then. Right now, I'm more or less of a watchman, you might say.
Here in Pluto City?
No, several hundred miles north of here. Guess you might call me a licensed squatter.
You're a watchman? Well, what's there to watch that far north on this planet?
Oh, just some government equipment. It's in an atmosphere shell. Used to be a base for some Government explorers, mining engineers, and the like. I sort of take care of the equipment until the government decides what they want to do with it. Well, thanks for the rescue, Commander.
Oh, wait a minute, Sam. You've had a pretty rough going over it.
Oh, I'm okay. Those fellas hadn't taken me by surprise. I could have handled them both.
They sure ruined your clothes. Look, your jacket's all ripped. The pocket's torn off.
Oh, it's an old thing anyway. I got a couple of licks in there, remember.
You sure you don't know who they are?
No, of course not. Just a couple of Pluto City thugs. If they knew how broke I was, they wouldn't have bothered. I've got to run along now. Thanks a lot, Commander. You too, Cadet.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Morris.
Hey, Sam, wait a minute.
I got to run along now. I'm late for an appointment. See you around, Commander.
Yeah. You took that beating pretty lightly. From the way he acts, you'd think this was something that happened to him every day.
I have a feeling there's more to this than just an attempted holdup. Well, we'd better go on about our business, Happy. Oh, what's this?
Oh, I'll flash my atomometer.
Money.
A whole lot of it.
Large bills, too, mostly 50 credit notes.
And here's a card. A business card of some kind.
They belong to Mars.
Hey, the commander, didn't he say he was broke?
Yes, that's right. Shine your light in this card, Hank.
Yes, sir.
John Harbach, mineralogist, expert assaying and analysis, 412 North Andromeda Street, Pluto City.
This card may have dropped out of Morris's jacket when those guys tore his pocket.
Yeah. After we take care of our business, we'll drop in on Harbach and see if he knows where Mars is staying.
Then you think this money belongs to him, even when he claims to be broke?
No, it might. Fellows like Morris always say they're broke. Keeps people from getting curious about where a prospector gets his money.
Yeah, but why would he fib to you?
Well, just to keep in practice, maybe. If this money does belong to Morris, I'm sure he'll be glad to get it back. Hang on to that card, Hap. We'll drop in on Harbach on our way back.
At this hour, Andromeda Street, like the rest of this section of Pluto City, is almost totally dark. Buzz and Happy walk toward a pool of violet light that streams across the sidewalk from a shop window.
Oh, this is floor 12, Commander. It's the only place in the street with a light on.
Well, we're in luck.
Uh-oh. The light went out.
There's one on inside, here in the back.
It's locked. This Harbach is just leaving. That's why the light in the window went on.
An automatic ultraviolet light, Hap. Look in the window.
Oh, those rocks. They're glowing.
Fluorescent. They absorb ultraviolet rays and radiate them in the dark.
The rocks sure are pretty. But they're wasted on this street. It's completely deserted.
Well, we got here too late, Hap. Harbach. Look inside. See that showcase?
It's broken.
Looks like someone's lying there on the floor.
Harbach must have been robbed. What a neighborhood.
Let's force the door, Hap.
Yes, sir. I'll turn on the light, Commander.
All right. Beastly cut. Let's get him away from that shattered showcase.
Yes, sir.
Don't hit me.
That's all right. We're space patrollers.
Oh. Thought they were still here.
Who attacked you?
Two men. I never saw them before. They came in just as I was closing the shop.
Are you John Harbach?
Yes. Guy really something. Sure tore the place apart.
Is the safe locked?
It's supposed to be. I'll check. That's relief. I didn't get it open.
By the looks of your desk over there, they seem to be more interested in your record. You know why?
No. Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly? What happened here?
Well, like I said, these two men came in just as I was closing. They wanted me to run a test on a piece of cloth.
Piece of cloth?
Yeah, I thought it was strange myself, me dealing with minerals. But it turned out there were traces of minerals in the fabric. That's what they were interested in.
Well, this cloth, did they say where they got it?
No, over it. Looked like it was torn off the man's coat or jacket.
A pocket, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. They had me put it in an ultrasonic chamber to loosen the dust. Then I ran an analysis of the particles that came out of the cloth. And after that, they got rough.
Why?
They wanted some information about one of my customers, and I wouldn't give it to them.
Well, this customer, is his name Sam Morris?
Yes. How did you know?
He was attacked by two men earlier this evening.
Was he hurt?
I just bruised a little. After he went away, the cadet and I found one of your business cards on the sidewalk. That's why we came here. Why were these men interested in Morris?
On account of the stronolite, I guess.
Stronolite?
There were traces of stronolite in the dust particles from the piece of cloth, probably from the samples Morris brought here to have assays.
Stronolite. It's a very rare and valuable metal.
Morris made a strike, huh?
I make it a policy not to ask questions of my customers, Cadet.
But that's a reasonable conclusion. When you wouldn't tell these men about Morris, they slugged you and went through your records. Is that right? Yes. You know where we can contact Morris? No, Commander. He never told me anything about himself. I guess he's sort of a hermit. Very secretive. Did he mention an abandoned government station north of Pluto City? No. Maybe one of those men did. Let's see if I can remember what was said. But after I analyzed the cloth and mentioned Stonelight, one of the men said that. So that's why Morris has been holding up at that old exploration base, and the other man made him shut up. You remember anything else? No. Now, wait a minute. One of them said Morris is probably all alone in that shell, and there are 8 of us. Captain, we better find Morris right away.
Yes, sir. Now that these cooks know that he's got...
Cap.
There's someone across the street watching this shop. This put a point to be through the window. Want me to go over and investigate, sir? Turn off the lights and stay with the leader. Yes, sir.
How about don't look out the window until the lights are on? All right, Commander. See him? Yeah, but not very clearly.
He's carrying off down the street now.
Tail him, Hap. I'll take Harbach to headquarters. He'll be safe in there. We'll keep in touch through your miniature spaceophone.
Half an hour later, Commander Corry leaves the Pluto City Space Patrol headquarters in a surface car. His receiver is tuned with special miniature spaceophone frequency.
Cadet Happy calling Commander Corry. Cadet Happy calling Commander Corry.
Corry here. Go ahead, Hap.
I'm on Polaris. 900 block 30. Half a block behind the man I'm tailing.
What's he up to?
Nothing so far, but I got a pretty good look at him when half under his feet. I swear he's one of the men that jumped Sam Morris.
I'm in a surface car about a half mile from you. I'll come by and pick him up.
Okay, Commander. Uh-oh. Another man just stepped out of a doorway. 2 of them are walking together.
Probably his partner. Don't lose them, Hap. I'll be right there.
I didn't have a chance to finish Harbach. 2 space patrollers were in his shop.
Well, if you hadn't got panicky, we could have done the job when we were there before.
Look, as it matters, Savage, Harbach won't be able to put the finger on us anyway. We'll be out of Pluto City in half an hour.
Yeah, but Harbach knows we're interested in Sam Morris. If the space patrol tips Sam out, we...
Don't go. We're being followed. Huh? Don't turn around. Just keep walking. When you turn the corner, we'll wait and let him catch up.
Okay.
Now, face close to the wall.
Yeah.
You looking for somebody?
Space patrol cadet.
He's going for his ray gun. Grab him!
Savage! Help me!
Get your hands off of me! Oh, yeah!
Good doing, Savage. Come on, let's get away from here.
Wait a minute, Duncan. We're not going to make the same mistake as we did with Harbach. We're going to finish him.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Listen, kids, you know how much fun it is to be growing up. Every day there's a new thrill. Well, here's a thrill maybe you haven't tried yet, and believe me, you'll like it. It's the fun of having enough money to get the things you want. Maybe a new bike or a camera, or saving for something big like business school or college in the years to come. Sound good? Well, here's how you do it. Put a part of your allowance and the extra cash you earn each week into school savings. It doesn't take long to have enough to buy a real United States savings bond like Dad gets all the time. And this is important. Bonds earn money for you. Uncle Sam stands behind them, and they're safe. So start to save now at your school. Mother and Dad will be proud of you for saving part of your allowance, and you'll have the fun of seeing your own money grow. A thrifty person is usually a better citizen. And take it from me, he's a lot happier than the fellow who saves nothing and can't buy the things he needs. Remember, save regularly every week at school. Have the money for the things you want when you want it. Now back to today's Space Patrol adventure, the Hermit of Pluto. Buzz and Happy are on the planet Pluto, where they've learned that 2 men are using violent methods to obtain information on valuable deposits of the mineral stronolite, discovered by a prospector, Sam Morris. Using a miniature spaceophone, Happy has contacted Buzz in a surface car and has reported that he's trailing 2 suspects through the dark streets of Pluto City. Discovering that Happy is following them, the 2 men wait around the corner of a building and grab the cadet.
You heard what I said, Duncan. Let's finish him.
Oh, look, Savage, a ray gun would put him out and we can get away from the city.
Yeah? And when he comes to, he could continue the chase. Do what I tell you.
have you guys got to be afraid of? You really must be up to something crooked.
Shut up, Cadet. And quit struggling or I'll break your arm.
All I know about you is that your names are Savage and Duncan, and you're walking down Polaris Street. And then all of a sudden you jump me on the corner of Polaris and Sigma Streets.
I told you to shut up. Go on, Duncan. Get to work.
You're going to be sorry. There's a Space Patrol surface car on the way here now.
You're bluffing.
Savage. One of those miniature space phones hanging on his belt. He's been mentioning the street name. That gadget's turned on.
Then we got to work fast.
Get into the car now. Trying to sneak up with the lights out.
Help me hold it, Cadet. We'll drag him down to the alley. Come on. Get moving, Cadet.
Hold it, you two.
Commander!
It's Corry. Let's get out of here.
Use your ray gun. Let them have it. Oh, you don't?
Get your hands up.
Get the Cadet. I'll take care of Corry. We got both of them, Duncan.
That's it, one. The whole neighborhood will be full of space patrollers in a few minutes.
Yeah. And that's why we can't go running through the streets. Get into the car.
Hey, but Savage.
Don't argue. Get into the car, quick.
Okay.
We'll ditch the car a block from the spaceport. Come on, get in.
A few moments after Duncan and Savage roar away in the commander's surface car, another Space Patrol car rushes to the scene to find Buzz and Happy unconscious on the sidewalk. Slightly more than an hour later, in Pluto City headquarters, Buzz checks with Space Control, then turns to Happy.
2 ships blasted off while we were under the effects of the ray gun. One of them was Sam Morris's.
And Savage and Duncan were in the other.
Very likely. The second ship was registered to H.B. Margolis. So far, our agents haven't been able to locate anyone by that name here in Pluto City.
Well, it could be an alias of either Duncan or Savage, I guess.
Yes. The surface car I was using, one of our men found it abandoned and blocked from the spaceport.
Well, if they try to land at any other spaceport, we'll have it.
The trouble is they know it. I figured they're desperate enough to go right after Sam Morris.
We ought to tip Morris off.
I tried to reach him by spacephone. I have an idea Morris is back at that abandoned station working his time.
Oh, with Savage and Duncan after him, he's in a dangerous spot.
To save his life, we've got to find Morris and persuade him to stay in a safe place until we capture those 2 cutthroats. Now, come on, let's get to the spaceport.
On a northward course, the Terra 5 arcs over the frozen surface of Pluto toward the tiny atmosphere shell 900 miles from Pluto City. Through the infrared viewscope, Buzz and Happy scan the terrain beneath them.
According to the charts, sir, the shell is just a few miles ahead.
Yes, but I want to be sure there's no activity on the ground here. If Duncan and Savage plan to surprise Morris, they'd have to use an overland approach.
Maybe Morris isn't at the shell. He hasn't answered any of our spacephone calls.
Maybe out prospecting. He could be purposely ignoring us.
Doesn't he realize we're trying to help him?
He's very stubborn and suspicious. Now that he's found some stronolite, he's probably twice as cautious.
Say, Commander, does living all alone in out-of-the-way places make people a little peculiar? Or are they peculiar to begin with?
Men like Morris are a lot more self-reliant than most people, Happy. When Morris acts in a way you think is strange, just remember that his behavior has helped him survive in a very rugged environment. Well, that's interesting. What's the viewscope screen?
Spaceship?
No. There's a place down there where a spaceship might have landed. See that dark spar on the surface of the planet between those 2 peaks?
Yes, sir.
It's the only place in this whole region where the ground isn't completely covered with frozen atmosphere.
A ship scraped it clean when it landed, huh?
I think the heat from the rocket exhaust did it on the blast off. After we contact Morris, we'll come back and search this whole region. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Sam Morris at Pluto Exploration Base 5. Commander Corry to Sam Morris, urgent. Please acknowledge.
As the Terra 5 continues northward, 2 men watch the ship from inside a small atomic-powered tank hidden in a narrow ravine, half a mile from the scarred ground.
You think they spotted us, Savage?
I don't think so. This tank is camouflaged to blend with the frozen air. We're lucky. Harkness blasted off in our ship just in time.
Boy, must be heading for the atmosphere ship.
Yeah. Contact the other tank and we'll move up.
You aren't going to move in on Morris now, are you?
Why not? Corey's still there when we arrive. We can finish him, too.
That's likely to be quite a job.
No, it won't be. Corey's ship will be outside the shell. And with 2 tanks and 8 men on our side, anyone inside the shell will be at our mercy. Space upon the other tank. Let's move forward.
There's the shell, Commander.
Yes, that's Morris's ship just outside the airlock.
There's no other ship in sight. Morris must be there alone.
I'll try once more before we land. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Sam Morris at Pluto Exploration Base 5. Sam, if you read me, acknowledge. This is urgent.
Morris to Corry. What do you want?
Where are you? Inside the shell?
Yeah, I'm pretty busy.
You're in serious danger. I've got to talk to you in person. Somebody may be picking up this spacephone conversation.
Well, all right. You'll have to land outside the shell. This bubble doesn't have a space lock.
Yes, I know. We'll set down near your ship. Hurry out.
Inside the small atmosphere shell of the exploration base, Buzz and Happy quickly tell Sam Morris of their encounters with Duncan and Savage, as the prospector listens without comment, stroking his chin reflectively.
This is serious, Morris. But let us take you away from here right away.
Nothing doing, Commander. I know my rights. Those crooks aren't going to run me off.
Well, sure you're in the right, Mr. Morris, but you're all alone, 900 miles from Pluto City.
You won't lose out on your claim to the Stronolite, I guarantee.
Well, I'm not taking any chances.
You're taking plenty of chances by staying here. Now, look, Morris, you're here as an official government watchman, but whatever you find under the ground, that's yours by right of discovery.
You sure of that?
Of course.
We're only trying to help you, Mr. Morris.
Well, I don't know. I figure a man's got to stand his ground on his own. The minute you let somebody do you a favor, you start wanting something in return.
Believe us, Mr. Morris. We only... Commander, look out there, through the atmosphere shell.
There's your answer, Morris.
Men in spacesuits climbing out of tanks.
Savage and Duncan in the gang. Have you got any weapons here?
Ray gun. They've got to come through that airlock one by one. We can pick them off if they try to come in.
Corry, this is Savage. Listen to me. You're trapped. Turn Morris over to us and save your skin.
Hear that, sir? He's on our miniature spacephone frequency.
Yes, I heard. Savage, if you want us, come in and get us.
That's telling him, Commander.
Don't be a fool, Corry. There are 8 of us and just 3 of you. And we've got blasters.
You're right by the airlock. Come on in.
You think I'm crazy? All we got to do is fire our blasters at this atmosphere shell. It will crack, and the whole dome will fall in on you.
Oh, the logic, Commander. We wouldn't stand a chance, even in our spacesuit.
I said Morris isn't wearing a spacesuit.
I'll give you 2 minutes to make up your mind, Corry.
Cut off the spacephone, please. Yes, sir. Morris, we don't have any actual weapons, so we'll have to improvise some.
But out of what? We've only got 2 minutes.
That big cone over there, isn't that a heat projector?
Yes, but it's not a very strong one. It wouldn't penetrate their spacesuits at this distance.
Won't have to. Now, come on, let's turn it on and focus it towards Savage and his men.
I tell you, it's not going to do any good. It won't do any more than melt that frozen atmosphere outside the dome.
That's exactly what I want. This is the main control switch, isn't it?
Sure, but I don't see what good...
Just watch. Now we'll just focus the heat beam at their feet.
It's not doing anything, sir. Like Morris says, it isn't strong enough.
Smelting that frozen air on the ground.
Yeah, but they're just waiting around in puddles of liquid air.
Corry, cut off the heat beam. Cut it off or I'll order my men to fire at the dome. I can tell from here that you got one of those Mark 6 heat projectors. It couldn't even make pulse at this distance.
He's right, Commander. They're just waiting in liquid air, and it's not much more than ankle deep.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we'll just shut the heat off.
You might as well quit stalling, Corry.
All right, Savage. The heat's been shut off. Come in the airlock.
Now you're being smart. All right, man. Corry's given up. Into the airlock.
Commander, you aren't just giving up without a fight.
I don't think a fight will be necessary.
All right, man, you heard me. Get going. I can't move. Duncan, come here and pull me out of this. I can't. We all are.
Hey, the air is frozen solid again around their legs.
Corry, that was a clever trick, but it's not going to save you. Melt your hair again or I'll blast that dome.
If you finish us, what's going to happen to you? You'll stand there rooted in frozen air for the rest of your lives.
He's right, Savage. Every one of us is stuck. If you blast that dome in on Corry, we'll never get out.
Corry, maybe you can care about yourself. But there's the Cadet and Morris. You aren't going to sacrifice them just to keep us trapped here?
Commander, he's raising his blast gun.
Savage, if you bring this dome down on us, what are those 7 pals of yours going to think of you?
What do you mean?
The air supply of those suits isn't going to last indefinitely. Neither will the heating units. Then your men are going to start thinking about how they got into this predicament. They'll realize they're doomed, and they'll hate you. They're all armed, Savage. But first man to start gasping for breath, or the first man to feel himself growing numb with cold, what's he going to be thinking about you? You'll be just a few feet away within easy range of his blast gun.
This is doing, Savage. Put down that gun or I'll blast you myself right now. All right. You win.
Order your men to drop their weapons. That's it. Cap, I'll cover you while you go out to the airlock and pick up those guns.
They sure didn't need any urgency. I guess they all got cold feet.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Did you know that thousands of bright, alert girls are choosing nursing as a career today? And did you know that despite this high enrollment, we need still more and more nurses? Well, these are facts. Facts that young women about to embark on careers should know and heed. Today, the advantages of enrolling as a student nurse are many. She receives a fine professional education working under the supervision of skilled doctors and nurses in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. She serves humanity, enjoys a pleasant dormitory life, and upon completing her 3-year course is eligible to become a graduate nurse. After this, countless interesting fields are open to her. Best of all, she's well prepared for marriage. If you're a high school graduate or a college student in good health, consider nursing as a career and go to your nearest hospital to learn how you can become a nurse. Help meet this year's quota of student nurses. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. A criminal scientist has discovered a method of traveling back through time. He's taken Buzz and Happy back 14 centuries and has left them on a desolate seacoast on the planet Earth.
Hey, Commander, I just can't realize that we're back in the year 1591.
Let's make the best of it. After all, our ancestors did.
You mean we're stuck here in the past forever?
Perhaps. There's one slight chance of getting back.
Yeah? Well, what is it, Commander? Hey, Commander, I feel strange. Everything's going black. What's that sound?
I don't know. I feel like I'm floating.
Hey, Commander, what's happening to us anyway? Hey, Commander! Where are you?
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Time Pirates. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovac, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Wesson speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at the same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program was broadcast for our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, a criminal scientist has discovered a method of traveling back through time. He has taken Buzz and Happy back 14 centuries and has left them on a desolate seacoast on the planet Earth.
I just can't realize that we're back in the year 1591.
Let's make the best of it. After all, our ancestors did.
And we're stuck here in the past forever?
Well, Hap, there's one slight chance of getting back.
Yeah? Well, what is it, sir? Commander, I feel strange. Everything's going black. What's that sound?
You like him?
Commander! Hey, what's happening to us? Commander! Where are you?
We'll be back in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol story, The Time Pirates.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut.
Nestle's new coconut bar. That's for me. You have to eat one to believe there could be such a wonderful flavor combination. Now, just imagine. Thick, rich, smooth milk chocolate, crammed to the edges with fresh toasted coconut. It's such fun to eat, too, because it gets crisper with every bite. Care to add anything to that, Hap? Hap. Cadet Happy, will you please answer?
Oh, well, golly, Commander, I'm sorry. You know what happens to me when you start talking about Nestle's new coconut bar? I just close my eyes and leave this planet. Yes, sir, I imagine I'm eating one right then and there. I can just taste that sensational, creamy, rich chocolate and all that super coconut. It's so crisp, so delicious, so... Oops, there I go. Well, that's the way it is, Commander. And there's only one cure for it.
Oh, and what might that be?
Well, I just got to eat a Nestle's coconut bar, of course.
Well, that seems like a good idea. For you, for me, for all space patrollers, too. Gang, why don't you find out for yourselves? Treat yourself to a brand new coconut bar. You'll really go for it.
Everybody goes for Nestle's, Commander. Wonderful milk chocolate, almond chocolate, and crunchy crunch bars. And naturally, the new coconut bar in the red and cream-colored wrapper. Smoking rockets, Nestle's certainly makes the very best chocolate.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Time Pirates. Roaring toward the outer reaches of the solar system, a spaceship arcs over the Neptune orbit, its blazing rockets thrusting it onward at an ever-increasing pace. Far behind, but drawing slowly nearer, is the Terra 5. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy, their minds and bodies aching under the strain of several G's acceleration, relentlessly follow the blurred circle of flame from the rockets of the fleeing ship.
We're nearly up to star drive velocity. If they cut over into hyperspace, we'll never get them.
Scarno's taking an awful chance because into hyperspace in that ship. I'd better warn him.
He's ignored all your other warnings, sir.
He's had a fair chance to escape. Maybe he'll listen to reason now. Commander Corry aboard Terra 5, calling Ryland Scarno aboard Star Drive Cruiser JS-14. Corry to Scarno. Scarno, this is urgent. Acknowledge.
Someone calling the great Dr. Scarno?
Scarno, listen. Cut your rockets and surrender.
Now, Commander, why should I do that? My ship is nearly up to star drive velocity.
You're taking an awful chance, Scarno. That ship's in bad shape, mechanically and electronically.
I knew that when I stole it from Jupiter City Spaceport.
Your hyperspace transition effector is probably out of alignment. When you cut into star drive, there's no telling what'll happen to you.
One thing is sure. You won't be able to follow.
You may think the ship's worth stealing, but is it worth risking your life for?
You forget that I'm an expert on hyperspace theory and star drive mechanisms.
If you don't value your own life, think of that man with you.
Glomer has already made his choice. Is that right, Hugo?
Yeah, I'm speaking with Dr. Scarno.
You heard Glomer. Goodbye, Commander. We're kicking into star drive.
Scarno, wait. Scarno.
That's no use, sir. Look, the ship vanished. Scarno's in hyperspace.
Yes, he got away. But sooner or later, he'll have to return to the solar system.
Provided he can be here.
We'll go back to Terra and alert all units from Mercury to Pluto to watch for him.
In the control compartment of the stolen Star Drive cruiser, Dr. Scarno and his assistant Hugo Glomer have blacked out as the ship makes the sudden transition from regular three-dimensional space into hyperspace. At last, Scarno regains his senses and shakes his companion.
Listen, we're coming out of Star Drive.
Yeah. Now we got to hike and see streaks of light through the viewport.
I'll set up the astrogation instruments. We should emerge about 30 billion DUs beyond Pluto.
There's
the sun, blazing off our starboard side. There's the Earth. I know it's the Earth. See? There's its moon.
It can't be the Earth. On the wrong side of the sun for this time of year.
Your astrogation instrument must be off.
Nonsense. We're not in hyperspace now. Mars-type planet. 94 degrees off.
I still say...
Shut up, Hugo. Let me think. All those planets are off. In the exact proportion of their periods of revolution around the sun. In hyperspace has no relation to ordinary space-time. For us, time stood still while the solar system aged 6 months. Look at Earth. There's your proof.
I don't understand.
The Earth has gone halfway around its orbit. That's half a year.
6 months gone out of our lives.
6 months. It's a multiple of 6 months. A year in 6 months. 5 years in 6 months. A century in 6 months.
No.
You're a new type of explorer, Hugo. When we land on Earth, we'll know exactly where we are. But we won't know when. There's no doubt about it now, Hugo. There's Earth, all right. The landmass is the Florida Peninsula.
But the city, what happened to the city? And there are no farms, no spaceports, just forest and wilderness.
We'll know the answer after we land. I've examined the settings on the hyperspace computer. I think I know what went wrong. The circuits that control the time coordinates are out of alignment.
Can you fix them?
Yes, I think so. Oh, there's where we'll land. Near the mouth of that river.
I'm all confused. Tell me what's going on.
Later, Hugo. Just keep your head and trust me.
Boss and Happy have returned to Space Patrol headquarters on Terra after their futile pursuit of Dr. Skarner.
Skarner will probably try to contact some of his accomplices by hyperspace communications, Happy. Our monitoring stations will notify us if any unidentified signals are picked up.
Yeah, but we can't get a fix on Skarner from the hyperspace signal. And it'll probably be in code, too.
You know he's alive. We may be able to locate his Confederates and set a trap. I've already got a line on one likely suspect.
Who, sir?
Skarner has had dealings with a third history. He operates a small private spaceport in the Andes Mountains in South America on the planet Earth.
It's a good hideout, all right.
This tie-in of Bristol with Dr. Skarner may be the break we need. First, we know that Skarner has given its spaceport for repairs.
And it does need repairs.
Yes, immediately. In fact, Skarner may have set a hyperspace vector for Earth when they cut into star drive.
Well, he may be at Bristol Spaceport right now repairing the star drive controls.
He isn't. There's a good chance he'll show up there very soon. Happy we're blasting off for Earth to check up on Mr. Bristol.
Meantime, Dr. Skarno and Hugo Glomer have landed their ship near the mouth of a river. Carrying empty water containers, they climb a grassy knoll that slopes down toward the sandy beach a quarter of a mile away.
Look, Doc. I kept quiet all the time you were working on a hyperspace computer. Now, will you tell me what year we're in?
I don't know whether your mind could stand the shock, Hugo. But first, let me assure you I've repaired the computer and the control mechanism. We can return to our proper period of time whenever we choose.
All right. Let's have it.
Remember you asked what happened to the cities of North America? They have not been destroyed. They have not yet been built. And now in the latter part of the 16th century.
We've gone back into the past?
More than 1,400 years back. From the 30th century back to about 1591.
But can we return? Are you sure you can get us back to the 30th century?
What's the rush? We're safe here. Commander Corry hasn't been born yet, and won't be for 14 centuries. Between the river, the sea, and those woods over there, we'll find plenty of fish and game to eat.
Dr. Skarno,
Hugo. Get down. Men in it. They're running toward the beach.
Coming down the river?
No, from the sea. Must be a ship out there.
Why didn't we see it when we came in for a landing?
We've been down 3 hours. The ship may have been hidden in the cove.
Those men, what did they look like?
They're dragging the rowboat up on the sand. rest of it is hidden by a big rock. Raise your head a little, Hugo, and you can see.
Sailing ship.
Naturally. Steamships won't be invented for more than 200 years. It's a Spanish galleon, Hugo.
Spanish galleon?
Now, do you believe this is 1591?
Could be a dream.
It's real, all right. There's men climbing out of the rowboat now. They're carrying something heavy, a big box of some kind. Some shovels.
You have the binoculars?
No. Hugo, the pirates. They're burying their loot. Treasure they've stolen from other ships. They're burying it here.
Us. Doc, you're talking awfully strange.
Well, what will they do? Then they'll go back to the ship and sail away. We'll dig it up.
What good is it going to do us?
Don't you see? Take it back to the 30th century. The pirate treasure will solve all our financial problems. We'll pay Phil Bristol to help us fix up the spaceship.
We're rich. We're rich.
Elsewhere, Buzz and Happy are now at the remote spaceport operated by Phil Bristol in the Andes Mountains. They've been questioning Bristol for some time with no results.
No, Commander, I haven't heard anything from old Doc Scarno for more than a year. Frankly, that suits me fine. I don't want to get involved in any of his deals.
I see. And what about his pal, Hugo Glomer?
Glomer? I've heard of him. Now, look, Commander, I can't imagine why you came here. This spaceport's strictly on the up and up. I'd pick up a few emergency jobs, all legitimate.
Well, Bristol, we'd like to look around a bit. What's in that hangar over there at the south end of the port?
Oh, just an old hulk, waiting for repairs.
Cadet and I'll take a look at it.
It's nothing to see, believe me.
What's the matter, Bristol? Something out there you don't want us to see?
Why, no. No, of course not. It's
We'll take care of them, Bristol. Get your hands up. Both of you.
But the Scarno.
Yes, Commander. Bristol, take their weapons. I don't want them to give Hugo an excuse to shoot them.
Okay, Scarno. But why not shoot them? We can't let them go.
I have other plans. We'll dispose of them permanently, and yet we won't have them again. Remember those gold pieces I showed you? Spanish coins?
What about it?
We'll take Corry and the cadet back where we got the treasure and leave them there. Come on, gentlemen.
Where are you taking us, Scarno?
Oh, you like it? The sun is warm and the sea is beautiful. And someday a ship may come along and take you aboard.
And then we'll be right back on your trail, Scarno.
No, you won't. The ship, if any, will be a Spanish galleon.
Galleon?
I'll be safe to be forever. We're going back 1,400 years. Being marooned, Corry, like the ancient pirates marooned their enemies. Marooned in time.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, do you recognize this sound?
Why, that's somebody drinking Nestle's quick, Captain Toothfell.
How can you be so sure, Tony?
Easy. A drink has to be awful good to drink it down to the very last bubble like that. And Nestle's quick sure is. Why, it's so rich and chocolatey, it tastes just like those wonderful Nestle's chocolate bars.
Well, I follow you there.
Now, if a drink is hard to make, you usually drink it kind of slow, so it'll last longer. But that sound was somebody drinking fast. And on account of you can make yourself a glass of Nestle's quick so fast, and start all over again. Us kids don't mind drinking it down in a hurry. So it had to be Nestle's quick.
Tony, you're absolutely right. Nestle's Quick is so quick. In fact, it makes itself. You just pour out your glass of cold milk. That's right, the milk comes first. Then add 2 teaspoons of rich Nestle's Quick, and down it goes, mixing all the way. You just give it a little swish with your spoon, and it's ready to drink.
There's one more reason, Captain.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I've made that sound so many times myself, I know it by heart. Want me to show you?
Shoot.
Okay. I'll make my glass of quick. Just add 2 spoonfuls to my glass of milk. Now once around with the spoon, in with the straws, and here goes.
Well, sure enough. That's the happy drinking you get only when you get delicious Nestle's Quick in the bright brown and yellow can. Try some right away. Quick makes milk taste like a million. You'll see. That's Nestle's Quick. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Time Pirates. At a spaceport high in the Andes Mountains on the planet Earth, the port manager, Phil Bristol, tells Buzz and Happy he knows nothing about Dr. Scarno and Hugo Glomer, who have stolen the Star Drive ship. Suddenly, Scarno and Glomer emerge from hiding, disarm the space patrollers, and threaten them with a strange fate. Buzz and Happy are to be taken back 1,400 years in time and left on a deserted coast of America in the late 16th century.
Well, gentlemen, I see you've survived your first trip back through time. We are now back in the year 1591.
It's funny. You don't look a day younger.
You're still skeptical. My friend Glomer is bringing the ship in for landing on Earth. Then you will see for yourselves.
How did you discover this trick of time travel?
It was an accident. The hyperspace computer was out of adjustment. Now I can control it. However, to avoid error, I'm returning to the exact moment of time of our previous trip.
You're going to leave us here?
Yes. I'll be rid of you. Yet I'll have committed no crime. There's no law against transporting people back in time, is there, Commander?
Yeah. Scarno, how long after the pirates buried the treasure did you and Hugo dig it up?
We waited till they got back aboard their galleon and sailed out of sight. About 2 hours, I suppose. Why?
Do you know the exact time they buried it?
It was noon. Yes, the sun was almost directly overhead. What are you getting at?
The treasure existed under the sand from noon until you took it away 2 hours later. But what would happen if, on this trip, you dug it up 1 hour earlier?
Then I'd have 2 treasures.
Huh? But there's only one treasure.
Yes, it's aboard this ship.
But we're going back in time. We'll see the pirates bury their gold at noon, like rerunning a film.
But this time we'll get there sooner. Beat ourselves to it, so to speak. We'll have 2 identical treasures.
On second thought, it won't work. No, Scarno.
It will. It's got to.
But common sense...
Common sense. Common sense tells you that you couldn't possibly be here in the year 1591 because you're not even born. Still, you're here, aren't you?
Well, yes, but there's only one of each of us. There isn't a Commander Corry here in 1591 and another Commander Corry up ahead in the 30th century.
Trying to talk me out of my great idea. You want to dig up the treasure after I blast off so you can live like kings here in the 16th century. Well, I'll just kill that little scheme. Hugo and I will get the treasure again, and you two are going to help.
Dr. Scarno carefully repeats the exact landing procedure of his previous trip to the year 1591. Then, concealed by bushes on the knoll, the 4 men from the 30th century watch the pirates bring their rowboat ashore, bury their treasure chest, and return to their galleon lying at anchor in the quiet waters of the bay. Finally, Scarno rises to his feet.
Stop digging.
And remember, one false move and you'll die before your time. It's pretty good, eh, Doc?
Shut up, Hugo.
Hey, Doc, what happens if those pirates see us from their ship?
They can't. The galleon has sailed around the point. Anyway, what did they do about it? Right, dig. Dig faster, you two.
Oh, what's the rush? We've got 14 centuries to dig this up.
Hey, it's there. We uncovered the chest.
Hurry, Corry. Throw away that sand.
It worked. Just like you said it would, Doc. We got proof that's the treasure.
I think I can lift it out now.
There are no shovels. I'll out the chest.
It's sure heavy.
Hugo, I've got another idea. You can dig up the same treasure twice. Why not 3 times or 4 times? Come back again, 15 or 20 minutes early.
Well, you're going to be bumping into the pirates if you keep it out.
Hugo, fill in that hole, level it out smooth. And don't forget the shovel. Corry, Cadet, get that treasure to the ship. Hugo, unlock compartment 2. Put the chest in there with the other one.
Well, hurry up. This thing isn't getting any lighter.
Okay.
All right, Corry. Take the chest in the compartment and set it down by the other treasure.
Whoa. Hey, what other treasure?
Doc, look. The other chest is gone.
What? That's impossible. Only you and I have the keys to this compartment. Hugo,
What are you trying to pull? What do you mean, what am I trying to pull? Are you accusing me of stealing the gold?
You didn't do it. Who did? I've got a notion that... Still got you covered. You better listen. Corry has just been waiting for us to get into a private scrap so he and the cadet can jump us.
Now, where did you ever get an idea like that?
In fact, he probably planned this whole thing.
How could they? They are locked up in another compartment, except when they were with us on the beach.
Corry's figured out some trick about this time travel effect. What is it, Corry? Where's the first treasure we dug up?
Right here. Happy and I just set it down.
It's the second chip.
Look, one object can't be in two places in the same instant. The instant the ship returned to the year 1591, the treasure vanished from the compartment.
And this time we dug up the same chest as before. Only half an hour sooner, that's it.
Of course, if we took the chest ahead to the 30th century and left it there, and then came back...
You got it. See, Scarno? Our spaceship is a time machine. If the gold isn't in the time machine, it couldn't return to 1591. It would stay in the future with Bristol.
It's a possibility, Scarno.
It's worth trying. If you thought this up so we take you back to the 30th century, you're mistaken. Corry, you and the cadet are staying here. Hugo, get them out of the ship. We're blasting off.
Left behind on the desolate coast in the year 1591, Buzz and Happy watched the ship blast off into space on its strange journey into the future. Accepting their situation bravely, Buzz suggests they explore their surrounding and search for food. Right now, several hours later, the space patrollers walk along the wet sand of the water's edge.
Since we haven't any weapons to hunt with, our best bet is to try to dig up some clams.
Yeah. Looks like there are a couple of Robinson Crusoes over here.
Let's try this spot. Let's start digging, Hap. Why are you watching the sky?
Oh, I'm looking for Scarno's ship. He ought to be back by now.
Yeah, returned here and blasted off again, Corry.
Wouldn't we have seen him?
Hap, when he returns, he'll have set his time selector to about noon of this day in 1591. To us, it's now 4 hours later. The arrival of the pirates, Scarno's return, both events are past history for us.
I just can't realize that we're back in 1591.
Have to get used to it. Let's make the best of it. After all, our ancestors did.
Then we're stuck here in the past forever?
It's not the past now. It's our present. However, there's one possibility, one slight chance of getting back to the future.
Yeah? Hey, Manny, would you explain? Everything's going correct. What's that sound?
Like
Hey, Commander, what's happening to us? Commander? Where are you?
As Scarno lands his spaceship in the now familiar hollow between the low rolling hills, the sun is high overhead. The Spanish galleon rolls gently at anchor in the bay, its pirate crew unaware that pirates of the future are waiting to steal their plunder.
All right, Hugo, get the shovels out of the tool compartment.
Okay, Doc. What time did we hit the beach this trip?
1 hour and 15 minutes past noon.
You don't suppose there's any chance of Corry and the cadet spoiling our show?
How could they? 4 hours into the future. They could no more interfere with us than you could change last week's weather.
I see. You know, I have a feeling that this time it's going to work. The treasure we left with Bristol will stay in the 30th century. Now, we dig up the duplicate the pirates are about to bury. And we have 2 treasures.
Yes, I know. I'll get the shovels.
Get Scarno, Happy. I'll handle Hugo.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Hap, take it away.
Yes, sir.
Corry, where did you come from?
From the compartment where you had us locked up the first time.
How did you get in?
We were on the beach. Then all of a sudden there was a whirring sound. Things got black, and then boom, we were in your ship.
What made it happen? Scarno said you were 4 hours into the future.
We were. But our existence in the year 1591 first began when your ship emerged from hyperspace, when you first brought us here. In that instant of time, we were in the ship. So when we returned to that instant, we returned too.
Yeah, only this time the compartment door wasn't locked.
Should have shot you before we blasted off.
That wouldn't have helped you. You were part of the space-time equation for this instant of the year 1591.
Sure.
As far as the 30th century is concerned, those pirates have been dead for hundreds of years. And yet, when you tune in on this day in 1591, there they are, real as life.
On your feet, Scarno. You're returning to the 30th century to get your pal Bristol.
Under Commander Corry's watchful eye, Scarno sets the hyperspace vector for a return to the 30th century. Landing at the spaceport in the Andes, Buzz leaves Happy in the ship to guard the two prisoners while he goes after Bristol.
Now, just relax, boys. You'll have company in a few minutes.
It's all your fault, Scarno. You were so smart.
Look, Hugo, we're still in good shape. So we'll go to a criminal rehabilitation center for a while. When we come out, we'll still have the treasure we left with Bristol.
Yeah? Will Corry let us have it?
We'll have to. Pirates buried it, and we dug it up. True owners have been dead for centuries. It's ours by right of discovery.
Oh, Commander, did you find Bristol?
No, Happy's gone. And so is his ship.
The treasure. What about the treasure?
I checked the hiding place you told me about. It's gone.
Poor Bristol. He double-crossed us.
Now, don't worry about him. I'll find him. It'll be easy.
Easy? Do you know where he's gone?
No, but I know how to find out.
How, sir?
I'll tell you later, Hap. When we get these two characters back at Terra.
Bristol, he's nothing but
a pirate?
Yes. That's a low-down pirate.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Say, Space Patrollers, now's the time for a quick me-up. Know what that is? It's a pick-me-up with Nestle's Quick. Yes, sir, when a fellow's throat wants something cool and smooth, Quick. Have some Quick. Quick is Nestle's wonderful chocolate powder that makes milk taste like a million. In fact, it turns out chocolate milk with the same sensational flavor as your favorite Nestle's chocolate bar. That's real terrific chocolate. Rich, smooth, and plenty delicious. And Nestle's Quick is such a cinch because it practically makes itself. After you pour yourself a glass of milk, just add 2 spoonfuls of Quick. It starts to mix itself, and you just help it along with a little stir. Then taste it. See if you don't agree with all us Space Patrollers. There's nothing like a delicious Quick Me-Up. Ask Mom to get you some Nestle's Quick in the brown and yellow can.
And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have entered a laboratory on the planet Mars to capture a criminal. With ray guns drawn, they advance toward their foe, who suddenly darts behind a high-frequency generator.
He's trying to get out the door, Commander.
After him, Hap, before he gets away.
Yes, sir.
I can't move.
We're in a high-voltage field.
Throw down your gun. I can't.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, Voyage to the Future. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Len Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Bela Kovach, and Tony Sides. Dick Dufell speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa, Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have entered a laboratory on the planet Mars to capture a criminal. With ray guns drawn, they advance toward their foe, who suddenly darts behind a high-frequency generator.
He's trying to get out the door, Commander.
After him, Hap, before he gets away.
Yes, sir.
I can't move. You're in a high voltage field. Throw down your gun. I
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol story, Voyage to the Future. Obligation. It's a big word. What does it mean? Debt, perhaps? Duty? Yes. Necessity? Certainly. And for young men between the ages of 17 and 18 and a half with a military obligation, the National Guard offers many advantages and opportunities. If you enlist in your local National Guard unit, you may start your training right there at home. There's no need to interrupt your work or school. And as long as you maintain a satisfactory standing, you will not be placed on active duty unless your unit is called in a national emergency. Inquire about the unlimited opportunities the National Guard offers you by contacting your local armory. Preparedness now is a safeguard against the future. Do your part by enlisting in the National Guard. Now, today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Voyage to the Future. Commander Corry has captured a criminal who has accidentally made an astounding discovery. The same hyperspace mechanism that enables star drive ships to travel enormous distances can also be used to send the ship back through time to any period in the past. An accomplice of the captured Dr. Scarno managed to escape with a pirate treasure that had been brought forward through time from the 16th century. At the Terra spaceport, Buzz and Happy are taking Dr. Scarno into the star drive ship in which the criminal scientist made his remarkable discovery.
All right, Scarno, before we blast off, let's get a few things straight. You're still in custody, understand?
Yes, Commander.
You're here because you're the only one who knows how to use the hyperspace mechanism to travel through time. If you cooperate, we'll be speeding up your rehabilitation treatment. You'll be a free man that much sooner.
Just tell me what you want me to do.
I want you to help us locate Phil Bristol.
But he hasn't got a star drive ship. I don't have the slightest idea where he is.
No, but you've got a good reason for wanting to catch him.
I have.
Happy means the pirate treasure.
You mean I get to keep it?
After you complete your treatment at the rehab center, it's yours. You dug it up, and you're back in the 16th century. Since you don't have any laws at present governing time travel, the gold is yours by right of discovery.
Well, that's very generous of you, I must say.
You bet it is, Scarno.
Scarno, here's my plan to capture this one. After we blast off from Terra, we'll set a hyperspace vector for the planet Earth. About 2 days back in time.
But Commander Bristol is in the present.
I know. You disappeared from the spaceport around these mountains 2 days ago, and you were on your third trip back into the 16th century.
Yes? So?
Within an hour or so, we know when he blasted off.
And if we go back to that time, we can see him escape.
And you think you can stop him? Prevent him from doing something he already did 2 days ago?
That I don't know. Perhaps you can get a line on where he headed when he left the spaceport.
Well, we're cleared for blast-off, sir. Space Control just signal.
But it would be dangerous to use this ship. It was in bad shape.
When you stole it. Yes, but I've had it checked. Mechanically, it's spaceworthy. The hyperspace computer is out of alignment, but that may be the reason the ship is able to travel in time.
Is the computer tampered with?
No, just the way it was the last time you used it. All right, prepare for blast-off. Hap, close ports.
Close ports.
Fire jets.
Fire jets.
Up ship and away.
We're up to star drive velocity, Commander.
All right, Hap. Scarno, had you set the hyperspace vector?
Yes. We should emerge near Earth with a time coordinate of minus 51 hours.
Good. You can see Earth as it was at 1400 hours 2 days ago. I'm cutting in the star drive. How do you feel, Scarno?
Well, a little dizzy, but I don't think I'll black out this time.
You're probably getting used to the hyperspace transition. Happy, ready to check Earth with the viewscopes.
Yes, sir. Hey, we're going back into regular space already.
Scarno, your job is finished for the time being. Just sit back and relax.
There's the Earth. Not as focused a viewscope on South America.
We'll vector in a few thousand DUs nearer the planet, man.
Well, what if we check Bristol's spaceport and he isn't there?
You mean we miscalculated the time. Let's go back an hour or so.
Hey, Commander. There's a ship in the starboard viewscope, outward bound from Earth.
Quick, Cap, get it tight and fast.
Yes, sir. It's a private cruiser, Class C.
Just try to ship it that description. It was Andy's port. Is that right, Scarno?
Yes.
Increase sensitivity and get the registry number, Hap. Bristol ship was ETC 504S.
Maybe he changed it.
I doubt that we have time.
I can just make it out, sir. It's ETC 504S.
It's your ship, all right.
Hey, if we change vector, we can be on him in a few minutes.
Just to try contacting him by spaceplane. Commander Corry aboard Star Drive Cruiser JS-14. Polling Phil Bristol aboard private cruiser ETC 504S. Commander Corry to Bristol. No response.
Does that change his speed or vector? But he must hear you. Hey, maybe a warning shot of the space torpedo.
Oh, I forgot.
The ship isn't armed.
I wouldn't use it anyway, huh? I don't think it would have any effect.
Why not?
For him, we may not exist in this part of space. The ship is now a time machine. We can see out and look at the past.
But Bristol being in the past can't see us.
There's one thing we can do, and that's follow Bristol's ship.
We're gaining on him, sir. I guess you were right about him not being able to see us.
Yes, he'd be changing vector or something like that.
Seems to be in a Mars trajectory. We'll follow him and make sure.
You were right, sir. Bristol's heading for Mars.
Apparently he's going to land at Lowell City. Lowell City. Scarno, do you know if Bristol has any contacts in Lowell City? Any place he might hide?
Yes, he mentioned a pal named Orman Betson.
Who is this Betson? What does he do?
Anything that pays a profit for very little work. As a front, he's an aerial prospector. You know, he flies overland with electronic probes searching for precious metals.
That sounds like honest work.
You don't know Betson.
All right, it's now minus 50 hours, 40 minutes. Set up the hyperspace computer to return to our present time.
But that's more than 2 days from now. Bristol may be somewhere else by then.
We can't get a lead on him from Betson. He's backtracking through time. Now get busy, Scarno. Set a vector for Mars, present time.
Orman Betson's laboratory in Lowell City is small but well equipped. The array of ore samples, charts, and testing devices indicate that Betson is a serious, capable expert on metals. At this moment, he is examining some coins handed him by Phil Bristol.
Yeah, they're gold, all right.
Of course they are. But look at them. Look at the dates on them. They're genuine Spanish coins minted in the 16th century.
They look too new to be genuine, Bristol. A coin collector who knows his business will just laugh at you.
They're 14 centuries old, I tell you. And I've got a whole chest full of them.
A real pirate treasure. You've stumbled on some of Captain Kidd's hidden loot. Really, Bristol, I'm insulted to think you try to pass such a phony job of counterfeiting off on me.
Betson, listen. I know this is going to sound crazy, but these are the real thing. They were transported from the past into the present. That's why they look new.
Oh, sure. I should have known.
They're right out of the 16th century. If I'm lying, I hope a bolt of lightning strikes me dead.
Oh, you sure jumped.
What was it? What was it?
Nothing to be alarmed about, Bristol. If you don't get close to that machine over there, I'm charging up some fake tellurium.
Oh, what's the idea?
Yeah, plant the stuff on some land a friend of mine owns. We sell the valuable property to a sucker. And we split the profits.
Oh, great. But isn't it dangerous, the machine, I mean?
You're near the machine during a charge and you're holding a piece of metal, you get knocked across the room, that's all. In another hour, I'll have some fake tellurium, and we'll test out like a real thing. That's more than I can say for your Spanish coin.
You've got to believe me. I've been waiting here in Lowell City for 2 days when you got back from Venus. These aren't fakes. Dr. Scarno accidentally discovered a way to travel into the past.
Doc Scarno?
Yes, he stole a Star Drive ship. The hyperspace computer was out of adjustment. And he ended up in the year 1591. He figured out how to control it. Now he can use the ship to travel in time as well as through space.
Where is Scarno now?
Unless he's still back in the 16th century, he's probably looking for me.
What?
That's why I need your help. Scarno left the treasure chest with me while he made another trip into the past.
And you double-crossed him? You idiot! For one little chest full of gold, you ruin a chance to make millions. Talk about killing the goose that laid the golden egg.
But listen, I didn't want to get mixed up with Scarno. The Space Patrol will be after him for what he did to Commander Corry and the Cadet.
Well, what did he do to them?
He's going to drop him off in the 16th century.
Drop them off? Oh, what a marvelous idea. I sure got to hand it to Doc Scarno. With Corry back in the 16th century, Scarno won't have to worry about him being here in the 30th.
But Scarno's still on the spot. Corry's got friends.
Sure. So has Scarno. the next room, Bristol. Go on, get moving. Commander Corry.
What a surprise.
It's just that I wasn't expecting a visit from the top brass. I mean, it isn't every day I get a visit from the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol, sir.
Are you Ormond Detson?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for Phil Bristol.
Phil Bristol? I don't know anyone by that name.
We have it on good authority that you and Bristol are pals.
That's really funny, Commander. Who told you that?
The crook who calls himself Dr. Scarno.
Scarno? I thought he...
Hey, Commander, look. Look at this. Here on the desk.
What is it,
Gold coins. Spanish coins. Dated in the 1500s.
Just some imitations. They're for an exhibit a friend of mine is arranging.
Let me see them.
You see, this friend of mine has a hobby, duplicating coins of the past. You can tell by their new appearance that they're not meant to be the real article. They're just artistic copy.
These are the real thing, Detson.
What?
Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, but they prove that Bristol was here. Where is it?
But he was telling the truth after all. Scarno did go back into the past.
That's right.
Yeah, and he tried to Shanghai us back to the 16th century.
And at present, he's safely locked up in the compartment of the Star Drive ship at the spaceport. Tell us where Bristol is, or you'll be joining Scarno. Now, don't try to get away, Detson. We'll use our ray guns.
You won't find Bristol if I'm unconscious.
After him, Happy, before he gets away.
Yes, sir. Hey, I can't move.
You're in a high voltage field. Throw down your gun. I can't.
Quite a shock, wasn't it, gentlemen? When you recover, you'll get another kind of shock. From Doc Scarno.
We'll return to today's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Boys and girls, here's a little problem. How long does it take to cross a street? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Well, that may be the right answer if you're careful to cross at the corner and wait for the traffic light. But if you cross in the middle of the block, it may take you weeks to get to the other side. Yes, weeks. Weeks spent in the hospital or in bed at home with broken bones and bruises that come from being in an automobile accident. Don't forget, the motorist doesn't expect to find anyone in the middle of the block. He may not be able to stop in time. That's why it may take weeks from the moment you start across the street until you finally reach the other side. The second you might save isn't worth those weeks you might lose. So be careful. Cross with the light and only at corners. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now back to today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Voyage to the Future. Buzz and Happy trailed the fugitive Phil Bristol to a laboratory in Lowell City on the planet Mars. Bristol's associate, Ormond Detson, at first denied all knowledge of the wanted man, but the presence of ancient Spanish coins proved Detson's story to be false. Faking an attempt to escape, Detson lured the space patrollers into a high-voltage field, stunning them with a strong electric shock. Now, Detson and Bristol, the two criminals, securely bind Buzz and Happy.
I am good and tight, Bristol. Later, we'll gag him.
How they happen to come here?
Scarno's plan misfired. Corry's got Scarno locked in the Star Drive ship at the spaceport.
Okay, I'm tied up. Let's get out of here.
No. We're going to the spaceport and rescue Scarno.
Detson, you crazy? We couldn't get into that ship.
With Corry and the Cadet with us, we can. We'll keep a blast gun in their ribs and make it look as though Corry was taking us to the ship.
I don't like it. It's too risky.
Save it. All right, relax. Corry, you're tied up.
Better turn us loose. Happy and I aren't back at the spaceport very soon. We'll be having company.
Don't worry. We'll be back all right, Corry. You're taking us to Scarno. If you try to tip off your men, we'll use a blaster on the first hero who tries to stop us.
Knowing that any attempt to escape or spread an alarm would be fatal to themselves and to others, Buzz and Happy permit themselves to be taken to the Lowell City spaceport by Detson and Bristol. Unchallenged, the two criminals, apparently escorted by the space patrollers, board the Star Drive ship and release Dr. Scarno. Scarno immediately takes charge and forces Buzz to blast off.
All right, Corry. Get away from the controls. Move.
Okay, Scarno.
Stetson, you take over.
Sure, Doc.
Keep watching the view scopes. If you sight any space patrol ships, we'll go into star drive.
Look, why don't we go back into the past to pick up some more treasure? We'll be safe there.
It isn't as simple as that. You have to know exactly where the treasure is.
Yeah, and besides, you can't do anything while you're in the past that would change the real future.
Hey, I've got it. We can't change the past, but we might change the future. The future hasn't happened yet.
What are you getting at, Doc?
We knew what was going to happen tomorrow, or next week we could clean up on investments, government projects.
Yeah, even sports events.
Can you travel into the future?
There's just one way to find out. Set the computer to a future time and try it.
Doc, that's taking an awful risk.
We'll land this ship on Mercury. You know, a nice safe place with another spaceship handy in case we have to leave in a hurry. You, Bristol, will take this ship into the future.
But I don't know anything about star drive or hyperspace vectors.
The cadet does. He'll go with you. I'll give complete instructions on how to set a vector for the future and for your return.
But, Doc, you can't trust the cadet.
And I'm not so sure I can trust you. This is a chance for you to redeem yourself, Bristol. You can keep the cadet locked up. He'll be your insurance in case you can't work the hyperspace.
Now, just a minute, Scarno.
Keep out of this, Corry.
Doc, I got an idea. The Gantolis project on Venus.
What about it?
The government commission hasn't decided yet whether or not to okay the power project near Mount Gantolis.
Go on.
If they go ahead with it, we'll open the whole valley to industry, mining, and farming. Everything.
Yes, but there's another site under consideration.
Look, if we could look a month or two into the future, we know that information would be worth millions.
That's brilliant. We'd clean up legitimately, too. Whichever way the commission votes, we'd be in on the ground floor.
How do I find out how the commission will vote, even if I do get into the future? Now, listen to newscast.
No, you idiot. You merely fly over Mount Gantolis. There's activity there, construction, mining, then you'll know the answer.
I'm warning you, Scarno.
I'll handle this, Corry. You're staying with Stetson and me at our Mercury hideout. That's to ensure the cadet's good behavior with Bristol. You understand what I mean, cadet?
Yeah, sure.
Good. All right, Stetson. Get a vector for Mercury.
In Scarno's hideout in a desolate region of the planet Mercury, Scarno stands by a spaceophone while Detson keeps Commander Corry covered with a blast gun. The three men look through a window watching the star drive ship grounded 200 yards away.
What's the matter with Bristol? I hope he's not having trouble with that cadet.
You just watch, Corry. Scarno to Bristol. Bristol, do you read me? Come in.
Bristol here, Doc. Just locked the cadet up. All ready to blast off.
All right, listen. If you want to live to see the real future, don't try to double-cross me again. Scarno out.
Doc, if this works, we'll own the entire United Planets.
Right. Knowledge is power, they say. And you'll have knowledge. Knowledge no one else can get.
And there they go. Into the future.
Into our future.
If Happy doesn't come back, Scarno, you won't have it.
Locked in the compartment, Happy feels the acceleration of blastoff. Then, later, the eerie hum of the hyperspace mechanism as the ship goes into star drive. Once more, the ship emerges into regular rocket drive. Still, Happy has no way of knowing where he is, either in space or in time.
All right, Cadet, come on out. I need you up forward.
Where are we?
Where we're supposed to be, over Venus. Hurry up. I need help to get back into Stardrive.
And you're in the future?
Yeah. And remember, I got you covered. Just check the hyperspace computer. Be sure I got it set up right for a return to regular time.
How far into the future are we?
According to Scarno's calculations, 2 months. All right, get to work.
Hey, the view scope. Is that Mount Gantolis?
Never mind that. Your job is a computer.
Hey, look at all the activity down there in the valley.
That shows the commission voted to go all out on the Gantolis project.
And rockets. Look at Mount Gantolis. Smoke is pouring out of it. It's erupting.
Yeah, what do you know? A volcano.
If you look close at the view scope, you can see cracks in the smoke. Bristol, we've got to warn those people down there in the valley. There's a volcano eruption. Quite.
Never mind. Get back to Scarno.
Scarno can go kiss a comet. If we warn those work crews in time, they can get out of the valley before that hot lava comes pouring down on them.
Get away from that spaceophone, Cadet, or I'll use this ray gun.
That won't get you back to Scarno. For the love of Jupiter, Bristol, if you don't think anything of human life, at least think of your future investment.
All right, go ahead, but make it fast.
Don't worry. Urgent. Emergency. This is Cadet Happy aboard cruiser JS-14, now over Mount Gantolis, Venus. Calling Gantolis Project and all Space Patrol units in the Venus sector. Emergency. Attention, all Venus stations. Mount Gantolis is erupting. Clear the lower valley immediately. Cadet Happy calling all Venus stations. Acknowledge. Repeat. This is Cadet Happy aboard Star Drive ship JS-14. Sound disaster alert in the Gantolis area.
All right, Boy Scout, you've done your good deed. That's enough.
Crystal, maybe they didn't hear you.
Maybe they can't hear you. They're in the future. We're from the past. Now, come on, fix up that hyperspace vector. We're going back to report to Scarno.
As the Star Drive ship settles down near the hideout on Mercury, Scarno sends Detson out to bring Bristol and Happy into the hidden stronghold. Scarno shoves Happy toward Commander Corry.
You two stand over there. This tricky move from either of you, and I'll use this blaster.
Happy, you all right?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I'm glad. Bristol, did you make it? Did you get into the future?
Yes, so. What about Mount Gantolis?
What did it look like?
I don't remember.
Cadet, you tell me. Did the Gantolis project go through?
I don't know. There's something I try to remember. Maybe it was a dream. At least I could think of it.
Scarno, they seem to be in a state of shock. Let them alone.
All I want to leave men with a simple answer. Did they get into the future?
It's a blank from the time we went into hyperspace until we came out. I must have had a dream. Horrible. Almost a nightmare.
About what, now?
No, sir.
Better remember or I'll beat it out of you.
Hold it, Scarno. Maybe it's impossible to bring anything back from the future. Not even a memory.
Why not?
Bristol and Happy are back in the present. Memories return to the same condition they were in before.
Gunner, give me that gun. I'll beat some memories out of Bristol.
Get Scarno, Hap.
Yes, sir.
All right, Detson, had enough?
Yeah. Bristol's out cold, sir. Well, I think the rest they started fighting among themselves. Hey, what's the matter? Where's Scarno?
He ducked out while we were busy with his plan.
I see him now. He's nearly to the ship. Hey, I'll go after him.
No, Hap, you'd never make it. I'll warn the mental units to watch for him. Keep an eye on Bristol and Detson.
Yes, sir. I wish I could remember what happened aboard that ship. I have a vague recollection of a terrible fear. There goes Scarno.
Commander Corry and Sector G4 Mercury calling Mercury City Space Patrol Headquarters. Corry to Mercury City Headquarters. Urgent, come in.
Mercury City Space Patrol Headquarters. Commander Corry, Captain Collins here.
Captain, sound on all units alert. Intercept Star Drive cruiser JS-14, just blasting off from Sector G4 Mercury. Doc Scarno is aboard.
Star Drive cruiser JS-4. Yes, sir.
Get into action fast. Scarno may go into hyperspace as soon as he reaches Star Drive velocity.
Very good, sir. Do you need any help where you are?
No, thanks. There's a ship here. Happy now will bring in two of Scarno's men.
And the Happy's there with you.
Yes, why?
We intercepted a strange message on a hyperspace receiver. Voice claimed to be Cadet Happy sent out a disaster.
Huh? Me? A disaster call?
Captain, this is a hyperspace pickup?
Yes, sir. Somebody must be playing practical jokes. We sent out a Venus squadron to investigate just in case.
Investigate what?
Mom can't tell us. Here's a magnetape recording of the message, sir. Want to hear it?
Yes, go ahead.
Cadet Happy calling all Venus stations. Emergency. Mount Gantolis is erupting. Clear the lower valley immediately. Cadet Happy aboard Star Drive ship JS-14. Sound disaster alert in the Gantolis area. Well, that's it, sir. Venus headquarters sent patrols to Gantolis, and there's nobody in danger. The valley is deserted. There's no sign of an eruption.
No, Captain. There isn't now, but there will be in 2 months.
I beg your pardon, sir?
And never mind, Captain. I'll contact you later. Hurry out.
Commander, it's beginning to come back. Those poor people. I saw them when the volcano erupted. The lava was pouring down right over them.
The volcano may erupt 2 months from now. There'll be no one in the bunker. Let's see that.
Jesus, I had no idea the hyperspace transmitter was on. Well, how come it could get through from the future back to the present?
I'm not sure, Hap. Perhaps in hyperspace, time has no past, present, or future. Maybe just one big now.
Then there won't be a disaster? You mean I really changed the future?
Hap, everything we do changes the future to some extent. That's what makes living fun.
Yes, sir, you're right. And you know, I sort of hope the patrol ships don't get Scarno. I like the fun of catching him ourselves.
We will. You don't need a trip into the future to know the answer to that.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Modern-day aviation has made vacations in Europe commonplace. It also has made possible intercontinental war. Of course, our country has a protective radar system, but there are gaps in this defense screen which could be penetrated by low-flying planes. To cover these blind spots, the Air Force has organized the Ground Observer Corps, the civilian component of the Air Defense Command. It operates 24 hours a day in observation posts and filter centers, reporting the presence and activity of unidentified aircraft. Right now, 150,000 more part-time volunteers are needed, men, women, and teenagers. You're asked to join. The Silver Wings of the Ground Observer Corps are a proud symbol of civilian participation in our defense. Contact your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have been taken back millions of years through time and forced out of Scarno's spaceship in a tropic jungle on the planet Earth.
Stay clear of that tar pit, Hank. Get stuck in that stuff, you'd have a hard time getting out. Smoking rockets. What was that? What I think it is, we're in trouble.
Hey, Commander, look. Coming out of the jungle. It's a monster.
The biggest dinosaur that ever lived. It must be 50 feet high. And still, the difference.
Wow. Look at those teeth. It could gobble us up in one bite. So it's Happy. Run!
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Monster from the Past. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer, Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Tom McKee. Dick Wesson speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at this same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars. Now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have been taken back millions of years through time and forced out of Scarno's spaceship in a tropic jungle on the planet Earth.
Stay clear of that tar pit, Hank. If it's stuck in that stuff, you'd have a hard time getting out. Smoking rockets, what was that?
That's what I think it is. We're in trouble.
Hey, Commander, look. Coming out of the jungle. It's a monster.
Tyrannosaurus. The biggest dinosaur that ever lived.
It must be 50 feet high.
Stand still. Make it make sense.
Look at those teeth. It could gobble us up in one bite.
It saw us, Hap. Run!
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Monster from the Past.
It's quicker than a jet flight. It's quicker than the speed of light. It's Nestle's Quick, the miracle product that mixes so quick it gives you chocolate milk in seconds. Fellas and girls, have you tried instant Nestle's Quick? Nothing was ever so speedy. Here's all you have to do to get perfect chocolate milk. First, pour out your big, cold, frosty glass of milk. Then add 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. That's right. You pour the milk first, then you add Quick. Spoon it around once or twice, and there's your chocolate milk. Why, it practically makes itself. And wait till you taste that flavor. Quick is just like those great Nestle chocolate bars. Yes, sir, it's got that special Nestle's chocolate taste, that special Nestle's chocolate richness, that special Nestle's chocolate smoothness. It's a real soda fountain treat right in your own home. You're going to love having wonderful Nestle's Quick with meals and for snacks and before bedtime.
And you can tell Mom that quick is good for you because it's fortified with vitamin D. And the more quick you drink, the more milk you drink. So she's sure to approve. I asked Mom to get that big brown and yellow can of Nestle's delicious, most chocolate, quickest treat in the universe. That's Q-U-I-K. Nestle's Quick.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Monster from the Past. Commander Corry is using every facility of the Space Patrol in his search for the elusive criminal Dr. Ryland Scarno. Ordinary methods of detection have proven futile because Scarno is able to escape capture by traveling through time where no one can follow him. At this moment, Scarno is in Saturn City visiting an accomplice, Joseph Merck. Merck is examining some rough, uncut stones that Scarno is handed to him.
Perfect, Dr. Scarno. Perfect. Every bit as good as the last one.
Naturally.
Scarno, before I peddle any more of these diamonds, I want to know where you got them. Just in case they're stolen.
That's fair. I found them on Earth in South Africa.
That's a big country. Where in South Africa?
Kimberley.
You discovered a new field?
No. I discovered an old one. I've been back in time. Back to the 19th century.
Well, it's true, these rumors I've heard about your time machine.
Yes. I stole a Star Drive spaceship. The hyperspace computer is slightly out of adjustment. By accident, I discovered that the mechanism can be used to travel through time as well as through space.
Really? And wonderful. The possibilities.
Possibilities are right in front of you. Diamonds.
You brought them into the 30th century from space.
Exactly. Diamonds were discovered in South Africa in the year 1867. A hunter accidentally found several stones along the Orange River. No hit them. Quickly looked to describe the exact site in the tape.
And you went back in time to that very spot.
I went back to 1866, 1 year earlier.
Now, listen, you want to make money in a hurry. I've got an idea that'll bring us several thousand credits in a couple of days.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Did you ever hear of the island of Mauritius?
No.
What about it? It's east of Africa, a few hundred miles off the coast of Madagascar.
What's on this island? Diamonds? Gold?
No.
Birds. Birds? With millions in diamonds, you talk about birds.
Now, wait. Hundreds of years ago, a strange and rare type of bird lived on this island. But it was slaughtered by the thousands and became extinct. No living bird of this species was ever seen after 1681.
I'm not interested.
Arnold, you realize how valuable one of these birds would be if we could bring it alive into the 30th century. Scientific foundations would grow fortune.
When?
Immediately. I had connections with the leading zoos and bird farms. But remember, Scarno, a diamond requires time and craftsmanship to increase its value. The bird can be sold just as it is.
Something like. Tell me about this island.
Elsewhere, Buzz and Happy are on the planet Earth, where Buzz has been consulting with mathematicians and electronics experts on the problem of time travel. Between meetings, the Commander and Happy are visiting the Washington Zoological Gardens at the invitation of the curator, Dr. Dawson.
What was it Dr. Dawson wanted to show us?
Some new exhibit that just came in. He wouldn't tell me what it was, but it seemed pretty exciting.
Right now, I'm more interested in what those scientists are finding out. If they can only find a way to make the Terra 5 travel through time, we can capture Scarno.
We've got the best brains in the solar system looking at it. So far, we're nowhere near a solution.
From Scarno's hyperspace control is a freak effect, is that it?
I don't know. Still got to find out why, but something might happen to other Star Drive ships.
Yeah. The ships could suddenly disappear into the past or into the future, and you never know what happened to them. Well, maybe something happened to Scarno. That could explain why we haven't had any reports on it for several days.
I'm not so sure we haven't heard. Scarno's best bet is to bring small items of great value from the past into the present.
Oh, like the pirate treasure we brought back the first time.
Yes. A dealer on Saturn received some diamonds from an amateur gunsmith. He told the dealer he found the uncut stones on Venus on a hanging trip.
He could have. I mean, there are diamonds on Venus.
Yes, but so far none of this particular type. They're similar to diamonds from some region of Earth, chiefly South Africa. However, this Joseph Merck could have been telling the truth.
Joseph Merck? Oh, that's the man who sold the diamonds.
Yes. Here comes Dr. Dawson.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Commander.
You've had plenty to keep us interested, Doctor.
I'll say. You must have every bird in the universe in those cages.
No, not quite. But I'm going to show you gentlemen something that will more than make up for any omission.
You mean the new exhibit?
Yes. Now, if you just come down the pad to the next stage, please.
Sure.
If anyone had told me a week ago that there was any such bird as this in existence, I would have laughed in the person's face. What kind of a bird is it? Oh, I want you to see it before I tell you. Frankly, I am more excited about this bird than I've been about anything in years. Well, what do you think of it?
Sure funny looking. A great big body, a little scrawny wings. Don't tell me it can fly.
It cannot walk very well either.
I shouldn't think so, with those short, stubby legs. I hate to get in the way of a big hooked beak.
Gentlemen, for more than 1,000 years, the bird was believed to be extinct. The last reliable report on any living bird of this species dates back to 1681.
Well, I give up, Dr. Dawson. What is it?
That gentleman is a dodo.
A dodo? I never heard of it. Except in the expression, dead is a dodo.
The phrase refers to this very bird. In the 16th century, there were plentiful on the islands of Mauritius, in the Indian Ocean. But in less than 200 years, they had all been killed, or so it was thought.
Amazing, Doctor. How did you get this one?
Let me say ornithology, Doctor.
What?
Ornithology, an expert on birds. He found it in the interior of Madagascar. As you may know, Madagascar is a few hundred miles from Mauritius, the original dodo island.
And for hundreds and hundreds of years, a few of these birds managed to survive in Madagascar.
Very true. In fact, this dodo may be one of the last two in existence. The ornithologist has the other one. I made arrangements to settle the altar.
Dr. Dawson, would you mind telling me the name of this ornithologist who discovered the dodo?
No, not at all. The man's name is Nurse. Joseph Nurse.
Joseph Nurse. What? Does he live in Saturn City?
Yes. He's going to ship the other dodo to me as soon as I send him the money.
Dr. Dawson, stall him off a day or so until I have a talk with him.
Now, please, Commander, I hope nothing will happen to upset the present arrangement. I simply must have these things.
Don't worry about that. After I talk with Nurse, you'll either get the dodos for the agreed price, or you'll get them absolutely free. And in Saturn City, Joseph Nurse goes about the exacting task of cutting and polishing the rough diamond. Scarno stands over him impatiently.
Isn't there some way to speed that up, Nurse? Isn't it the same diamond you started on this morning? What's the matter? Why are you stopping?
Scarno, shaping a diamond is a very delicate operation. I can't do it and answer your idiotic questions at the same time.
I'm sorry. I'm on edge, I guess. What about that zookeeper? Wasn't he supposed to contact you about the other dodo?
Just be patient.
Now that he has one of them, he'll just have to have the other one. I know Dawson.
What's that?
The visitors come quickly. Get those cheers out of sight. Take it easy. This whole bench slide right back into the wall. Watch. There you are. You better go in the back room, Stanley. No way. Get rid of them quickly, understand? Yes? I'm Commander Corry of the Space Patrol. I'm looking for Joseph Nurse. Hi, Nurse. What can I do for you? I'd like to talk to you about your deal with Dr. Dawson. Deal? Involving a certain rare bird. Oh, very well. Come on. Listen. Forgive me if I don't understand why the Space Patrol is concerned about this. After all, there's no question of fraud. Dr. Dawson is convinced that the bird I left with him is a real dodo. Yes, I know. But as I understand it, you have another dodo here in Saturn. Is that right? Yes. It's to be delivered to Dr. Dawson when he reaches certain financial terms. And you admit bringing the dodo from Earth to Saturn. Of course. When any form of wildlife is brought from one planet to another, it must pass through quarantine. No spaceport on Earth or on Saturn has any record of inspecting the bird. Really, you can't be serious. There's no dangerous disease. I've brought dozens of birds from one planet to another, and not one has been a carrier of harmful bacteria. Yes, I know. That's true of 30th century birds, but it may not be true of birds from the 16th century. Commander, from the way you talk, one would think you're suggesting that these two birds were actually alive in the 16th century. That's exactly what I am suggesting. You believe the bird is 1,400 years old? No, I believe you transplanted two birds from the 16th century into the present.
serious. Such a thing is impossible.
Not if you have a star drive spaceship that'll get back into the past. Mr. Merck, you recently sold some diamonds, I believe.
Yes, I did. Diamonds I found on Venus.
Are you sure they didn't come from Earth? If you can travel in time, you can get back to the time and the place where diamonds are plentiful. Or where dodos swarm like pigeons on a floor.
This is all ridiculous. I've committed no crime.
Perhaps you know someone who has. Ryland Starno, for instance.
Ryland Starno? I've never heard of it.
Well, that must be. We'll see how you react to the anything possible. Now, if you show me where that other dodo is, I'll put it in quarters.
It won't be necessary, Corry.
Look out, Commander. It's Scarno.
I warn you, Corry, the first slight move from either of you, and I'll drop you.
Scarno, let's see what's going with the whole setup.
It's not going to do him any good. Once before, Commander, I took you back into the past to get rid of you.
It didn't work.
Only because I made the mistake of returning to that same instant of time. This time, there'll be no mistake.
They get them into the ship while they're still unconscious.
They're going back into the past, Merc, and they'll never return.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Say, Captain Seatbelt, if you had 3 wishes, what would you wish for, huh?
Well, Tony, let me think.
I know what I'd wish for. You want to hear?
Sure.
I wish I owned a glass factory, too.
Well, that's kind of strange. What's your next wish?
I wish I owned all the cows in the world.
Oh, now I'm beginning to get it. And your third wish would be?
To have cans of Nestle's Quick whenever I snap my fingers.
That's certainly sensible, Tony. You know, with your factory, you'd always have nice big glasses. With your cows, you'd get all the cold milk you'd need. And then you'd drop in your Nestle's Quick and have a never-ending supply of the world's most sensational chocolate milk.
Boy, I sure love Nestle's Quick. The kids' milk is chocolate bar flavored. So good, rich, and delicious. Golly, I can make my own glass of Quick whenever I like. Because all I do is pour the glass of milk and then drop in 2 teaspoons of Quick. Quick mixes instantly.
In fact, Tony, Nestle's Quick practically makes itself. It's that fast and that simple. And Quick is such a treat. It's like having a soda fountain right in your own home.
And all it takes is a glass, some cold milk, and 2 spoonfuls of wonderful Nestle's Quick. And say, Space Patrollers, you tell your mom that Quick makes milk taste so great, you'll be drinking lots more of it. And that's sure to please your children. Remember, you want Nestle's Quick in the big brown and yellow can.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Monster from the Past. Commander Corry learned that the hunter who captured 2 specimens of the supposedly extinct dodo is the same man who claimed to have found some valuable diamonds on Venus. Now, to Buzz, this coincidence suggested the work of Dr. Scarno and his ship and travels through time. While Buzz and Happy were questioning the amazingly lucky hunter, Dr. Scarno rendered them unconscious with a ray gun. At this moment, Buzz and Happy are captives aboard Scarno's ship somewhere in space.
Seems to me we've been in Star Drive an awfully long time, sir.
Let's start figuring out what to do here. When Scarno took us off this ship, we'll be back in some past period of time with no way to return.
Then whatever we do, we've got to do it before the ship lands.
Hold it, Tom.
Just relax, Corry. If you force me to use this ray gun again, it may be very bad for all of us.
Something wrong?
I'm not sure. You seem to be holding in Star Drive for an unusually long time. I want you to check the hyperspace computer.
Suppose we don't. Suppose we like it in Star Drive.
If you think this situation is giving you an advantage, you're mistaken, Cadet. There is an error in the computer. Each second may be magnifying that error.
That's true, Scarno. It could become lost in a strange dimension for all we know.
Well, there's your choice, Commander. Repair the computer and be sure of a chance of survival. Or be stubborn and meet an unknown fate in the nothingness of hyperspace.
All right. Let me look at the computer.
While Happy, Scarno, and Joseph Merck look on, Buzz checks the baffling maze of circuits in the hyperspace computer. Carefully, he makes delicate adjustments of the complex instruments. Then replaces the panel.
Is it fixed?
I don't know. Remember, this particular computer was out of alignment to begin with. That's why you're able to travel in time.
What did you do to it?
One group of circuits was working against another. I brought them into balance.
Yes, but I don't notice any change.
Listen. What's happening? Hey, we're coming out of Star Drive. Look through the ports. We're in regular space. He's right. The blackness is gone. There are stars out there.
Merck,
Keep an eye on Corry and the cadet. We've got to find out where we are.
I think we're in the solar system. Constellations look familiar, and that planet over there could be Jupiter.
Well, if that's Jupiter, then that other planet in the starboard viewport must be Earth.
Jim, I had the computer set correctly after all. All Corry did was bring us out of Star Dive.
Yeah? We just still don't know what century you're in. What does it matter? Scarno, let's land on Earth and put Corry and the cadet out of the ship. We don't care what century they're stranded in.
You'd better care if you want to return to the 30th century.
He's right, man. We've got to know our exact space-time coordinates.
That planet we're headed for, it can't be Earth. That's right. The shape of the continents are all different. That isn't Earth, Scarno.
Corry, what's happened?
The Earth can change quite a bit over several million years.
A million, did you say?
Scarno's time machine evidently stripped its gears. Didn't skip back a few centuries. It bounded back by eras and methods. How far back?
Tell me, Corry. How far?
I've been checking over the computer. I say around 140 million years. Give or take 10 million.
140 million years? So that would be the Mesozoic era. And probably the Jurassic period.
What I can see in the viewscope, there's a lot of vegetation on that side.
Yes, giant ferns on tropical plants for the most part. You see ancient reptiles, lizards of all types, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs? You mean those prehistoric monsters? They're not all monsters, Cadet. A few of them are no bigger than common house cats.
Corry, I'm going to give you a very great honor. You and the cadet are going to be the first human beings to see living dinosaurs.
You're going to put us out of the ship this far back in the past?
Why not? With your superior intelligence, you should be able to survive.
A few hours later, Scarno sets the spaceship down on a small area of high ground in the midst of a steaming marsh. Around the ship is a jungle of giant ferns and conifers. Holding ray guns, Scarno and Mert forced Buzz and Happy toward the open hatch.
This is where we say goodbye, Corry. Go on, get out of the ship.
We're going to have to answer for this someday, Scarno.
I'll take that chance. Now go on, get out.
Scarno, look. See what over the right? It's a big lizard. A baby dinosaur. Scarno, if we can take that with us to the 30th century, it'd be worth a fortune. Let's capture it.
Capture that thing. Now, are you crazy, Mert?
We can stun it with a ray gun. At the most, it weighs 200 pounds. We can make Corry and the cadet carry it into the ship.
I don't like the idea of being in a spaceship with a live dinosaur.
Keep it unconscious. Besides, it's not a meat eater. Look, see? It's nibbling on water plants at the edge of the pool.
Is it worth the trouble?
Worth the trouble? Look what we've got for 2 dodos, and they've only been extinct a few centuries. This thing is 140 million years old. It's worth its weight in uranium.
All right, Scarno. You make Corry and the cadet carry the dinosaur. I'll wait here in the ship until
Suppose the ray gun doesn't affect it. I'll take several blasts to knock it out. I think it hears us. It's raising its head. Wait for it. Don't move. What's that sound? It's like a tree of fire over to the right. Yes, I'll cover that way. It's working way around the rim of the top up to get closer to the light. Right. I'll be up there for a time. It's like an aspect of a high plan, but come on. The dinosaur's going back to eating. Smoking rockets. What was that?
I scared away our baby dinosaur.
I'm getting back to the ship. Commander, look. Coming out of the jungle. It's a monster.
It's a Tyrannosaurus.
It must be 50 feet high. It's looking around. Boy, look at the size of those teeth. It could gobble a man up in one bite. You two stand back. I'm running for the ship.
Stand still.
Merc, you idiot!
Mert, use your ray gun.
It won't stop that thing. It may slow it down. Shoot!
It's still coming.
Ah! I'm stuck. Help me!
Mert's fallen into the tar pit.
We can keep that tar pit between us and the dinosaur.
They can run 3 times as fast as we can. Commander, it's stuck. Stuck in the tar.
I hope it's deep enough to hold the dinosaur while we pull Merc out. Come on.
Help me! Pull me out!
Give me a hand, Merc. Now brace your feet. Grab me around the waist. Now pull.
Getting in. Once more. Pull. We have to leave the ship before that thing gets loose.
Scarno, he's blasting off. Scarno, Don't leave me here! Don't leave me!
He's gone. He left me here in a world full of monsters. We can't survive in a world like this. We're helpless.
Right now, the safest place is right here by this target. There's our life insurance. Bogged down Tyrannosaurus.
Huh?
Every living thing is afraid of that monster. No other dinosaur is going to come close until this one sinks into the tar and disappears. Hours pass, and the steaming fern jungle is silent. In the tar pit, the huge dinosaur's struggles grow weaker, and the vast 20-ton bulk sinks deeper into the black mire. Buzz, Happy, and Merc, prisoners in prehistoric time, remain close to the tar pit.
Master, I'm getting hungry. I wonder if we could find some fruit or something in the jungle.
I doubt it. We're in the Mesozoic period. Maybe all the plants are steamed. That's right. Fruit-bearing trees won't emerge for millions of years yet.
My stomach isn't going to wait.
If Merc hadn't got the ray gun into the tar pit, I might be able to stun some small lizards.
Lizards? Guess I'm not hungry after all. Commander, listen. Am I crazy, or is that a spaceship?
A ship, all right. Scarno, I've been expecting him.
Expecting him? Why? Why would he come back?
I imagine he had some trouble getting out of the Mesozoic era.
You tampered with a hyperspace computer?
Yeah. I fixed it so it wouldn't go back into the star drive.
Here he comes in for a landing. Oh, I'll bet he's praying his heart out that we're still alive.
Now, come on. Let's see what kind of offer Scarno will make us for a little advice on time travel. Wait right here.
Stand right where you are. I've got you covered.
Hail Scarno. We of the Mesozoic era salute you.
Put up to date. Right, Corry, what did you do to the hyperspace computer?
It's a little complicated, Scarno. I'd have to show you.
And your price for that, I suppose, is a return to the 30th century.
Plus your immediate surrender. Hand over your weapon.
Not so fast, Corry. Given a little time, I could probably locate the trouble myself. I'll be perfectly safe inside the ship, and you'll be at the mercy of the dinosaurs.
Hey, Commander. It's another Tyrannosaurus.
Yes. Probably searching for its mate there in the tar pit. You'd better accept my terms, Corry.
What are they?
Get the ship back to the 30th century, and I'll release you unharmed. You haven't much choice, Corry.
All right. I'll get you back to the 30th century. With Merc guarding Buzz and Happy, Scarno blasts off from Earth. Then, out in space, Buzz corrects the hyperspace computer and plots a vector for a return to the 30th century. The ship cuts into star drive, and after anxious moments emerges into regular space. The others wait expectantly as Buzz makes an astrogation check. Checks out, Scarno. The positions of the stars and planets show we're back in the true present. By real star time, it's just 9 hours since it blasted off from Saturn.
How can you tell so exactly?
By the positions of Saturn's moons. If you don't believe me, tune in a Terra time signal frequency on the spacephone.
I believe you. And now, Commander...
And now you can release us. I suggest Mars. You can land near a settlement and blast off without being seen.
And then you continue your attempt to capture me. No, Corry. I'm putting you both out into space right now.
But Scarno, you promised if we brought you back to the 30th century...
Yeah, but that promise was made 140 million years ago. Merc, use your ray gun on them. We'll push them out into space. Merc, look out!
Drop it, Merc! Oh,
don't move, Corry. Come any closer and I'll shoot.
Don't be a fool, Scarno. That's a blaster. It'll tear a hole in the ship.
If I hit you first, I'm warning you. All right, Corry.
Give me that gun!
That's a fool thing to do, Hap.
Yes, sir?
Keep Merc and Scarno covered. I'll see if that blast gun tore a hole in the ship.
If there was a leak, we'd know it by now.
It's been a weak charge. Well, here's what saved us.
The instrument panel. Oh, it sure made a sound on it. Took it in direct to control.
Well, the control section's okay. But it looks like we're not only the first human beings to see a live dinosaur, but also the last.
What do you mean, sir?
The hyperspace computer's wrecked, fused into a mass of junk. Well, we'll never know what made it able to travel through time.
Well, I guess maybe it's just as well. From what I've seen of the past, I'm convinced there's no time like the present.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut. Ah, that's my favorite verse, Commander, because I sure go for Nestle's great new coconut bar.
So I see, Hap. Are you practically gone through the entire month's supply already?
Well, gee, Commander, I just can't help myself. When I bite into that luscious, thick, rich milk chocolate just loaded with crisp, toasted coconut, I sort of lose my head. I got to keep eating.
I'll admit there never has been such a delicious chocolate bar as the new Nestle's coconut bar.
Well, except maybe those other sensational Nestle's chocolate bars. You know, the rich milk chocolate, the almond bar, and wonderful crunch.
Stop. Now you're making me hungry.
Well, what are we waiting for? Be my guest, Commander. Have a Nestle's chocolate bar. And that goes for you, too, fellas and girls. Remember, Nestles. Nestle's makes the very best chocolate.
Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, rushing toward the planet Saturn. Suddenly, another ship fires at them.
That was close, Commander. He's getting his range with those torpedoes.
We'll try evasive action.
Why don't we give Brokaw some of his own medicine? A few blasts with our space cannon, and
we
can...
can't shoot. We've got to think about those people in Saturn City. If we destroy Brokaw, we destroy the only person who can cure that epidemic.
With the rockets, we can't fight back. So all Brokaw has to do is keep firing until he hits us.
Be with us again next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Weed of Despair. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Tony Sides. Dick Tufel speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. The American Broadcasting Company Radio Network presents Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, rushing toward the planet Saturn. Suddenly, another ship fires at them.
It was close, Commander. He's getting his range with those torpedoes.
We'll try evasive action.
Why don't we give Brokaw some of his own medicine? Fire a few blasts with our space cannon.
We can't shoot. We've got to think about those people in Saturn City. If we destroy Brokaw, we destroy the only person who can cure that epidemic.
Taking rockets, we can't fight back. So all Brokaw has to do is keep firing until he hits us.
We'll be back in a moment with the exciting story, The Weed of Despair. Better schools build better communities. All schools should have large, airy classrooms, well-equipped, and even more important, they should have an adequate teaching staff. Many of our schools fail to reach these standards. 3 out of every 5 classrooms in the nation are overcrowded, and there's a shortage of 72,000 elementary teachers. The solution is more action by more people in more places. Join and work with local civic groups and school boards who are actively seeking to improve educational conditions. Find out how citizens in other communities are taking action to improve their schools. For such background information and for guidance, simply write to Better Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 36, New York. Help our schools keep pace with the birth rate. Now, back to today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Weed of Despair. Commander Corry and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, bound for the planet Saturn to investigate a strange malady that has afflicted Saturn City. Leading doctors of the United Planets are unable to explain the cause of the sickness, which leaves its victims suffering from strange fatigue and anxiety.
Many of the city's leaders have been affected by the spreading epidemic. Buzz fears that immediate action is needed to prevent a serious disaster.
Commander, the doctors can't do anything about that sickness. What are we supposed to do?
Our job is to keep the people of Saturn City from hurting themselves and others.
Well, I've read in the medical reports, nobody gets violent. It's the opposite, in fact. They just sit around and brood and worry.
Exactly. Every motion seems a tremendous effort to them, a useless effort. As the sickness progresses, they become afraid to take any sort of action for fear it might be the wrong thing to do.
Then it's all in their mind.
Possibly. That doesn't make the effect of the sickness any less real.
I still don't see how we can.
Setting up a temporary camp outside the city in a small atmosphere shell. In case Saturn City has to be quarantined, we can rotate skeleton crews in key positions and operate the city by remote control.
We could reach Saturn in about 2 hours. We're just over the orbit of the sixth moon, Titan.
Titan, the sixth moon of Saturn, is the only satellite in the solar system with a natural atmosphere. Prospectors like Mort Stocker and Reese Haviland, with little money for spacesuits or small atmosphere shells, take advantage of this fact in their search for valuable minerals. Their small, powerful surface truck roars over Titan's rough terrain.
Nice kid right over that hill, Reese.
I think you're rocking me. Flashes in the sky, flashes over the hill.
I saw him, green flashes.
Yeah, the polka dots, sure.
No, there wasn't any polka dots. Like I told you, I was looking out the window of our shack when the first flash came out in space.
Meteor.
And then several minutes later, the next one came. Once it exploded and hit the ground.
If it exploded, it isn't going to do us any good, even if it was solid uranium.
Look, you can see it now. That's where it landed, that big scarred place, a quarter of a mile ahead.
I see it. It's all black and torn. But it wasn't a meteor. A meteor would have dug a crater.
Something's been burned, Reese. Something burned hot. Hey, something. Look out at command. Land on the ground.
Run right over him.
Let's call our truck and see what's wrong with it.
Throw him over now.
Can't tell where he's breathing out.
Oh, it's been punctured right here in the lane.
Wherever exploded over there, a chunk of it hit the program.
Pretty neat. Oh, alive, all right. Here, help load this man into the truck. We better rush him to the shack and doctor him up.
The two prospectors speed back to their shack with the injured man. While they're dressing his wounds, the stranger regains consciousness.
You just lie there in a bunk and take it easy. We'll have you patched up for you.
You gentlemen saved my life. I was sure I was finished.
You're going to be all right. Hey, Richard?
I'll be okay. Where am I?
A couple of miles from where we picked up.
How did you happen to find me?
I saw the flash the meteor made. It was a meteor, wasn't it?
No, it was my ship, a private cruiser. Something went wrong with the reactor. I managed to set down and get out before it blew up. Fragment must have caught my leg.
You were lucky at that. By the way, my name is Reese Haviland. My beetle brad friend here is Mort Stocker. We're prospectors, in case you haven't guessed.
I'm very glad to know you, gentlemen. My name is Gelman. I'm from Venus.
Venus, huh?
Yes, a plant psychologist.
What kind of a factory you work for?
Factory? Oh, I'm afraid I didn't make myself quite clear. I work with growing plants, flowers, bees.
Well, Mr. Gowan, you won't find many plants on Titan.
I didn't expect to. My landing here was not an accident.
Yes, sir.
You gentlemen probably get around a lot. Maybe you can help me. Would you be good enough to bring me my jacket?
Sure, I'll get it.
I'm searching for a certain type of plant. A weed, to be exact.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, that you'd know it.
Well, I might. Here's the jacket, Mr. Gowan.
Thank you.
Oh, that's pretty fancy. I ever saw clothes quite like these before.
It's a semi-official uniform. Here's what I wanted to show you. These pictures. Did you ever see one of these plants?
I think I would.
Let me see them once. You mean you're looking for a mangy-looking weed like this?
I admit it's not very attractive, but it has interesting medical uses. Think carefully. Have you ever seen it? As you can see, it's soft as a grayish yellow. Once a year, it grows a big purple ball of pod full of spores. Seeds, you probably call them.
No, Mr. Gelman, I have never seen anything like this.
Neither have I. And this is what you're looking for, huh?
you're stranded on Titan without a ship, Mr. Gelman. We'd be glad to notify the Saturn Space Patrol.
No. I mean, Bob.
We got a spacephone in the next room.
The fact is, I'd feel rather foolish asking for a rescue ship. We'll probably be going to Saturn for supplies in a day or so. I'll go in with you.
We don't have a ship here on Titan, Mr. General.
You see, we're prospecting on the cuff, so to speak. Big company advances supplies and equipment. Every 30 days we send a ship there to drop off more supplies. Then we'll pick up samples of ore.
You want to wait till the ship comes? You're welcome.
And how long will that be?
Well, that ship was here 3 days ago. It'll be 28 days for next one.
Don't let that worry you. We got plenty of food. You're welcome to stay with us. You know, you just lie down there and take it easy while I rustle up some food for you. There's something pretty strange in the viewscope, Commander. A dark smear on the ground, down there on Titan.
Yes, I see. And it's perfectly round, a starred area.
It's like something is burning. What if they were burning?
Good question, huh?
Titan Station T19 calling Space Patrol. Emergency. Attention all Space Patrol units.
Men of Corry aboard Terra 5 to Titan Station T19. Go ahead.
This is Reed Pevlin at Titan T19. I want to report it. Commander Corry.
That's right, Haviland. I'm 11 DUs off Titan. What's the trouble?
My partner and I prospecting in Sector 7R on Titan. Somebody stole our surface truck. We're stranded.
We're right over Sector 7R now, Commander.
Can you give me more details, Haviland?
Sure. A couple of hours ago, a spaceship exploded just over the hill from our shack. My partner and I picked up this guy and brought him back. Late was first. We sent him back.
You say a spaceship exploded?
Well, it blew out after it crashed. It left a big black smear and nothing else. Anyhow, we picked out the pilot and put him in our bunk and take a nap. The next thing we knew, he was gone. So was our truck.
How long ago did this happen?
Not more than 20 minutes ago. He couldn't have gone very far. But me and my partner are stranded.
Well, take it easy, Haviland. We're covering the whole area by viewscope right now.
We have to get that truck back, Commander. It's our bread and butter.
Stand by that spacephone. We'll keep in touch. Corry out.
Commander, I picked up something on the viewscope.
Maybe the stolen truck.
Put the lower toward Titan.
This is the truck we'll land.
When closer observation proves the moving object to be a surface truck, Buzz lands the Terra 5 near the blackened area. By now, the surface truck has stopped near some large rocks. Buzz and Happy descend the landing ladder and advance toward the truck. A man in strange clothing turns from a crevice in the rock and stands with arms folded, waiting.
We're space patrollers. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Of course.
Where did you get that surface?
We got a couple of parts like that. Worked stocker and we have them. I suppose they reported it stolen. Right. Actually, I only borrowed it. I figured I'd get back to the shack before they mixed the trucks or me. Why are you here? Looking for something? Yes, I am. You see, I had some valuable personal effects aboard my spaceship. I had hoped they were going to hear about the explosion, so I came back to look for them. Yeah? Find what you were looking for? No, I didn't.
Not surprised. That explosion's a very complete job.
I do know something. But it's place of the hull, the active shield, and everything. Yet you escaped. Practically without a scratch. I was fortunate. I managed to get clear of the ship before it blew up. What's that?
Coming from over there on those rocks.
Kelvin, are you sure that you didn't manage to save a portable spacephone from the ship before it exploded?
It's in code, sir. A very strange code.
It's the kind of night you picked up. I had the space receiver. What do you mean?
Kelvin, I think you're from another solar system.
Another solar system?
What makes you think that?
The clothes for one thing.
And your spaceship, it was so
Totally and mysteriously demolished. And if I get a look at that receiver, I can tell that it was made here in our solar system.
I am from another system. I don't mean you any harm.
In fact, I came here to help you, please. We can settle that for certain with a Dardeda.
That's it? To be sure whether you're telling the truth.
You can cover Happy while I check that receiver.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the signal cut off.
No one knows. Don't either of you know.
Yeah?
Well, just how are you going to stop it?
hate to do this, but it's quite simple.
I am sorry. I think there must have been I'm getting scared. Everything's getting blurred.
Quick. Use your radar.
I
Of course you can. This harmless-looking belt is radiating a field of 100 rays.
Commander.
We'll return to our exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. One of the great men of our time is Dr. Albert Schweitzer. For the past 40 years, Dr. Schweitzer has dedicated his life to his medical mission in French equatorial Africa, devoting all his personal income to the support of 700 patients suffering from leprosy, malaria, sleeping sickness, and other dread diseases of the jungle. Dr. Schweitzer has just reached his 80th birthday. As a tribute, many Americans will send him a gift through CARE, because help for Dr. Schweitzer's hospital is one continuing part of CARE's World Health Program. Your contribution will be gratefully received and carefully spent in the service of humanity. Send it to CARE, New York 16, or to any local CARE office. Specify that it is for Dr. Schweitzer's hospital in Africa. Now back to our exciting Space Patrol adventure, Weed of Despair. Buzz and Happy landed on Titan, Saturn's fixed moon, near a strange scarred area where a spaceship disintegrated in an explosion. While questioning Gelvin, the pilot who survived the disaster, Buzz found evidence that the ship is from another solar system. Suddenly, Gelvin stunned the space patrollers with a brain-numbing field that radiated from his belt. Now, Buzz and Happy find themselves in the control compartment of the Terra 5, with Gelvin standing over them.
Now, if your heads are clear, I want you to listen. Understand?
We've got our weapons. We can't do anything else.
I'm from Tolarma, a star system about 80 light years from your solar system. I'm an officer in our Galactic Peace Commission. It's on the order of your space patrol.
I can point out a few differences.
Perhaps. I'm here to capture an escaped criminal.
And if you're the law, I'd hate to meet the criminal.
I know you're angry. But it was necessary for the welfare of your own people. So to help people, you put us out cold with that radiation field. You trying to take me to your space patrol headquarters, you said. It would take time, and there's none to spare. Not when I have a lead on Dokov. Who is Dokov? The criminal I'm after. After he fled from Tolarma, I trailed him to the Procyon system. And then here. I'd intercepted a hyperspace signal from him when my ship developed trouble. I had to land on Titan. I destroyed my own ship so Dokov couldn't spot it.
Well, what does this Dokov do that's so dangerous?
He brings entire planets under his control. How does he work? I want to show you some pictures. Did you ever see a planet like this anywhere in your solar system?
Sorry, how about you, Happy? No, sir, I think so.
This weed is probably the most dangerous plant in the universe. It looks harmless, but just a few of them can pollute the atmosphere for miles around.
You mean it's poison?
Not in the ordinary physical sense. Its effect is emotional or psychological. You see this purple sac, a pod?
Mm-hmm.
When that pod bursts, billions of microscopic spores are released into the air. Many of the spores are breathed by human beings with strange sicknesses.
What kind of sickness?
A great lassitude, a fatigue. The victim is overcome with a sense of hopelessness. Nothing seems worthwhile. Then comes a horrible anxiety, a formless, baseless worry, and a sense of despair.
Saturn City. That's exactly what's happening in Saturn City.
What is Brokov's purpose? How can he profit from it? Brokov also has the only cure for this sickness. When your scientists have tried every possible remedy and failed, and the government and its citizens become panicky, then Brokov will offer his cure at an enormous price.
If there is a cure, a positive, definite cure.
Yes.
Tell us what it is. With your help, our scientists could prepare it and rush it to Saturn City.
It's not as easy as that, Commander. Years ago, the government of Tolarma destroyed every weed on the planet where it originated. The remedy was destroyed with the weed.
How?
You see, a species of wasp feeds on a substance secreted by the stalk of the plant. When the weeds are killed, the wasp had no more food and died out.
Well, what's the wasp got to do with the cure?
An extract is made from the honey of the wasp. That substance counteracts the effects of the spores, and only Brokov has this extract. That's right, Commander. And the supply of the plants.
Then you're willing to join forces with us to capture Brokov?
Not only willing, but eager.
Fine. We can use our ship and your knowledge.
But first, there's that truck you
borrowed from our two prospectors. How far away is that shop?
About 1 tour. That would be less than 2 miles from your measurement unit.
I'll space phone the prospectors and tell them where their truck is. I'll tell them I've arrested the man.
Well, that's fine, Commander.
The sooner we go after Drokov, the better.
Where do we start looking for?
I only know he's somewhere in this part of your solar system.
I'm going to head for Saturn City and make a few inquiries. Prepare for blast-off, Hap. I'll contact Mort Stocker.
Blasting off from the sixth moon was such a vector for the planet Saturn. Now the Terra 5 is a few hundred BU from the outer perimeter of Saturn's rings. It's a magnificent sight, Commander, those rings on Saturn.
Yes, they are beautiful, Danny.
And from this angle, the rings look smooth and flat. One might even be tempted to try to land on them.
Well, if you tried it, your ship would be chewed to pieces in a fraction of a second. Those rings are made up of tiny fragments of rock whirling around Saturn at about 10 miles a second.
Commander, look at the rear view scope. There's a ship right on our tail.
He's on a collision course with us. We'd better warn him.
Private cruiser, sir. That's all I can tell about it now.
He's firing at us.
Hey, what's he lobbing space torpedoes at us for? Doesn't he know this is a space patrol ship?
I think he does, Happy. I'm the one he wants to get.
You? But who would want to... Oh, Drokov.
Yes. Commander, do you mind if I try to contact him?
Go ahead, Gil.
Drokov, this is Gelwin of the Galactic Peace Commission, Tolarma Division. Drokov, do you hear me?
Yes, Gelwin. I've been waiting for you.
How did you know I was aboard the commander's ship?
I intercepted Corry's conversation with the prospector. I have been watching Titan since your own ship landed there. I have also overheard your hyperspace messages to Tolarma.
Corry knows that you're responsible for what's happening to the people in Saturn City. When you show up with the remedy, you'll be captured.
That's right, Drokov. You won't be able to profit by your extortion plot.
I disagree, Commander. You have not seen an entire city in the grip of an epidemic of despair. When the sickness really takes hold, your United Planets government will do anything to obtain the remedy, at any cost.
If that's the case, what will you gain by destroying us?
Gelwin knows too much about me. You two working together could cause me some annoyance. Now, Commander, further conversation is useless. If you'll excuse me, I will resume the pleasant task of exterminating you.
Well, there's no use appealing to his finer sensibility.
That's right, Commander.
Oh, that was close, Commander. He's getting his range with the torpedoes. Why don't we give him some of his own medicine? If we give him a few blasts with our space
Well,
cannon...
we can't. Got to think about those people in Saturn City. If we destroy Drokov, we destroy the only person who can cure that epidemic.
He's gaining on us, sir. Smoking rockets we can't fight back, so all Drokov has to do is keep firing until he hits us.
I'm changing back to Hap. We're heading for Saturn's ring.
But, sir, Drokov can still follow us.
He won't follow us where we're going. We're taking the ship right into the rings.
What? Why, those chunks of rock will turn this ship into a sieve.
We'll go in on a tangent. It's a choice between getting hit with 1,000 fragments or one torpedo.
Commander, you aren't really going to go into that ring.
Yes. We're going to nudge our way in gently. We'll match our velocity to the particles in the outer rim. We'll be riding along with them, sort of rolling with a pendulum.
It might work, Commander.
Have to run the repel array about 1/10 pound.
Yes, sir.
We're going to grab a ride on Saturn's merry-go-round. When those particles seem to be standing still, we'll pull into the stream.
We're almost at match velocity now, Commander.
The repel array ought to keep off any particles that come too close.
Drokov's still firing at us. Uh-oh. He's changed vector.
Good. It means he won't try to follow us into the ring.
Yeah, those particles are all around us now, sir. They look like they're suspended in space outside our viewport. Like a swarm of bees.
And if we don't disturb those bees, we won't get stung. Now the trick is to work our way deeper into the ring.
Can you do it, sir?
If we increase our velocity gradually, as we move toward the inner part of the ring, it ought to work.
Then you're going to spiral your way in, clear through the ring.
No. I will stay in long enough to convince Drokov that we're finished and come out through the top.
I bet he's already sure that we're full of holes.
Gelwin, I'm going to cut in the hyperspace receiver. If Drokov keeps in close touch with his Confederates back in Tolarma, we may learn something about his plan.
Nothing on the receiver so far. I'll try another frequency.
All right, Gelwin. I think we can work our way out of the ring now.
I've got something. There's some code. I can't make it out.
Is it from Tolarma?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm certain of it. Gelwin is dead. You do not have to worry about his meddling anymore.
Okay.
I'm not only rid of Gelwin, but the commander of the United Planets Space Patrol as well. The fools dived into a ring of fragments that whirl around the planet Saturn. They must have been ground to pieces in a few seconds.
Good work, Commander, just like you said.
I've got more good news, Ormach. The situation in Saturn City is desperate. Half the population has become so depressed by the effects of the weed spores that they aren't working. Communications, transportation, power, they're all disrupted. The accident rate is way up. I'll wait a few days for real panic to set in. Then I'll appear with my magic remedy. I'll ask $1 million credit first. And if the officials quibble or delay, my price will go up. I've got quantities of the remedies stashed all over the solar system. There's a supply on Saturn moon number 9 in a lunar-type spaceship, all earmarked for Saturn City. The remedy will stay there until they meet my price. I'll keep you informed, Ormark. Don't go out.
A lunar-type ship on the 19th. If we only knew what part of the moon.
The 9th moon of Saturn. Small, only 200 miles in diameter.
With a blue strip, it shouldn't take us long to find the ship, unless it's hidden.
We'll spiral out of this rock swarm and head for the 9th moon. A few moments later, the Terra 5 emerges from the outer rim of the whirling rings of Saturn, like a silver spark from a spinning grindstone. Buzz sets a vector for Saturn's 9th moon. Then comes the long, patient search of the surface of the tiny Saturn.
This makes 6 times around, Commander.
It'll take about 12 more to cover the surface completely.
Every inch of that moon's surface looks just like the neck.
Commander, look. The right edge of the view scope. That rock?
No, it's too smooth for a rock.
Increase the sensitivity, Hank.
Yes, sir.
I think it's what we're after. Lunar-type ship. Into your spacesuits. We're going to land. Buzz sets the Terra 5 down on the surface of the moon. Then, in spacesuits and with ray guns ready, they advance toward the small ship.
There probably isn't anyone aboard, and we can't afford to take chances.
We have trouble getting into the ship, Commander. Stoker probably locked
The hatch. I've thought of that. The Talmud port will do the trick. You two wait here. I'll go up the ladder first.
Yes, sir.
Locked, all right. A couple of blasts of the torch will take care of that. All right, come aboard. Yes, sir. We'll try the storage compartment first. It won't take long to search this ship. Start with that cabinet. There's small containers here, but I can't read the labels. They're in my native language, Tolarma. They're mostly ordinary chemicals. Here. Remedy for weed of despair. Hey, wonderful. But it's just a small bottle. There are thousands of people in Saturn City. It will be enough. Fortunately, the remedy can be diluted millions of times and still be effective. But how can we get it to the people? That's a good question. Nature of the sickness itself is working against them. The victims haven't any initiative or any desire to get well. They won't cooperate because they can't. They wouldn't show up for treatment. And we'd have to find people that aren't sick and train them to administer the treatment. That's no problem. Merely drinking water with the diluted solution in it will affect the cure. Yeah, but remember that old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Only in this case, we can't even lead the people to water, though. There's another way. Going. What if this concentrate were added to the city's water supply? Would it be strong enough to work? I think so. In fact, I'm sure of it. Just that small bottle for thousands of people? Yes. What we have here will take care of a city up to 500,000 population. Then we're safe. Be sure that we can reach every man, woman, and child in Saturn City, provided they aren't too bored with life to get up and get a drink of water. Don't worry. The advantages of the sickness, no matter how listless the victims are, one desire remains. One drive that will stir them to effort. First, we'll save them. All right, then. We'll blast off and get this remedy to Saturn City. Then we'll go after Strokoff.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Boys and girls, there's a wonderful way for you to get the things you want. Say you want a new bike, or camera, or whatever it is. Well, the way to get it is the United States Savings Bond. Now, here's the plan. You put your dimes and quarters, a part of your money, into your school savings plan. You might want to save cash or fill up a savings stamp album, which holds $18.75 worth of stamps. That's enough to buy a $25 savings bond. Just get started on a thrift habit, and first thing you know, you can buy the things you need with your own money. You'll have the fun of watching your dimes and quarters go into dollars. Dollars all your own. Again, the important thing is to be sure you take advantage of your school savings plan each week. You'll find it's lots of fun and smart, too. Now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy have become infected with a dangerous, weakening sickness and are frantically searching a laboratory on Venus
hoping to find the one medicine that will cure them.
If we don't get some of that solution soon, we'll be of no use to ourselves or anybody. Leave me, sir. Right now, I'm just going on my own momentum. Heck, look at there, top shelf, that bottle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the remedy. Be careful lifting it down. It's probably all there is in the whole place. If we can only get it to the ship, I'll drop our fires. It's Brokaw, and he's got a blast gun. Oh. Commander, the blast smashed the bottle. The medicine's gone.
Be with us next week for the thrilling Space Patrol story, The Fugitive from Tolarma. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovac, and Norman Jolly. Dick Wesson speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday at the same time for exciting adventure on Space Patrol. This program was broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Nestle's Ever-Ready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk. And Nestle's chocolate bars now present Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corry, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy have become infected with a dangerous, weakening sickness and are frantically searching a laboratory on Venus, hoping to find the one medicine that will cure them.
If we don't get some of that solution soon, we'll be of no use to ourselves or anybody.
Believe me, sir. Right now, I'm just going on my own momentum.
Up there on the top shelf, that bottle.
Yeah. That's it. That's the remedy.
Be careful lifting it down. It's probably all there is in the whole place.
We can only get it to the ship before Brokaw finds it. Commander, it's Brokaw. And he's got a blast gun. Commander, the blast smashed the bottle. The medicine's gone.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Fugitive from Tolarma.
Hi, Space Patrollers. Commander Corry here. How'd you like to have a soda fountain in your home? You can, you know. I'm not kidding. If you have a big brown yellow can of Nestle's Quick on the shelf, your kitchen is a real soda fountain. Because Nestle's Quick makes the smoothest, richest chocolate milk you've ever tasted. That's the kind of drink you could never make at home before. And now, well, you can have it any time you like. Quick fixes so fast it practically makes itself. Now listen to this. You just pour yourself a glass of milk. That comes first. Then you add 2 teaspoons of Nestle's Quick. Quick starts right in to mix itself. All you have to do is spoon it around once or twice. And there you are. A big, frosty, cool glass of chocolate milk that tastes just like those delicious Nestle's chocolate bars. You can't beat that anywhere. Quick gives you something more. It helps build strong bones and sound teeth because it's fortified with vitamin D. Now, believe me, fellows and girls, you're going to love having Quick around for easy fixing, for solid nourishment, and for delicious soda fountain treats. Mom will see that when you have Nestle's Quick, you drink your milk up better than ever. So today, ask her to bring home the big brown and yellow can of Nestle's Quick. That's Q-U-I-K, Quick. And it's delicious.
And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Fugitive from Tolarma. Brokaw, a criminal from another solar system, is using a strange and powerful weapon to gain control of the United Planets. By releasing millions of microscopic spores from a poisonous plant into a city's atmosphere, he can reduce the entire population to spiritless automatons, lacking both the energy and desire to cure the condition that afflicts them. Commander Corry has been able to save Saturn City from the epidemic thanks to the aid of Gelwin, a galactic prime investigator from the Tolarma star system. Right now, in Space Patrol headquarters at Saturn City, Buzz and Happy face the task of capturing Drokov before he can strike again.
Here, Hap. This is the latest report from the medical section. Put it with the others.
Yes, sir. All the documents you wanted to take with us are right here on the desk.
Quite a stack.
Now that the panic's over, what good are they?
You'll know what to expect if Drokov spreads his poisonous plant as weed of despair in some other city.
I hope we nab him before he has a chance.
What we saw here in Saturn City could happen to a whole planet. Millions of people with nothing wrong with them physically, but with a weariness of spirit, a complete loss of vitality. And that wouldn't take much to conquer such a planet.
Well, there's one consolation. It doesn't take very much of the remedy to cure the sickness.
Don't forget, every drop of the solution we had was used up here in Saturn City. Drokov controls the rest.
Well, how about Dr. Arnold's experiments? Didn't he tell us that he was sure he could duplicate the chemical structure of the remedy?
It's a matter of whether Dr. Arnold can stay on his feet when the job's finished. With Carol to help him, he may succeed. We can't count on Dr. Arnold performing a chemical miracle. We've got to find Drokov.
It's going to be tough. We don't even know what he looks like.
We've got a good ally in Gelwin. He knows Drokov's methods. He's just as anxious to capture Drokov as we are.
Get it, will you? Yes, sir. Cadet Happy here. Yes, Sergeant. Oh, just a moment, please. Commander, it's communications.
Probably Carol. I'll take it. Go ahead.
Hello, Buzz. How are things in Saturn City?
Well, fine, Carol. Transportation is 90% normal. Communication's a little better than that.
Wonderful. Any new cases?
None reported. Everything's pretty well under control.
Any word about Drok?
No. Gelwin hasn't reported in since 700 hours. I let him take a Space Patrol cruiser to check a lead out toward Jupiter. How are you and Dr. Arnold coming along?
Well, I'm fine. Dr. Arnold's in the Peril hospital. He collapsed at his desk a while ago.
Is it serious?
He could have complete rest and quiet for 24 hours. He's trying to decipher his notes. Believe me, it's some job.
Are you close to anything definite, or is it too early to tell?
I don't want to be too optimistic, Buzz, but it looks good. Awfully good. Doctor's last experiment cracked the key to the protein chain.
That's great.
I can only get his notes in shape. Our lab chemist has been able to make the remedy synergetic.
Fine. But don't work too hard. Remember what happened to Dr. Arnold.
So much depends on his Buzz, I couldn't slow down if I wanted to.
All right, Carol. Happy and I are blasting off for Terror right away. We'll see you in a few hours.
I'll be at Dr. Arnold's lab, Buzz. And with good news, I hope.
Good luck. Corry out.
She really sounds like she was on the right track, doesn't she?
Yes, sir. If she is, we'll be prepared for Drokov's next epidemic of despair. Let's get to the spaceport.
Upon landing at Terra, Buzz and Happy go at once to Dr. Arnold's laboratory. There they find Carol slumped in a chair, exhausted. Scattered about the floor are crumpled slips of paper filled with chemical formulae.
Well, hi, Carol. Nobody answered our knock, so we barged right in. Hey, Carol.
Carol. Carol.
Hello, Buzz.
How did you make out?
Make out?
With the experiments for the remedy.
Oh, that. Hey, it's no use. It's all so futile.
You sounded so confident when the spacer phone was inside.
Oh, you're just tired, Carol. Here, I'll pick up the notes, and later when you're rested...
Throw them in the rubbish disintegrator. That's what I was going to do, and I felt up to it.
Carol, look at her. Raise your head.
Yes, sir.
Look at that. Her eyes. They've got dark circles around them. They look sort of glassy.
I thought about this ordinary fatigue, but something else, too.
Come in. She looks just like those people on Saturn.
Carol, who else has been in this lab besides you and Dr. Arnold?
No one.
Now, think carefully. Has anyone been in here? Anyone at all? There's flowers over there on the table. How did they get here?
The messenger brought them.
Where are they from?
I forget the cards in the basket.
Get it, Happy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Carol hasn't been off terror, and she caught the sickness here. It hasn't affected Dr. Arnold. His case is entirely different. What's on that card?
It's printed, sir. It says, to Miss Carol Carlyle with the compliments of the management of Sun Gardens, Venus.
Carol, what is this Sun Gardens, do you know?
It's a new park or something. Flowers are a promotion stunt, I suppose.
That means hundreds of baskets may have been set out. Cap, let's look at those flowers.
There must be a dozen different kinds, eh? And what I know about flowers, you could engrave on a tulip seed.
Tulips grow from bulbs.
Proves my point.
This proves mine. Look at this thing hidden among the flowers.
The weed with the purple pod. Drokov's work.
Got to seal up this lab and get Carol to the hospital. And we got to find out who else received flowers from Drokov.
Near the banks of the turquoise river on the planet Venus is a group of buildings once used as field offices by the Venus Fruit Company. Now the small settlement serves as a base of operations for Drokov, a criminal sought by the interplanetary police of 2 solar systems. At this moment, Brokoff stands before a small plastic dome as his accomplice, Larch Feister, emerges, cautiously shuts the door tightly, and removes the heavy mask and gloves.
I'd rather do anything in the universe than go into that dome with a wasp. Anything.
Well, then you shouldn't object to your next assignment.
What is it, Brokoff?
The Secretary General's daughter, Carol, is quite sick. And it appears that I am the only one who can cure her.
Well, then your plan works. You got the flower.
Yes, most unfortunate. She was working on a process to cure the very sickness that attacked her.
Well, you told me the only cure comes from those insects in there, those wasps.
That's right, Feister. The insects feed on that plant, and their bodies develop an antitoxin. But forget the wasps. I want you to take the spaceship and contact Commander Corry.
Contact Corry?
Yes, by spaceophone. You will present my terms for curing the daughter of the Secretary General.
Now, Brokoff, listen. If you get into trouble, you can get away to another solar system, but I'm a citizen of the United Planets. I can't afford
You
to...
should have thought of that before. It's too late to back out now. Now, here are your instructions.
Elsewhere in Commander Corry's central office on Terra, Buzz inserts a spool of microtape in the playback machine.
Listen to this, Happy. Communications picked up this message and recorded it. Yes, sir.
Attention, all Space Patrol communication centers. This is a message to Commander Corry. Relay it to him immediately. I'm speaking for Brokoff, the only person in the entire universe who can restore the health of Carol Carlisle. Don't waste time trying to locate the source of this signal. Just listen.
From the spaceship, isn't it?
Carol Carlisle will be completely cured if you cooperate. Bring Carol in the sum of 50,000 credits to the point in space which I will give you in a moment. Upon payment of this money, Carol will be given enough of the remedy to effect the cure. Do not attempt to capture Brokoff's ship either before or after our rendezvous in space. Here are your instructions. Your ship with Carol and the 50,000 credits must be at the intersection of the Mars orbit and space meridian 84.06 at 1300 hours.
That's it, Hack. As you can see, Brokoff's being very cagey. If we could only grab Brokoff first. We don't have any lead on him. Our agents have checked the employees of Sun Gardens on Venus. They're all clear. Brokoff or one of his men managed to put that poisonous plant in the basket intended as a trap. How about the other basket? They've been examined. Carol was the only one who received the weed of despair. Well, how about Gelwin? Maybe he's located Brokoff. No word from Gelwin. It's all up to us. What are we going to do? The one thing we can do to save Carol. Put her and the money aboard Terra 5 and head for the Mars orbit.
At 1300 hours, the Terra 5 approaches the rendezvous point. As a private cruiser draws close, Buzz and Happy wait anxiously for a spaceophone signal. But Carol, whose life depends on the success of this mission, sits bored and silent in the control compartment, showing no interest in proceedings.
That must be Brokoff's ship. Why don't we cut on the spaceophone? Brokoff might interpret it as a signal to other space patrol ships. Because the Carol will have to play it Brokoff's way.
Brokoff calling Commander Corry aboard the Terra 5.
Here we go. Corry here. Go ahead, Brokoff.
So far, Corry, you seem to have obeyed my instructions. There are no ships visible in our view scope.
They've been ordered to remain outside a 10,000 DU perimeter of this point until Carol is safely back on Terra.
That's very good. Now, when we join airlock with your ship, you will send Carol through the airlock with the 50,000 credits.
Just a matter of giving her a few ounces of the solution. Why don't you come aboard our ship?
Because I don't trust you. Send Carol into my cruiser alone.
How do I know I can trust you?
You have no other choice if you want to save Carol.
All right, join airlocks. I'll send her aboard. Corry out. Carol. Carol, are you listening?
Yes, Buzz.
Are you willing to walk alone to the airlock in the other ship?
Oh, Buzz, I'm so tired.
Now, Carol, listen. If you do this one little thing for me, you can have a nice long nap. No one will bother you. How about it?
All right.
We're in contact, sir. Come on, Carol. It won't take long. On your feet. I'll help you to the airlock. Steady now. Gee, Commander, I'm getting worried. Carol's been in Brokoff's ship for nearly an hour. We're in no position to pressure him. I've got to find out what the trouble is. Corry calling Brokoff. Brokoff, what's wrong over there?
Nothing, Commander. Everything just fine.
Well, what's the delay? Shouldn't take you an hour to count 50,000 credits.
Oh, the money is quite satisfactory, Corry. I've merely been waiting for Carol to get up enough energy to
return to your ship. She was in quite a weakened condition, you know.
And let one of us come and get her. I guarantee I won't try anything.
Peril is on her feet now and on her way through the airlock.
All right, Brokaw, forget this. We're not putting our holding field until we're satisfied that you gave her the remedy for the sickness.
You'll see the improvement immediately, Corry. Brokaw back.
You think he was telling the truth, sir? That's possible. It's all Carol can do to get into Brokaw's ship. The remedy takes some time to have an effect.
She's at the inner hatch, sir.
All right, Hap, open it.
Hi, Carol. Brokaw.
I decided to bring Miss Peril back personally. And don't move. I got a gun in her back.
What's the idea, Brokaw?
I changed my plans, Corry.
Carol, are you all right? Did he give you that medicine?
Yes, I drank something, but I don't understand all this. And I'm afraid I said something I shouldn't.
She told me about some experiments of hers.
Buzz, I didn't realize what I was doing.
I can't let that knowledge out of my control. I'm taking the three of you with me.
But you promised.
And just to make sure there'll be no trouble... And now, Carol, if you want to keep your friends alive, you'll do as I say.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
Do, re, mi.
Well, Lisa, are you getting ready for a concert?
Yes, I am, Captain Two-Felt. I'm going to sing our gang's favorite song.
I'd sure like to hear that. Would you give me a little preview?
Sure. Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate. How do you like it?
Oh, I love it, Isa. Matter of fact, when you sing about Nestle's new coconut bar, I think it's everybody's favorite.
I'm crazy about coconuts. Gee, what a wonderful chocolate bar. So thick and sweet and smooth and rich. And all that crispy coconut inside. Golly, I just can't get enough of it.
Yes, Nestle's new coconut bar makes me feel that way, too. Can't get enough of that wonderful chocolate flavor and that fresh toasted coconut. You know, it's so crisp and so much fun to eat. I think we ought to have some right now. That is, of course, if you can eat before your concert.
Gee, I could eat a Nestle's coconut bar anytime. Smoking rockets, this is the greatest. Honestly, gang, you ought to try the sensational new Nestle's coconut bar in the red and cream-colored wrapper. Just one taste of this terrific new flavor combination, and you'll love it just as I do.
Matter of fact, Space Patrollers, you'll go for all of Nestle's rich, smooth, luscious chocolate bars. You can take your pick of rich milk chocolate, almond chocolate, crunchy crunch, or the brand new Nestle's coconut.
Whatever your favorite is, remember, Nestles, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Fugitive from Tolarma. The Secretary General's daughter, Carol, was suffering from a rapid loss of vitality caused by a plant known as the Weed of Despair. Brokaw, who controls the entire supply of the only remedy, offered to cure Carol for 50,000 credits. After treating Carol, he entered the Terra 5 using the girl as a shield and rendered Buzz and Happy unconscious with a ray gun. Right now, the Space Patrollers and Carol are prisoners aboard Brokaw's private cruiser.
You're a dirty double-crosser, Brokaw. If I could get my hands
Stop
free...
wasting my time with your empty threats. Remember, I could easily have thrown you out into space.
We know why you didn't. It'd be hard to explain our disappearance to the Space Patrol when you're caught.
There is another reason, Corry. If I had destroyed you, Carol would refuse to give me the information I want.
What information?
On how antitoxin for the Weed of Despair can be produced synthetically. She and Dr. Arnold seem to have blundered onto the answer.
If I told you anything, it was because I was weak and didn't realize what I was doing. I won't tell you any more.
Oh, yes, you will. Unless you want to see your friends suffer.
Brokaw, did you ever consider what would happen if the sickness got out of control and you couldn't stop it?
No, that has happened in another solar system.
Tolarma, huh? That's why Galvin's after you.
I will take care of Galvin just as I'm taking care of you.
What did you do with our ship? Blow it up?
No, Corry. My assistant Pfister is going to hide it on one of Jupiter's moons. It will serve as a spare star drive ship in case we suddenly have to leave your solar system.
Who's Pfister? Is he from Tolarma, too?
Oh, no. He's one of your own citizens. He'll join me on Venus in another ship after he hides the Terra 5. And now, if you will excuse me, I'll get to the controls. We are approaching Venus.
Landing near the abandoned buildings near the Turquoise River, Brokaw forces his passengers from the ship at gunpoint. He locks Peril in one building, then takes Buzz and Appy to a structure adjoining a small, transparent dome that shields the wasps and the poisonous plants.
Right in here, gentlemen.
What are you going to do with Carol?
It depends on how well she cooperates. There is a small laboratory here. Possibly she and I can manufacture a cure for the sickness.
How will you know if you've succeeded?
It's very simple. We will test it on you.
On us? We haven't got the sickness.
No, not yet. But you soon will. Do you see that air duct up near the ceiling?
What about it?
Well, it leads to that small plastic dome next to this building. When I turn a valve, air from that dome will enter this room. Air containing millions of spores from those purple weeds. And when I return, you will have lost your will to resist. You will be quiet, docile, and weak.
You're going to use us as guinea pigs, is that it?
Exactly. And if you're hoping I'll be affected too, I am very sorry to disappoint you. The remedy has made me immune to the spores. I'll see you later, gentlemen.
Well, now what, Commander? We'd stand a fat chance of breaking that door down. And the window's too small to crawl through.
Maybe there's something in here we could use to plug up that air duct.
There's nothing in the room. No rags, paper, or anything. Hey, I've got it. Our jackets. If we could remove the screen from the vent and stuff our jackets in there.
Good idea.
Prokof's opened the valve. Air's feeding through from the dome.
Happen. I'll boost you up on my shoulders. You stuff your jacket into the vent. Let a sleeve hang down so we can grab it in a hurry.
Yes, sir.
When we hear Drokoff at the door, get your jacket on quickly. If we pretend to be weak and groggy, like Carol was.
Straight.
Okay, let's work fast. Up you go. Right. How's that, Happy?
Oh, fine, sir. I can reach the vent, okay. Now to take my jacket off. From the look of that screen, it won't be any trouble. I'll just pry it off and... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
The vent pipe is full of wasps. They must have been sucked in from the dome by the rush of air. When I take the screen off, they'll come swarming into the room.
Maybe we won't be stung. Move very slowly. Most people are stung by bees and wasps because they get excited and thrash their arms around. Just take it easy.
Don't worry, Commander. I will. I wonder when Drokov's coming back.
I hope it's soon. I'm afraid some of that contaminated air is getting in here in spite of the jacket. How do you feel, Happy?
To tell you the truth, I'm sort of tired.
Remember, when Drokov does come in, pretend you're weak and groggy.
If he doesn't come in pretty soon, we won't be pretending. Anyway, we didn't get stung by the wasps. You were right about moving slowly, sir. There are several in here in the room, and they haven't even come near us.
Somebody's inside. We can't pull your jacket out of the vent.
Yes, sir. I hope it doesn't stir up the wasps.
I hope it does. Don't bother putting it on. I'm tired.
Well, gentlemen, how do you feel? Aren't you going to answer me? Well, it doesn't matter. Come on. Come on, I said.
What for?
Yes, Drokov. We aren't causing any trouble.
No, not you, but Carol is. She won't cooperate. But if she could see me work you over some, she might change her attitude. Let's go.
Well, why don't you bring Carol here?
I said move.
Do I have to?
A very definite symptom. No sensitivity to pain. Well, maybe you will feel... What? How did they get in here?
They were all right till you stirred them up. Come on, Happy, let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Those wasps will keep Drokoff busy for a while. We'll get Carol.
I slugged him, but it didn't even phase him.
I know. The poison plan is taking effect. We're both weak. No match for Drokoff.
Here's where he locked Carol up.
It's locked.
I wonder if we've got enough strength to break it down.
Let's hit it together with all we've got. 1, 2, 3. It's giving way. Once more. Heave.
Buzz, Happy.
Come on, Carol. Drokoff will be after us pretty quick.
Yeah, we couldn't disarm him.
Oh, if only we can get to his ship and blast off.
First, we got to get some of that remedy for the sickness. Where's the lab, you know?
I think it's that building over there, Buzz.
Come on.
Do we have to get the remedy now? I feel fine.
It's not for you, Carol. It's for us.
Into the lab, quick, before Drokoff sees us.
Well, we made it.
Start searching. Remember what to look for on the label, don't you, Happy?
Yes, sir.
Buzz, you mean that you and Hap have been infected?
That's right, Kevin. We're trying to fight it, but if we don't get some of that solution soon, we'll be of no use to ourselves or anybody.
Believe me, right now, I'm just going on my own momentum.
Keep searching, Hank. We have to drop out of the fight. That just leaves Gelwin to get Drokoff.
And maybe Gelwin's out already. We haven't heard from him in 2 days.
And then the top shelf, that bottom one.
Where? Yeah. Yes, sir, that's it. That's the remedy.
Be careful lifting it down. It's probably all there is in the whole place.
We can only get it to Drokov's ship before he...
Buzz, look out!
It's Drokov, and he's got a blast gun.
Stay right where you are, all of you.
Commander, the blast smashed the bottle. The medicine's gone.
That's right, Cadet. There's no more anywhere on Venus. Now, each minute, you'll get more and more tired. More full of despair.
Buzz.
And now, Carol, you'll have to help me. If you fail, you'll see your friends lose their vitality, their will to live. Eventually, they will be too tired to breathe. Their hearts too weary.
Oh, stop it, Buzz. I'll help you, but just save them.
Yeah. But first, I'll lug them up where there'll be no more trouble, and where there'll be no insects to help them.
I see the wasp's got in a few good jabs, Drokov. Your face and neck are all swollen.
You'll pay for those things, don't worry.
I suppose they're pretty painful.
Yes, if it's any satisfaction to you. But it's nothing serious.
That's good. And you won't mind another sting or two.
What are you talking about?
I think there's a wasp on your collar.
Yeah, he's crawling up toward your neck.
Where?
Hey, he's a big one,
Where?
too. Hey, look out, he's buzzing around.
I'll get him.
You know, Commander, if there had been a wasp on Drokov, you sure would have spotted it.
Pick up the gun, Hap. We'll take Drokov to his ship. All right, on your feet.
You tricked me, Corry. But it won't do you any good. You're sick, and you'll get sicker, and nothing can save you.
We'll give you a brainograph test, and we'll know where you've hidden the remedy.
Buzz, there's a ship coming in. It's going to land.
That's right, Corry. And you plus. That's Feister's ship. My partner. You can't get away.
We'll stay here in the lab till Feister gets out of the ship. Then we'll grab him.
You won't get him, Commander. He'll be on guard.
Why should he be?
Because I warned him. After you two broke away from me, I went straight to the spaceophone and cut on the automatic warning signal.
What are you trying to give us?
Just wait and see. Feister knows something is wrong here, so he won't take any chances.
I'm afraid he's right, Buzz. Feister could barricade himself in the ship and hold us off till the sickness took effect.
Yes, you're licked, Corry. You might as well face it.
Buzz, the hatch is opening in that ship that just landed.
Hap, see if you can tell what Feister's going to do, but don't let him see you again.
Yes, sir.
Feister's smart. He wouldn't come close enough for you to trap him.
Commander, it's Gelwin.
Gelwin?
Yes, sir. He's running toward us, and he's all alone.
Galvin, Feister's ship? That's impossible.
Take a look, Drokov. Recognize him?
It is Galvin.
Come on, we'll meet him. Get moving, Drokov.
Hi, Gelwin.
Commander. Happy. I'm certainly glad to see you. I was afraid I'd never see you again.
The feeling was mutual.
Commander, you've got him. You've got Drokov.
Yes, but until you showed up, I wasn't sure we could hold him.
His partner Feister is locked up in the ship. And by the way, the Terra 5 is on Jupiter's third moon where Feister hit it. That's where I caught him. Commander, you and Happy look pretty sick.
I suppose we do.
Drokov managed to expose us to the weed of the sun. We've got to get treatment right away.
Oh, that's just the trouble. There isn't a drop of the remedy on Venus.
Yes, there is, Happy. There's a supply aboard Feister's ship.
Wow, Gelwin, you're sure a lifesaver.
Certainly are. I don't know how we can repay you.
It'll be easy. Just turn Drokov over to me.
No, Commander, no. Don't do it. You caught me. I'm your prisoner.
Well, what's the matter, Drokov? Don't you want to go back to Tolarma?
We'll make a trade, Gelwin. You turn Feister over to me, and you can take Drokov.
It's a deal. Come on, Commander. You and Happy better get some of that remedy into you right away.
Okay. But I feel a lot better knowing that the people in your solar system and in ours are safe from Drokov.
Same here. Uh-oh. Drokov, you better watch it. There's a wasp on the back of your neck.
Ah, you fool. How many times do you think you can trick me with that stupid lie? Get it off me. Get it off.
It's all right. It's flying away.
Oh, my neck. Oh, the pain is terrible.
I feel for you, Drokov. You know, it sure must be awful when a pain in the neck gets a pain in the neck.
What's new?
Nestle's new.
Nestle's what?
Coconut.
Nestle's luscious new coconut bar. That's for me. It's such a superb flavor combination. Thick, sweet, smooth milk chocolate and fresh toasted coconut. So delicious and such fun to eat because it gets crisper with every bite. Just talking about it makes my mouth water.
Me too, Commander. Whenever I think about that sensational, creamy, rich, crisp, eaten coconut bar, I get completely carried away. Can't concentrate. Can't work. And there's only one cure.
What's that?
Why, eating a Nestle's coconut bar, of course. That fixes everything.
Good idea, Hap. Let's all have one. Space Patrollers, you'll really go for Nestle's wonderful coconut bar.
Smoking Rockets, you'll go for all Nestle's delicious chocolate bars, and especially our new favorite, coconut. Because, you know, Nestle's makes the very best chocolate.
You can say that again, Hap.
Gladly. Nestle's makes the very best chocolate.
Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corry and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston. Produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer Helen Moser. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, and Isa Ashdown. Dick Tufeld speaking. This week's Space Patrol was brought to you by Nestle's Eveready, the instant cocoa. Nestle's Quick for great chocolate milk, and famous Nestle's chocolate bars. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood.
This is ABC Radio Network.